so. And if there's overflow, is the TV on outside?
We're starting it outside.
Okay, there's also a monitor outside and some chairs so you can sit outside too if you like.
Okay, you're live.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting for the Council of Village of Ruidoso. It's 1 o'clock on April the 11th. If you will stand with me, we're going to have an invocation by our Mayor Pro Tem, and then join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Almighty God, our Father in heaven, we come to you with thanksgiving, for we just celebrated the resurrection of your only begotten Son, Jesus. May his presence be here in spirit to give us the wisdom and understanding to conduct the business of the village of Ruidoso and to bring protection to all of our community, all the workers, first responders, and to give them strength. Father, we just thank you that you're a loving God and that you guide our path. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen. Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All righty, we get to educate people on the pledge for the state of New Mexico. If we could, please, could I get a roll call, please, ma'am?
Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Councilor Eby.
Here.
Councilor Letterman.
Here.
Councilor Salas.
Here.
Councilor Hooker.
Here.
Councilor Coughlin.
Here.
And Councilor Jackson.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you, everybody. We appreciate everybody in attendance. If I could get a motion for the approval of today's agenda, please give the chair the ability to move the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the agenda as presented and allow the chair to move items for discussion at his discretion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, if I can, before we keep going, as people are coming in, do they need to be reminded to sign in and/or sign up if they're going to speak?
That's what I just said. So
Okay,
I hope.
well, I know, but I saw some come in since then. I wanted to make sure.
If you're out there and you want to speak, go ahead and come on in and sign up on the sign-in sheet. We have 2 public inputs, and then we have 1 for just general.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, roll call.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Councilor Salas.
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Hooker.
Aye.
And Councilor Coughlin.
Aye.
All right, because of the time and we have some folks here who have another meeting to get on to, I want to move on down to, let me see, mayoral reports. And I'd like to say, is Jennifer Thomas, I saw her here earlier. Did I see?
Yeah, she's in third.
There you come on up so we can let you do your thing. And then we'll move to, I guess, JW and these guys later, right after you if we'd like, or if they want to come up with you now, you just have a seat. And we're not trying to put you guys on the spot, but this is your new district ranger here for Smoky Bear, Jennifer. And then JW here, he's one of those that you really don't see that much of him until we have an emergency. And then he's the guy that's directing traffic and putting fires out. So is your microphone on green?
Should be.
And it'll take a second. There it come green.
Yvonne,
Okay, thank
Yvonne,
you.
would you move that bear just a little bit?
I guess you can set it down in front of us.
She's right down there, yeah.
All right. Well, welcome, Jennifer. And like I said, we just wanted to say hi. We usually don't have this many folks, but now everybody will know what you look like. So if you would just tell us a little bit about yourself, and we're looking forward to working with you. Already been working with you. So.
It's been a pleasure. I just moved into the community. I am the new district ranger at the Smoky Bear Ranger District. Looking forward to working with everybody. A little bit about me. I've kind of been all over the western part of the United States. I grew up in Colorado. From there I moved to Arizona and then up to Wyoming, and now I'm here in New Mexico. My career with the Forest Service began in 2008, and I now have the pleasure of being the district ranger.
Well, we're certainly glad to have you. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Well, we look forward to working with you in positive ways and all the things that we get to do, with the benches and the trails and all those. We certainly love those. So, well, thank you for showing up today and introducing yourself.
Yeah,
If we
thank
could, move to item number 8. And I think that's, JW, there's an update on the Upper Canyon evacuation, whatever kind of route we're working on up there. You'll move that over there for me?
Where is that?
It's item number 9.
Number 9, and mayoral reports.
Oh, okay.
So, of course, as the Forest Service, we're not in the business of putting in evacuation routes. But what we have looked at is the possibility of some temporary roads to do work in there. Currently, the NEPA on that, the analyzation that we're bound by does not allow for any temp roads, but we're kind of in a really good place because we're starting to plan a lot of new work, as well as our new forest plan. Hopefully, it'll be approved by this fall. And in that new forest plan, it does allow for temporary roads. I think what I'm going with here is right now, we're in a standstill. We're looking at it really hard. And kind of my recommendation, and something that we're going to start working on at the district with the fire and fuels program, as well as all of our resource specialists, is just taking a better look at the village of Ruidoso Downs, and any of our adjoining communities, and anywhere that butts up to the forest. Seeing if we can work in collaboration, doing like in kind. The work that the village is currently doing it's great work. And you guys have moved more towards removing material, and that's the place that we probably need to go as well. The other boundaries that we'd like to collaborate on is with the county, so that we can do work on our boundaries with the county, and maybe they can do the same work like in kind, as well as Mescalero Apache tribe. So right now, we're crawling. That's the best way I can put it. We're trying to get information together, see if there's anything currently that works, and I'm striking out. So just being honest with that. But I think potentially, I think we can put a larger land scale project together. And part of that larger land scale project, not only would it include the work that needs to be done immediately, but something I think we all fall short on is the maintenance and the return intervals. Whether that's returning with fire or returning with taking out the small trees that start coming back in, the underbrush that grows back. So that's where I'd rather take a little bit more time and try and put some of those things into place so that we have a comprehensive plan that carries us past years 1 through 5.
Yeah.
And has us returning in years 5, years 7, years 10, and moving that across the landscape strategically so it puts Ruidoso in a better place, and really focusing on resiliency and restoration of our forest. Because I think anybody that's been here knows it's not if a fire happens, it's when and what degree that destruction is. And that's where I feel like going along the lines of resiliency and restoration, and getting us more towards pre-settlement conditions. It's going to give us something long-term to maintain, and it's going to benefit the community and the Forest Service as a whole. So I don't know if there's any questions, but end of report.
Well, I know that some of the folks that have property up there had said that, access can be granted through there for doing the thinning and forest health, and
Yep.
and I think to support the habitat of the owl,
Yes. Yeah.
spotted owl, and that possibly could be used in the event of a fire or a flood or whatever, another way to get out of Upper Canyon.
Yeah, and that was that look at the temporary road systems in there, is that ability to, one, give us a way to yard the material out. Because the way that we were doing business 20 years, I was born and raised here in Ruidoso, started with the Forest Service here.
Yeah, he's a Ruidoso.
And so what I saw us doing 20 years ago was great work. We had different weather conditions. We could actually burn and remove material on site. We could cut it, stack it, burn it. The conditions are not conducive to that anymore. So that's where, we're trying to update our approach and look at removal. And there's an economic side to it. In the past, when we removed things, they went to a mill. Those mills no longer exist. So that's where I think there's potential for some other partnerships, and I won't go into those, but, I think our path forward is removal and getting rid of the material that's out there cluttering our forest floor. And I think with any project like this, I call them laundry, because you do laundry, and then the next pile shows up. You find socks under the bed, things in the corner, and that's pretty much how I view this, is there's gonna be an ongoing laundry list and work that, continually needs to be accomplished. So that's where we're trying to line it up. If we're gonna tear into an entirely new plan and new analysis, is putting those maintenance intervals in there and identifying those targets of opportunity that need immediate treatment, and then what the return is on those, and then continuing to work on the areas that have been difficult to get to. Yeah, this country can be very unforgiving.
Absolutely. Did I see is it your guys that are doing some work up by Lake Bonito?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of work going on in the Bonito corridor, as well as Nogal Canyon. We've got some projects going in and around Ruidoso, but of course, most of our ground is in the back 40, so you're not gonna see our folks. But, we have upped our fuel staffing. We now have a fuels crew. Hopefully I'll have a fuels assistant fire management officer hired who can start to spearhead this stuff, but temporarily I have somebody in that position. So it's given me a lot of flexibility to kind of start looking at that stuff. And then as for where we're at with fire preparedness, currently the district has 4 engines here. One is from California, 3 are the local engines, as well as our prevention programs in full swing. We do have aviation assets in the area, out of Alamogordo and Roswell. They're currently assisting with fires in Arizona, because they're starting to come into season. Currently, we're sitting at moderate fire danger, but we're starting to look at moving to high just based on our indices. But I feel good with the resources that we have, that, we can respond appropriately with all of our cooperators and ourselves.
Okay.
If you move to high, what does that mean?
So high would just mean that we're, the likelihood of a fire starting and getting larger that's all
But
it's
any
saying.
restrictions within the forest?
That's where we can start looking at restrictions, and so that's been an ongoing discussion, is, what do the indices say? We have to follow the science. And when we're following the science, we can take into account that, for example, turkey hunting season is gonna open up. Youth hunt, I believe, started last Saturday or Sunday, and then regular season starts here shortly. So we've been discussing if we need to go into restrictions. Until we hit that high mark, we don't really have the science to back it up, but we're working that direction. We'll have a call actually on that tomorrow morning, so more to come on that.
And the reason I asked is I know there's some people that just say, shut down the forest.
Yeah.
Just shut it down completely, and that's not practical.
No,
That's why I was asking, going to high, does that automatically trigger restrictions? But
No.
it allows you to then look at restrictions depending upon the science.
Yeah, it allows us to look at, and there is, I don't want to call it wiggle room, but there's some discretion involved. And, I shouldn't put my personal opinion in there, but I'm going to anyways. I would rather bring additional resources in to deal with things than shut the forest down. It's all of our forest. And I think there's mechanisms with moving to high, we can start looking at getting severity resources, which allows us to increase our staffing. So I'm much more a fan of education, on the prevention side than I am of enforcement of restrictions. We just don't have the capacity for the enforcement, but people are a lot friendlier when you're educating versus enforcing.
Yes. Anyone else? Well, thank you again, both of you, for everything you
Thank
do.
you.
Hopefully, we don't get to spend any time together, JW, in the next. Yeah. We like you a lot, but we don't want to see you that much.
Y'all do great work.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you very much.
And while we're talking about fire season and whatever, can we get Ira Pearson in, the Lincoln County manager, he's going to give us an update on the Lincoln County fire ban. And I think Chief Joe Kesselowski's
There
going to
they
be.
are.
There he is. Hello, Ira. Could you hear us okay out there? Yeah, we can hear you. This is your county manager right here, everybody. Hi, everybody. And this is Chief Joe. And we appreciate you coming over, Ira, and talking to us. And Ira's been a
Green, yeah.
very big advocate working together that it looks like we received $5 million out of the 18.5 that we requested
Nice.
to help with the Gavilan fire recovery. And so we'll be in discussions on getting that thing moving too and how to disperse it. So, yes, sir, Ira.
Well, good afternoon, I think we are. Sorry, I was
Yes, sir.
running from our workshop to here. Thank you for having me. I wanted to come I wanted to come talk about our fire danger that we're in and the ban that we put in by resolution from the county standpoint. I was listening a little bit what the Forest Service was saying, and I asked Joe to make sure and sit next to me and the Forest Service to remind the council and let them know that it's a year-long process that we all work together. And the Village of Ruidoso, Capitan County, Forest Service, State Forestry, we start about November timeframe talking about what's going on in our fire. We're looking at how much rain, how much moisture we're getting. We have to pay attention to that because if we wait till April and a fire breaks out, it's too late to already. So we had what I call a regional meeting, and we invite all the volunteer fire chiefs, Ruidoso Downs, Capitan, State Forestry, and Forest Service showed up, and we started talking about what are we going to do to at least educate people. And I heard education come from the presentation earlier, just before me, and that was one of our biggest objectives, is to be proactive versus reactive as we can, is try to get out in the forest, try to get out even in the grasslands. BLM is also involved as well. Get out. When we see people camped or riding around, I'd rather go out there and say, hey, thanks for visiting Lincoln County. Thanks for being in Ruidoso. Hey, just reminder, this is what's going on, and this is the fire danger we're in, and look at all this fuel that's here. We've got 18-inch grass sitting right next to you. Make sure you have plenty of fire break. Make sure you have all those things that are needed. And so with that, we have about 150 volunteer firemen through our 7 departments that we have. And we ask them, and we tell them, unfortunately, we have to worry about gas, but don't worry about gas right now. Get out in the neighborhood, get out in the forest, get out in the BLM land, and as you're driving around, stop and say thank you to those people. And so we're asking to be more proactive of our volunteers. Now, they're volunteers, but Ruidoso, Lincoln County, the different municipalities are making a commitment to try to keep us safe. And so in March of this year, by resolution, I'm going to put some glasses on so I can see what. We start with a simple resolution, basically asking people to be more wise, don't have any open flames. And then as we get into deeper fire danger, Resolution 2023-45, it is on the website as it is, but it basically says, now therefore be resolved, the Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaim a ban of all burning of open flames, fires, campfires, except in designated areas, trash, rubbish, shrubbery, or any material of any kind, except by permit. And that's a key to, we've implemented this year an online permitting. And so that if somebody submits on the website a permit, it goes to our OES office. I get a copy of it as well. We want to know what's going on. It also goes to our central dispatch. And that permit does have to be signed by the OES office, Office of Emergency Services. And when that permit is signed and allows them, everybody knows, dispatch, sheriff, OES, we all know there's going to be somebody burning over here, and we've already checked that they have a way to extinguish it. They have plenty of clear open space. They're burning brush. It's going to be on this day between this time and this time. And of course, never on any red flag days or any type of wind or anything like that. So that's what starts the process for us as a county level, is saying, don't burn unless you get a permit from this office. And then I wanted to bring up last year, as we progressed last year, when we get into a declaration of a fire emergency in 2021, we got into a lot more details. It was a lot drier. It was a lot, we didn't just come off a little rainy. We had a little bit of rain this winter time, right? So this one gets into fireplaces. In addition, no smoking except in an enclosed vehicle, your camper trailer, a building, discharging a use of tracer ammunition, chainsaws without a spark arrestor, cutting, welding, grinding of metal in areas of dry vegetation are prohibited. It gets into a lot more restrictive, and this was a prime example. Last year we had the Biggs Fire. Biggs Fire was up in Corona, burned 8,000 acres. And nobody really knew about it because it just burned 8,000 in vegetation. It was caused because somebody was cutting a fence and was welding, or I think they were just starting to cut to weld on it. And it got away from them, burned 8,000 acres, and we did have several ranch homes and things like that were, but we know that in that fast a time frame, it took about 4 hours to cover 6,000 acres. And it was we were in a very precarious situation. So I just wanted to bring that up, that I think the county has a good mechanism of starting people be aware of it. We try to advertise it as much, and I appreciate the being able to work with all the different entities that were on the same page. Unfortunately, April 12th of last year, we all had to bond together, and Mayor, I heard you say, I hope you don't see any more on a professional level. I don't want that, and I want to try to prevent it. And the things that we can prevent, I appreciate everybody working towards preventing it. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
You touched on the permitting and the red flag days, so that negates any permits that are put out. That means stop what you're doing.
Correct.
Okay. What kind of fines are associated with it?
County ordinance, this is by state statute. I don't think you have more than $300 or 90 days in jail? $500? 90 days in jail? Okay. All the ordinances are 390 days in jail. I wasn't sure about that, but it's a small fine. It would have to come, the fine would have to come from the sheriff's office, or state police could get that one.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for that. No questions for Ira? Yes, sir, Joe?
I just have one question. It's because of an event that happened several years ago. I think it was up Musket Ball behind Swiss Chalet or something in that area. But there was a gentleman, many people know who that person was or is, but he had a permit to burn, but it was the day that his permit was good for there were high winds, but he went ahead and burned anyway, and that caused a fire. So is there any type of measure that you have in that permitting process to where you would contact them via text or whatever that they are not allowed to burn?
Yes, sir. And the permit itself, if the signer of the anybody from our OES office that's authorized to issue that permit, they can pull that permit at any time. And that could be, we require the phone number, the place of burn, the mailing address, the landowner, and your email and phone number, cell phone, and who's going to be online, who's going to be on the property burning. So at any point we can contact you, stop it at any point.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Chief Joe, do you have something?
I'm just up here supporting the county with what they're doing. As you know, our fire restrictions, we're to level 1 all the time, and that's where we're at right now. But our level 1 is no open burning at all unless you have a permit for inspected by the fire marshal's office. So that's where we're at with our permitting process as well. So nobody else can have any open flames at all.
Unless they call for a permit.
Unless they call for a permit.
And it's inspected.
And it's inspected, yes, sir. And
then
then if somebody's welding or cutting or something, they have to call us and let us know. And if we think it's in an area we need to go inspect, we'll go inspect. We make sure that they have enough water and fire extinguishers in the area, make sure there's no real tall grass in there, it's clear of vegetation as well when they're doing that process as well. So we're aware of what they're doing, and then they have to call us when they're completed so we know that they're done doing those jobs.
All right. Any questions for Chief?
So everybody's cutting trees right now. So do they have to have a permit for the chainsaw?
Not right now.
Okay.
Once we get into the level 2 and 3, we start
Okay.
looking at requiring them to make sure that they have their chainsaws inspected by the fire department and have a spark arrestor on it. And
Okay.
most of the contractors, they know that they need to come by and let us inspect their chainsaws.
Well, I was talking about Tom Lutterman.
He can bring it over and we can look at it. He can
Okay.
get it to where we say, yes, you do have a spark arrestor on your chainsaw, you can use your chainsaw, so.
Because the ballpark fire off Ski Run Road was started by a chainsaw that
Yes, it
was,
was. Chainsaw backfired.
got hot and dropped in the grass. And then last year in the county, remember, we thought there was somebody setting fires, and it was a guy that his trailer, the chain was dragging.
And we had
And
that
it's
this
just,
year.
you see something, you say something, make a phone call. If you see something like that, it was not intentional, just the chain came undone.
Yes, sir. And we, Mr. Mayor, we had one this year already, about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, out towards the Copper Mountain Collision Center and stuff. There was a chain dragging that started 2 small fires along the road there as well. So it's happening just because we have tall fuels, but the lower fuels under the tall grass has a decent amount of moisture in it. I mean, we can have a good, fast-running fire, but it's not going to be as severe at this point in time. But with the wind blowing and stuff, it will dry stuff out fast.
Okay. And then you guys have already had your emergency management meetings and all of that through the county, I know.
Yes.
Several of that. So, we're not trying to scare anybody here, just let you know that there's preparations to be aware of what's going on and call it in. If you see somebody in the backyard, we get a lot of tourists that come in that don't know the rules. We try to, put it out through social media or websites, radio, you name it. We put it. Some folks just don't see it. So if you see something like that, you make a phone call, the police department will go over and we'll get it extinguished. So,
Yes,
all right. Yes, sir, Ira.
One more thing, Mayor, when we passed the resolution, we had a lot of, especially with the tourist season in big demand, people were asking about burning any type of fire pits, but the barbecues.
Yeah,
Barbecues
gas.
is a big thing, using the gas barbecues. And right now, the barbecues are not an issue because you are in an enclosed area and
You can turn them off.
you can turn them off. And so just responsible, I think a lot of people were afraid they couldn't barbecue on their back porch, so that is not included right now with us, so.
Yep.
I think your guys are the same way as
Ours is the same way, yes, sir. Our fire restrictions say if it's used for cooking, it's not violating the fire level restrictions right now. At some point in time, we get up to level 3s, we start looking at doing away with even allowing gas propane for cooking, but right now, you can use gas or charcoal in the residence areas as long as you have water sources and stuff available.
Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it, Ira.
Very much.
Thanks, Chief Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Since we have an audience, I want to go ahead, and this is one everybody, if I don't get asked a question once a week, I kiss your foot. So could we have Dr. Clements come up and give us an update on the old mill? People always say, what's going on, what's happening? They've got the roof on it. Welcome, guys. Yeah,
Yes.
you go ahead and introduce yourselves for those that may not know you into the microphone there.
My name's Michael Clements, and this is my wife, Delana, and we own the Dowlands Old Mill Monument here in town and have been engaged over the past 6 years now in restoring it. And we have some pictures here.
Vaughn, can you help them out there a minute? And I appreciate the what do they call that project that we used to have, and it looks much better. I never thought about just cardboard.
What is that called?
Diorama?
Diorama.
Oh, diorama.
Well, it's easier than the Adobe that we use.
Yeah, I built one in junior high or grade school, and it was out of sugar cubes painted brown, so I wished I'd have thought of cardboard.
Ah, yeah. All right. You want to talk about this first or talk about that?
Let me get set up here. Just take a second.
everybody got a
We have it on our, your plan here.
Yes.
hurry up.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So, report as to today. Since the last report, we've made considerable progress on the mill. We're now ready to install the windows, finish the rock work on the north side, the street side, install gutters and pour footings for the floor. We've spent the settlement and insurance monies. Total outlay for the construction is approximately $715,000, plus about $28,000 for out-of-pocket legal fees. We've held in reserve $25,000 for a detached bathroom. Most of the money that we've spent has been cycled back into the local economy in wages and materials. Our next project is to raise the additional $150,000 to $200,000 to finish the floor, storage, electrical, heating, the grinder, and the landscaping and drainage. I will be contacting the utilities to see if they can be convinced to make true and complete amends for their errors that led to the fire and explosion. I have been advised by my attorneys not to hold my breath. Given the above, we come today asking for help. Money would be great, but along with that, we need to go back to ZIA and PNM with the full support of the village and the county. These companies still do a huge amount of local business every day. Convincing them to take a path from local demolition to local heroes will take a unified front. We've lost our crew. Our insurance has been canceled because the building is vacant at this point. If anything were to happen, that would be that. I think that probably in this gathering of people here, somebody in this room knows the individuals in these companies that could make this happen. So we're asking you to please reach out, be our advocates. Ruidoso deserves to have the old mill restored. And here are some pictures. Maybe.
What is our date? 150 something.
Well, okay, please.
Come on.
I checked it all out, but. Okay. Here we go. This is the east end of the mill looking out down Sudworth there. We've opened up a window there, and in addition to the window, there will be ventilation fans to help with cooling in the summer. This is the inside view looking east, and the door that's opened there was the old entrance in the front that, if you've been there, you remember that's where you came in from the street. And we just skip. Now this is looking east, and when it's finished, we, as a result of Rob Taylor's work here, we're going to do a split level down on the east end where we have storage down below and then kind of an upper level that will have exhibits and such up there. And then down below will be the furnace, heating and storage for the mill.
This goes on out.
Yeah, this is the first about 23 feet of 100 feet. And then probably in front of this, we'll have about a 12, 14-foot stage for various performances. We've also opened up windows on the south side, so there's a lot better illumination inside.
How many windows?
4.
4? Wow,
Yeah.
that's good.
There's a
This-
lot of space.
Now, this is looking west, and the door you see down at the end there goes out to where the wheel is. The open panel on the right is the old door. And then this is going to be our new entrance, main entrance, in the back instead of in the front. This is the street side of it right now. There's rock work that needs to be completed, a couple buttresses along there for stabilization of that wall. And this is a view of that south side. We've made an entrance to the back of the mill, coming off a driveway on the east end of it. And we just skipped this thing. And there again is the south side. Some very nice rock work along there that people can sit on.
We could use it for entertaining and.
And there are those windows along the south wall. Those were old loading bays that were covered up when the mill was in its previous state, and we've opened them up, and it really lights up the place a lot better. And that's the west end right there. And the wheel is just over to your right. That wall, you see those kind of angled pieces of wood there. We found out that west wall was basically unsupported. It was leaning against the other walls and wasn't really tied into them except for the roof before. So that has been fixed, or is in the process of being fixed. So that's the long and short of it. And, I would be very pleased to conference with anybody in this room about getting together and getting this project done. It's close, but and I don't think it's anybody's fault that we didn't get it finished. We started just as COVID hit, and materials prices went through the roof at that point. Anybody that was in construction would know that. So anyway, this is what we have, and hopefully over the next year we'll have a functioning building that will be a part of Ruidoso's rich historic past. And I'll open for questions at this point.
Anybody have any questions? Can you touch a little bit on it? No, because you had, not just anybody builds these. So you had to have a specialist that does Adobe, and they handmade each one of the bricks, is what I was told. Is that true?
Yep. The Pat Taylor was our original contractor out of Mesilla, and he's kind of like the Satguru of Adobe here in the Southwest. Both in Mexico and here in the Southwest has built many structures like this. Unfortunately, when COVID hit, he didn't really feel that it was safe to come up here and expose his crew and family to everything. So we were fortunate enough to get a local contractor, Rob Taylor, no relation, that took over the project and did a fine job.
Because people would wonder, $700,000, what takes so long? But to find the specialization and the time it took, and then dealing with P&M and Zia.
This is all custom work, and as you said, each one of those bricks had to be made, so the dirt didn't go up in price.
Yeah,
but the labor certainly.
Well, I got some real estate agents that'll argue about dirt going up in price, but, so just back to the right of the wheel, y'all own that property that goes up there behind there too?
We do. There's 1.7 acres in this parcel there, and at some point, it makes sense, and I've said before, I'm not quite sure what path it will take, but the village really should have that property. Not only the mill, but the rest of it could be developed into a very...
Does everybody in here know what the significance of the mill is, even anyway? This is considered the birthplace of Ruidoso, where the Dowlings came and...
On the old maps, Ruidoso was called Dowling Mills up until about the turn of the century. And, you know, we don't have any kids or family that's interested in it. The Dowland family is not interested in it, so we're not quite sure what's going to happen once we're not here anymore, but we would very much like to see it be a part of the historic loop that
We're working on right now.
comprises Fort
Okay.
Stanton, Lincoln, and Ruidoso.
Okay. Any comments?
It's just near and dear to my heart.
Yeah.
My great-grandfather was born there,
Indeed.
so.
Several of your, the babies too, were born there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you folks very much.
Thank you for hearing us. I appreciate it.
And we'll go ahead and continue on with the mayoral report. So if we can get on our marketing plan.
Thanks, babe.
Thank you, B.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Okay, what Bay just handed you guys there, I'll just quickly tell you is, you know, we're part of the New Mexico Tourism Department Co-op program, and this is one of the pieces that came out of the program this year. And so it highlights outdoor adventure and recreation in the area. So we just got these delivered and wanted to give you a sample of that. And then we'll start with, we delivered to you guys a couple of weeks ago the comprehensive marketing plan that was put together. We started all the research in December, and we delivered it the end of March. So it was like having another child, basically. But it was, we met with you guys, all the managers and directors in the village, planning and zoning, airport board, advisory board, library board, and did a really in-depth analysis, as you guys know, since you were a part of it. And so we're not going to go through the whole program. We're just going to hit the highlights that goes over the broad overview. And the biggest thing that you probably noticed as you were reading it is we're making a shift from becoming a destination marketing organization to become a destination marketing and management organization. And what makes that different is it expands the focus and responsibilities of the organization and managing and overseeing a destination's operations and development. So it takes it from just hyper-focusing on tourism, getting more people to town, to a broader overview of that. The overall goal of being a DMMO is to ensure that the destination is effectively marketed and managed to attract visitors. You promote sustainable development and preserve the destination's unique character and resources. So those are kind of the governing principles of being a DMMO, along with there's a shift to affect the visitor experience from beginning to end. So we want to be involved with it when they're searching online for Ruidoso as a destination, all the way to when their trip is done and they leave, and we want them to be loyal followers of our brand and always have Ruidoso as top of mind as a destination. And it requires partnerships with community and regional organizations. So working with RMA, Lodgers Tax, Chamber, Lincoln County, Midtown businesses, any entity, any local entity that we can partner with to help create that atmosphere. Did I skip one? Okay. Shifting to a DMMO also places an emphasis on increasing tourism numbers, and then you'll see that this is highlighted, is positively affecting the quality of life of the residents. So as we heard over and over throughout the workshops, there was not only concern about heightening the economic impact of tourism, but also of improving the local residents' experience with being a resident, how, and learning the importance of what tourism does for the village. And it's a delicate balance to bring people to town to boost economic impact and to ensure that that residents and locals have a positive experience. Unmanaged tourism, it can have negative impacts. And so this is just a kind of a good visual to show that we want to do everything we can to enhance the tourism experience, the local experience. If you just open the gates and everybody come and you're just doing it on trying to get as many people here as possible, you can experience degradation in a lot of ways of cultural and historical sites. The displacement of local residents if property values, go up, and exploitation of workers and overcrowding and congestion. So those are all things that, you would want to steer clear of. And we did and some of you in this room may have taken part in the community survey that we did to find out, as residents, what do they think is important with regards to tourism. And you can see here that the thing that was the most important from that standpoint was safety and fire awareness when people come to town, followed by, respectful tourism and responsible tourism tips. So that's just a quick overview of how that survey turned out. I'm going to let Bae take over now. She's going to talk to you about how we're positioning the brand.
So looking at our mission, our purpose, and our vision, and the positioning of the brand, we took all of that information that we gathered across all of the different groups, which was a lot of information, a lot of great information, and it was really fun to look through. And I think what I loved about it was that there were so many points that were consistent, so it wasn't just all over the board, which makes it easy to kind of synthesize the information down. So looking at our mission, our action-based statement speaking to Team Tourism's purpose, it is the how and who we're doing it for, so both the visitors and the residents alike. Team Tourism exists to promote the Ruidoso brand for the sake of generating an increase in visitation to the area with overnight stays in Ruidoso and Lincoln County. Team Tourism will also support economic development for the benefit of visitors and local stakeholders while working to ensure that tourists and locals alike have an exceptional experience. So really, Team Tourism is looking to serve as a unifying voice between visitors and residents, and navigating and looking at the opportunities and challenges of tourism in Ruidoso and Lincoln County. So moving on to our purpose. Got it? Okay. So the why. Our purpose is the why. Why do we exist? So Team Tourism's purpose is to build brand awareness, position Ruidoso as a year-round destination, and educate visitors and locals by assuming the role of a destination management and marketing organization. So back to what Carrie was talking about earlier, working to expand the focus and responsibilities of the organization and managing and overseeing the destination's operations and development. All right, so our vision. It's our aspirational statement, right? It's our vision. Promote the Ruidoso brand in a responsible manner, foster year-round sustainable economic growth for Ruidoso, and position the village as a mindful municipality in collaboration with surrounding areas. So Carrie will speak more to this later, but when we were looking at the goals over the next 5 years, we looked at it in what was kind of the low-hanging fruit, what we could easily accomplish right away, and then looking at goals that are further out that will require more resources, more time, more money, more planning. So we really tried to look at it in a kind of an overall way where we're not
Like a continuum.
a continuum. Yeah, thank you. So then moving on to our positioning statement, it's our guidepost, our tool that keeps us grounded. Thank you.
Everybody
Takes
plays.
all of us.
So it really brings together the how and the whom from our mission statement, the why from our purpose, and creates the guiding light for the next 5 years for us to be able to accomplish our goals. Team Tourism promotes Ruidoso as a desirable destination for its beautiful mountain vistas, historic past, rich culture, and wide variety of outdoor recreational activities. We strive to ensure positive visitor experiences, drive economic impact, and support the local community.
Counselor Coughlin, this one's for you. There's your word cloud. This is just a brief look at all of the, we had paper upon sticky notes, and
Can't even imagine.
these were the words that were most strongly associated with Ruidoso throughout all of the workshops. And so I think that, when you look at those, you think, yeah, that is Ruidoso. Out of all of that, we developed marketing goals that they all have SMART objectives attached to them, which you guys all have, and they're all available in the program. Some are economic focused and some are sustainability focused. These first three are all the economic focus to support a more consistent economy by promoting us as an all-season destination. Goal number 2 is to increase the overall exceptional visitor experience in Ruidoso and Lincoln County. And you'll notice as we go through these, we're taking a more regional approach as well. It's not just all about Ruidoso, it's about working with the county, working with all of the partners around to make sure that we can provide a regional experience. And in addition, support special events by marketing to key drive markets and all target audiences. And again, that goes back to shifting to a DMMO where you're not just focused on tourism advertising, you're bringing in special events and other activities. The sustainability focused ones attract responsible travelers and steward our natural resources. And I think that is key for everybody in this council chamber today. Support the resident experience for locals through communication and outreach. Again, it was seen across the board as a need. Educate tourism stakeholders on being positive ambassadors for the brand and advocate on their behalf. So this would be like working, making sure that we're doing everything we can so that merchants and other businesses, if a visitor walks in and says, hey, can you recommend a place for me to eat tonight? That they respond with answers that benefit everybody and not, well, good luck with that.
Exactly.
So that's what that speaks to. And then finally, to promote Ruidoso to potential and current residents as a place that has a small community environment, active local government that takes action, and a collaborative attitude towards making the village a great place to work, live, and play. And this, that was part of our plan, is we did a visitor journey map, and it just shows you all of our strategies and how that, the center darker part is basically the visitor journey from where they're like, oh, Ruidoso, I think I might look into that. And they go to the thinking about it phase, to the dreaming about, okay, how are we gonna put this trip together? And then on either side, we have the tactics, and then on the other side, we have the different campaigns from within the program that will go to assist that good funnel journey, basically. And then finally, just a huge thank you to all of you guys, all of the village staff, the community people that participated in our panel. We had lodgers, we had restaurateurs, we had business people, and this was a huge undertaking. And we appreciate y'all's support in doing it and your participation in it, because we made you all participate. And so now we'll stand for questions.
Any questions, anyone?
Comment. I really appreciated you taking the time to listen to us, and apparently to a lot of the people said the same thing, to make sure that we're incorporating our residents along with the tourists. Because sometimes I think that residents feel like they get left out, and it's only about tourists. And that's something that I felt really good about this your program marketing plan, is because it dealt with all of us. So thank you.
And I wanted to just, let me add one quick thing. We met with, like, Community Development Department and Parks and Rec and the Library Board, Airport. And in the plan, you'll notice that at the end, we have kind of pull apart plans for the airport and for the library. Because both of those, they have kind of, we felt like they had their own set of goals that were not connected to a lot of the ones in here. We worked with community development and Parks and Rec, we worked to bring their needs into the goals that you see in this main plan. And a lot of the objectives that, obviously, when you dig into the plan, speak directly to those, you know, how it's gonna, what it's gonna do for Parks and Rec, or.
Well, for example, like how to manage the ice skating rink and the different amenities that we're developing during softball, baseball tournaments, hiking, bicycle events, all those things, yes.
And all that goes to, again, making it a good experience for, if it's a visitor coming to relax, if they're coming to bring their kids to a baseball tournament. We still need to make sure that when they leave here, they have a positive idea about Ruidoso.
Right.
Well, you answered my question, because I was going to say, why isn't Parks and Rec all part of this? And it goes into that part. And
Yeah, because when we initially started out, we were going to have a separate set of goals and objectives for each committee that we met with that needed them. And as we started pulling them all together, we realized there was a lot of synergy to the overall goals, and then we could attach objectives to that.
It was a great job. Thank you.
Good.
Anyone? Okay, thank you, guys. I think you did a great job. And I know that that was really a 30,000-foot view deal, but I know you guys have dealt in it. We set in the 8:30 meeting this morning for tourism. And what was the ask from Parks and Rec? About 700 grand?
1.2.
1.2 million? Okay, so it's a double-edged sword, folks. It's that we get the tourists here, the hotels, the Airbnbs. We turn around and we're looking at putting more into full-time amenities. We're hopefully going to be redoing the walking trail here, more amenities that people can enjoy year-round. and being able to manage things, spread things out, develop our Wingfield Park, develop Moon Mountain, develop White Mountain Sports Complex, Grindstone, Alto. And if you hadn't been to Grindstone or you haven't been to any of these places, you need to go check it out. We have docks, we stock it with fish. These are things that you can take advantage of any day that it's nice enough to go. And so the other part of it is you can't make left-hand turns a lot of time. Isn't that right, Dr. Jackson?
Correct.
It's bumper to bumper during the weekends and things like that. So, we're trying to balance use with overuse. And that's one reason we've incorporated with how do we do balance. And if anybody pays attention to our financials that we put out all the time, our GRT, which is how the village makes money. The county's off property tax and those kind of things. We do get a little of that, but the majority of ours is made when our businesses do well. That's how we make our money. And so it's obvious and evident from the numbers that we're getting in. We had another record GRT month. Lodgers tax is going to surpass, we think, 2.7 million. I was on lodgers tax about 10 years ago, and, it was $500,000. We were excited. So that tells you that we're paying more attention, developing our revenue streams better, hopefully being better stewards. That's why we have these plans. So I thank you for doing such a good job putting it together. I know it was lengthy and timely. Now we get to implement it. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And so while we still have an attendance, I want them to get to meet some of our new employees.
There you go.
We're going to have a presentation of new employees. All this is just a simple, I see the librarian's already getting ready to get up because I just made mention that I read the same book that he read, and everybody was asking me that was a bunch of baloney because they say I don't read, but I do sometimes. You can read.
Well, I'm glad. I'm
Yeah.
glad you
In
can
between the
read.
pictures, right?
In between the pictures, lots of pictures. So we always enjoy this, getting to show our new hires because everybody knows all you do is watch the news. There's not enough people. You see the help wanted signs everywhere. Well, some of these folks were graciously answered those calls. We're glad to have them. We have also a promotion. So Diana Free, are you here? Could you stand up and raise there you go. This is Diana. She's in Human Resources. She's administrative assistant. She started the 20th of last month. So we're glad to have you, Diana. And if anybody knows her husband, he just retired from Cannon Tire, or what's it called now? Big O? We're not happy about that, but if you need a carved bear across from Walmart, he's got that business over there. James Riley Conrad, the library assistant. Hello there, Conrad. And I should have asked Diana. She's from here. Most people know her. Where are you from, Conrad?
Marysville, Ohio.
Oh, wow. Where?
Maryville.
Marysville, Ohio. And can we ask you, how did we get you to Ruidoso?
So my university closed down during the pandemic, so I had to move around a lot, and I met my fiance, and they lived most of their life up here. So
Really?
Right.
Wow, good catch. Thank you very much. We're glad to have you. And he also answered the second part of the question is, where did you find a place to live? And so we think we figured that part out.
Good.
So I'm no, sleuth, but I can figure that one out. Ruben Hermillo, Water Distribution Maintenance.
Yay, way to go, Ruben.
Okay, when you don't have water and it's cold and dark, get a good look at his face. That is one of our strong that gets out and makes sure that these things happen. We're constantly replacing and improving our infrastructure, water resources, but we still have a lot of old systems here. And so when we have a lot of the tourists in town, the water pressure's up, we have incidences. And so this is one of our guys that go out and make it happen and get the water turned back on. So thank you. Hopefully you have a great tenure here. Where are you from? Roswell, New Mexico. We're certainly glad to have you. Hopefully you're here a long time.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Urbina, Parks and Rec, custodian, and Elizabeth. Hello, Elizabeth. And as we take on more and more things like the Magistrate Court, if you don't know, we'll be opening up later this month.
This month, yes.
Later this month, the new Magistrate Court over at the Horton Complex. So these are things that when we add, the Wingfield House, we're certainly excited about getting open up pretty soon. We add to it. Well, you're looking at one of the staff members that takes care of those things that make sure it's always presented well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are you from? Miss Hook, so you're a homegirl. Okay, well, we're glad to have you. Thank
She's a
you.
homie.
You're a homie, so we appreciate you being here. And then on our promotions, we always love this. This is something we're real proud of. But Kenneth Flint Kesterson, Officer Kesterson, is promoted to Patrol Corporal effective the 26th of last month.
Yay.
So, Officer Kesterson, how long have you been with us? 6.5 years. Who do you have standing over here?
This is my wife and my son.
And
Your
he
wife-
has hair.
And he has hair.
His son has hair.
Well, we're glad to have you. Thank you for being one of our,
Yes, thank you.
Our police department has made a big significant change in the last couple of years. With all the negative press the police departments get across the country, the different movements that have gone around. You, the people of the village of Ruidoso and Lincoln County, have supported our men and women in blue wholeheartedly. And so these guys do what's called the Citizens Police Academy, where for 10 weeks you go in on a Thursday night and spend 3 hours on what our police do, what do our dispatchers do, what does it look like a traffic stop, some investigative stuff, and it's pretty impressive, isn't it, Councilor Letterman?
Yes, very.
So we appreciate what you do, Officer Kesterson, and keep up the good work, and we appreciate it. But this is one of the faces we want to get, the public to see, because most people only see our police officers at a bad time. Are y'all talking while I'm talking?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't think it's been that long. It seems like you just started 3 years ago or so with us.
And I turned and said, I hired him, so.
Yeah.
He's been off 2 years.
That's one good thing.
Yeah, there you go.
So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Then we're going to go to the Department of the Quarter winner for first quarter, January, February, March. It's the Forestry Department. So come on up, Dick. The Forestry Department is a small department within the village of Ruidoso, but always does an excellent job working with the public to help educate and mitigate unsafe situations around homes and community property. The department was extremely proactive during the last wind events that we had in the village. The employees in the department are always helpful and willing to assist any other department that's in need. We appreciate the Forestry Department for their hard work and dedication to the village.
Yay.
Come on down, guys, and would you hand me the thing?
Good job, Dick.
And for those of you that don't know, the village of Ruidoso is one of the only villages in New Mexico that has their own forestry department. So if you're mad about defensible space, Eric over here is your guy. But it's such a need. So Dick, we appreciate you. For you guys get to take home the little bear for the Department of the Quarter. And then we have a nice little plaque for you guys. Kathy. And this is Kathy. So why don't you go ahead and introduce these guys? Tell everybody who they are.
Kathy Richardson, she's the real boss of the Forestry Department. She's dedicated, she's been here for several years, and she knows everything that happens in the department, but she's also one of the best PR people around. She really takes care of our customers, and she keeps the rest of us in line.
There you go.
Eric Anala has been around just 2 years less than Kathy. He's been here for a while, and he knows every nook and cranny of the village and also every function in the forestry department. He does an excellent job of taking care of the people that are out there, and he also does an excellent job of handling the hazard trees. This year he's handled well over 400 hazard trees due to wind and fire and other things that we've had in the village. Cass Davidson is our other employee, and he had a prior commitment to a landowner that he had to go meet. And that's one of our big things is customer service. And so some of these landowners call 1, 2, 3 months out ahead because a lot of them don't live here, and they set up an appointment, so we feel it's important to take care of them.
Thanks, Dick.
Thank you, Dean. This is Dick Cook, the director.
Thanks, guys.
All right, now we're getting into the big one. Drum roll. Okay, there you go. Employee, let me get my glasses. I know her name. Employee of the Quarter winner for January, February, March is Amber Word. Come on down, Amber. Amber has always brought a positive attitude to work, which reflects on everyone at the community center. Amber is proactive. I almost said provocative because you have to. It takes initiative with the senior and retired volunteer program, which is really unbelievable.
Yes.
The SRVP program, and she has worked to expand volunteer stations and has been able to increase volunteerism with this program. Amber works well with her coworkers and demonstrates teamwork. She communicates well with the public and the staff and is always willing to help with functions outside of her normal duties. Amber demonstrates excellence in her position and has been a huge asset to the community center and retired and senior volunteer program. Thank you, Amber. Come on. If you ever just check on the website and everything that the community center does, I mean, she and Anthony and the staff that you guys do that unbelievable stuff. The exercise program, you have new equipment, you're always putting in for grants, the kitchen, the ceiling, everything's looking unbelievable. But all the programs that you guys provide, and, you know, anybody that's lonely, that just is new in town, needs to find somebody to visit, they come down there, you always have something for them, and I appreciate that. And then we've even been on the radio and people call in saying, well, you know, we don't do this and you don't do that. Well, you just graciously said, just let us know what it is. So that attitude, what you and Anthony and you guys do down there is remarkable. You provide a great service. And then in return, the people with the RSVP program give so much back to the community. Yep. So we appreciate it, Amber Word. So we have a nice little plaque for you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Nice plastic plaque. We'll try to upgrade for you next time. So here you go, Amber.
Thank you.
And then with that, we have a little gift certificate. It comes from the employee committee.
Thank you.
So they appreciate it, and your peers are the ones that have picked this out. So we appreciate all the hard work. You want to say anything? Well, thank you, Amber. We appreciate you very much. Keep up the good work. We had lost her for a while, and she came back to work for us.
Saving her
So
voice
we were
for
good.
Friday.
Okay.
Friday.
What's that?
She's saving her voice for Friday.
Oh, what's Friday?
The RSVP.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Code blue.
Code blue? Is that when his phone went off? Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Gosh.
Okay, and since we'll just round out the mayoral reports, we have a couple of proclamations that we do just to bring awareness. And this is proclamation. Okay, this one right here is going to be proclamation for April 2023 as Fair Housing Month. And we work diligently at the village. I know sometimes it doesn't seem like it's moving very fast, but we have several folks in here in this community that are in this audience right now that serve on the housing board that's made up of folks just like yourself, that listens to options, that advises and brings things out to the village council in purchasing property. And, you know, we're going to have our first housing development, 17 homes opened up later this month, hopefully, and 17 families will be able to move in. So it's an important aspect. We can't be successful as a community if we don't have enough places for people to live. So proclamation, whereas the Fair Housing Act enacted on April the 11th, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, or disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in the communities. And whereas the Village of Ruidoso is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all. And whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities. And whereas more than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists and many communities remain segregated. And whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to the common sense of decency and fairness. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Lynn D. Crawford, Mayor of the Village of Ruidoso, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Fair Housing Month in the Village of Ruidoso as an inclusive community committed to fair housing and to promoting appropriate activities by public and private entities to provide and advocate for equal housing opportunities for the residents and prospective residents of the Village of Ruidoso. Proclaimed this 11th day of April 2023 in Ruidoso, New Mexico. So again, this is something that we work hard to move in the direction of. With limited availability here in the community, it makes it even more difficult. But I'm proud to say that we're proud to live in a diversified community, and I know that some of the applications that we've seen coming into, we did a survey not too long ago, and we were over 400 family units short in this community for the needs that were trying to be met. So we're still a long ways, and after the McBride fire, which the 12th will be a year, as we talked about earlier, it's even put us further back. So with all your help, we can get there. It just takes a little bit at a time. Also, April is also Keep Ruidoso Beautiful and the Great American Cleanup Month.
Yay.
Is T-Bone around? Yep. There he is. Stand up, T-Bone, so everybody sees you. T-Bone's been with the village a long time. He runs KRB, Keep Ruidoso Beautiful. He's got the Great American Cleanup this coming Sunday. Sunday, you show up at Wingfield Park. He'll have you an awesome T-shirt. It's like one of those baseball sleeve T-shirts, some nifty gloves, and a bag.
Yep.
And a mug. Oh, yeah. For all you folks that don't want to wear a T-shirt, you get a coffee mug, and they're really nice coffee mugs. So show up. It's all volunteerism. And if you have an organization of kids that are trying to raise some money, he can pay for each kid $10. And so you come out and can have a nice little fundraiser while making the community beautiful. But thank you, T-Bone. I get comments all the time from people coming in from outside our community, Dallas, Fort Worth, Odessa, Midland, just want to call and say, thank you, your community is so clean. We thank you. And when you live here every day, you don't notice it. But next time you go out of town, just pay attention to it, And we do see it. When we go down Gavilan Canyon or Paradise, I'll call and say, hey, man.
Those are going to be cleaned.
Yeah, those are going to be cleaned up. Do you see the bags? Do you see this? But it's about being more conscious about what we're doing, making sure everything in the bed of your truck is secured so you don't lose stuff as you're driving down. A lot of this starts in the schools with the kids. But thank you, T-Bone. We're looking forward to this Sunday. Yep. So we're going to read this puppy, and you can take it with you. Whereas Keep America Beautiful is the nation's iconic community improvement nonprofit organization that envisions a country in which every community is a clean, green, and beautiful place to live, and has established the Great American Cleanup as its signature national effort for involving American citizens in improving their community environment. And whereas Keep America Beautiful, its Great American Cleanup is the nation's largest community improvement program, engaging more than 5 million volunteers and participants every year to create positive change and lasting impact in local communities. And whereas the Village of Ruidoso seeks to protect its natural resources and bring people together to transform public spaces into beautiful places, and whereas the Village of Ruidoso Council recognizes its commitment to engage citizens, civic and government officials, and business leaders to work together to end littering, improve recycling, and beautify America's communities. And whereas Keep Ruidoso Beautiful and the Village of Ruidoso Council are committing to elevate the importance of volunteerism and motivate everyone in our community to become stewards of the environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Lynn D. Crawford, Mayor of the Village of Ruidoso, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Keep Ruidoso Beautiful and the Great American Cleanup Month. Proclaim this 11th day of April 2023 in Ruidoso, New Mexico. So thank you, everybody. So keep that on your mind. Thank you, T-Bone. And again, I think those guys do an awesome job, and you do the volunteers coming out into the community and helping clean up. How many bags of trash? I mean, you're bringing a roll-off.
We've already filled 2 roll-offs.
And you hadn't even started yet?
April 3rd.
April 3rd is when you started.
And the
okay.
roll-offs are at Schoolhouse Park.
Okay. So, and that's just for what kind of trash?
How about what it's not able?
Yeah, there you go. Make it a short list.
No tires, no batteries, no household garbage, no construction,
Okay.
and no liquids.
And no liquids, no paint, cans, none of that kind of stuff. And then we're working on the electronics is in November,
Yes, November.
sometime in November where you can drop off your old computers.
Week in November.
Okay.
And we also have a trailer at the chamber.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Thank you, T-Bone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job, T-Bone.
All right. Did I get everything under mayoral report?
Looks like it.
Okay. Now we're going to get back on task unless, was there anybody else that I was supposed to hit before they had to get back to a meeting?
That's all of
Okay,
them.
the rest of you are here with us then. Consent regular items. Item number 1 is approval of governing body minutes, regular meeting of March 14th, 2023, special meeting of March 28th, 2023, workshop meeting of April 4th, 2023. Item number 2, approval of certificate of records destruction number 2023-003. Item number 3 is approval of request to schedule a public hearing on May 9th, 2023 for an application submitted by Downshift Brewing Company, LLC for a small brewer third off-site location liquor license with on-premises consumption and package sales for 2706 Sutter Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico. So that's the Sacred Grounds property. Whoops, something went wild here. Item number 4, correct? Approval of task order RFP 2019-008P-12 for Yay and Associates, Inc. for professional engineering services for Grindstone Dam, the 48-inch sediment and gravel removal in the amount not to exceed $289,136.87, including gross receipts tax. Item number 5, approval of change order number 1 with Roper Construction, Inc. for Alto 3 and Alto 4 well improvements project number ITB 2023-005B, requesting to decrease the contract in the amount of $48,740.63, including GRT. Item number 6 is approval of agreement ITB number 2023-010B with KD Huey Company, LLC, for modifications and pump reinstall, cleanout, and pumping tests with a contract price of $714,257.91, including gross receipts tax. Item number 7, approval of quote number 2023-1084 for Tillery Bus Sales and GM Fleet to purchase 4 2024 Chevrolet Silverado 2500s, the CK 2903 four-wheel drive regular cab work long bed truck in the amount of $228,076, no cents, under the CES contract number 2020-31A-C 104-all for the Public Works Department.
Mayor, I move that we accept consent items as presented.
Second.
Okay, any final discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Okay. Now we'll move into the public input. It's limited to the first hour of the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem gives everybody a 5-minute talking point.
With the 2-minute
Yeah,
warning.
you get a 2-minute warning. And this is the one that's not speaking to either one of the
Public
the
hearings.
public hearings. This is just you want to stand up and say something, you want to talk about anything. We just ask you to come up to the microphone, not to embarrass anybody, but just so the people that are out in the wild world web can hear you. And so we'll start off. And again, we have rules, be polite, be nice. The council cannot respond now in this setting. It's not a debate portion of the council. So we're here to listen, take notes, and then listen to what you have to say and see what what can be done about things. All right, item number 1. Barbara Gresh, is that right? Did I get it right? Okay, Giesecke, well, I butchered that, I'm so sorry. And the green light hopefully is on, is it? Yep, okay, perfect.
This is just concerning my input, or whatever input can be placed for Wingfield Park. I've lived in,
Barbara, just for the record, if you could state your name and your address.
Barbara Giesecke. I live at 101 Bobby Lane, one house off of Grindstone. And I've been at that address 32 years. And these are for your consideration with Wingfield Park. I believe this project needs input from many departments: roads, sanitation, zoning, whatever engineering can take place, law enforcement, emergency service, and the neighbors. A significant traffic study needs to be done. The corner of Wingfield and Grindstone is very unsafe. Grindstone runs into Wingfield, and turning without traffic is tedious. I've had a friend hit there just because it's uncontrolled, basically. Spring Street, as given as an alternate, is a residential street in a single lane when it hits Wingfield and cannot handle traffic. The only adequate street is Center Street, which was done several years ago, and proposal is to take it out, which I think is a mistake. All streets in the area are substandard. Sidewalks need to surround the park. People are forced to walk in the ditches and the streets to get to the park. This really hits me hard. We need sidewalks around that park. And the buses on Wingfield, push the bandstand in a little bit into the park and put a place for the buses to park during a concert, so you don't have Wingfield blocked off. There was a mention of a parking structure. To me, that's just a hazard waiting to happen. It'll be a haven for vagrants, and in winter, hard to maintain, and it just doesn't suit the area for Ruidoso. You may be able to locate it off-site, but not in that, and concentrating so much activity in the area. The question, will all upgrades be ADA compliant? Where will the ticket places take place? Right there and concentrating at the head of Center Street? I mean, I think these are some considerations that need to take place when you've got an event. Will you have off-site parking, and where will you offload the passengers?
2 minutes, Barbara.
Okay. Have y'all really considered crowd control and movement in that area? Will vendors be confined to your designated areas? And this is off the drawing that's on the internet. Will improvements be funded? I can see just lots of things going on. Will it be maintained? Will it be, because there's a lot of stuff going on with that plan. And I'd like to see a full display of what is actually going on. The drawing on the internet is, to me, inadequate. And I listened to the radio show the other day, and it said that the naysayers were, we just don't want it. I think there's workable plans, but I think it all needs to be revisited. And I am a citizen of Ruidoso, so I'm not just a naysayer. And I wouldn't mind seeing, they said that there was information sent out 2 or 3 years ago about what was going to happen. I have not talked to one resident in the area that knows anything about that. So I would almost like to see what was presented years ago. And with all the money that the tourism's going to bring in from the presentation from Bay and the tourist management, some of this stuff is going to be possible. But there's such a concentration of activity in the area already. There needs to be some other places. Besides, we've got the parks, we've got the ball fields, we've got all of that. But so much takes place right in Midtown. And I just think there just needs to be a little more discussion about that. Thank y'all for listening.
Thanks, Barbara.
Thank you.
Kelly Smith?
Hi, Kelly.
So what do I need to state? Just
Just your name?
okay. I'm Kelly Smith.
Kelly Smith.
Believe it or not. I'm here to talk a little bit about short-term rentals, and especially when somebody is renting just a portion of their home instead of their entire home. I've been in contact with our village manager about this, and I was very appreciative of him letting me know about the council meeting today. So we are trying to rent just a portion of our home, and we've been told that according to the rules of the village that we have to vacate our home if we just rent a bedroom and a bathroom. And that did not make sense to me, so I've been questioning that. And in my research and discussions with other members of the community, there are about 1,400 short-term rentals here in Ruidoso, and less than 50 of them rent just part of their home. My research showed 23, and then somebody I know that looked on the Airbnb sites found 37 in the village that just rented part of the
Restate
home.
that one more time, please.
That of the 1,400 short-term rental in Ruidoso, less than 50, I found 23 on a website that just rent part of their homes.
Okay.
And then somebody else I know that looked on the Airbnb site found 37. So less than 50 homes rent just a part of their home instead of the full home.
I'd never heard of that.
Pardon me?
I'd never heard of that, I'm sorry.
Yes. I've also learned there's inconsistency in how the village permits these short-term rentals of just partial homes. Not all homeowners that have been told they must vacate their premises when they rent just a part of their homes, like we have been told. And certainly not all of them been asked to sign a notarized document promising they would vacate their homes, as were asked to do. And so please understand that we're not asking for special treatment. We're just simply asking for a very clear understanding of the village rules and a consistency in how they enforce the rules. After spending a great deal of time understanding what the village is trying to interpret as the rules in the R1 zoning, I think the problem lies in the understanding of what a single-family dwelling actually is and what a two-family dwelling is. And this is what I have found in my research. A single-family dwelling is a standalone, detached property with one owner and one set of utilities. A two-family dwelling is a property is divided in a way that two separate families may reside there. It typically has two different addresses, like maybe 101A and 101B. It usually has two separate kitchen facilities, and they have their own utility bills. A dwelling is a person's home. It's their domicile. It's their abode. It's where they reside. It's not where somebody comes to visit for a short term. It seems that the village seems to think that our single-family dwelling suddenly becomes a two-family dwelling if we have a guest staying in a bedroom and using a bathroom, and whether they pay or if my nephew comes down and stays, it doesn't become a two-family dwelling. I strongly disagree that we are a two-family dwelling if we rent a room and a bathroom under the Airbnb rules. And I feel like through my conversations and research that I've had, most people support that opinion as well. It is also my opinion that short-term renters are much more likely to follow the rules of short-term rentals. If the owners are on site, they're not going to burn fires that they're not going to burn. They're not going to violate the noise restrictions if the owners are there, and they're also going to follow the parking rules of where they're expected to park and can't park. And I think that's pretty big, especially with what we've seen today, that, the problems we have when people come in. So I just would like to look at it also says in our ordinances of 2019-03 that short-term rentals provide a community benefit by expanding the number and the type of lodging facilities. And not everybody wants an entire home. Some people just need a bedroom and a bathroom, and they would like to rent that. So I would like clarification of the rules in the council to consider that short-term rental of just a partial part of somebody's house to be more consistent and easily to be permitted, because we've been working for over 2.5 months to get this permitted, and we haven't gotten it yet. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Don McGlasson?
Thanks. Dawn McGlasson. I just wondering what the next step is for abandoned properties. We have a house at 112 Nogales Place that is abandoned and has been abandoned for more than 2 years. And I've called building inspectors, and then there's another house on the other end of Nogales that's been under construction for probably 10 years without being finished. It's on the corner of Nogales and Torreon. And so I've called and asked, what is the status and how can we help resolve eyesores that are either abandoned or eternally under construction and never finished. And when I've talked to the building inspectors, I don't know what the next step is here to go to one of their meetings. I ask, is there a petition process? Do we need neighborhood participation to say, yes, we would encourage something to progress with these properties? Do we need to go to council meetings? And so my answer when I spoke with the building inspector was that the unfinished property on the corner of Nogales and Torreon has been addressed for years, and that they've paid fines in the past. But my question is, what's the next step? If you pay fines and there's no change in the status, what's the point of having rules and regulations if there's just no progress? And the abandoned house, the same thing. Again, it's been abandoned and sitting there for several years, and the grass gets waist high, and neighbors call, and then somebody comes in and cuts it one time. But it's an unsafe property that has been taped off with the yellow caution tape because the deck around it is deteriorated to the point where it's falling down. So if neighborhood children, come onto the property, there's danger for that too. So I guess my ultimate question is, what's the next step?
Well, we can't talk back and forth. We're listening, we're writing down, and we'll talk to the appropriate departments.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that.
Thank you
for your
Very
time.
much.
Oh, boy. Christopher
Carasona.
Carasona. Everybody knows him as the Ford man.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak today. I appreciate that. My name is Christopher Carasona. I've been a resident of the area since 1988, and I've owned a home on 104 Reservoir for about 22 years. I've watched what you've done with Winfield Park, and I'm pretty impressed. You've done a good job. You've got pathways, fences, parking, restrooms. Now we even have ice skating. You all have concerts, and I'll give you credit. They stop when they're supposed to. Not whether you like the music or not. Where I come from, we had different kind of concerts. But anyway, my concern is Center Road. It's where we live behind the park, up the hill. There's Spring Street, there's Reservoir, and then there's several other streets behind us. Center Road is the main road coming up into our subdivision. There's 3 other roads to the side where the hospital and the fire trucks are. At Spring Street and West Street, there's no way a fire truck, a police person truck, or an ambulance could turn up those roads, no way. So if you close Center, then you have to go all the way down to Grindstone, come up Grindstone that way, and then come into the subdivision. If Grindstone is blocked, for whatever reason, construction, fire, whatever, how do you get to my house? The people live behind me, I'm in my 70s. The guy next door to me, he's in his 80s. The fellow behind me, he's going to talk next. He's in his 90s. We all use those roads every day. We're very active in the community. And so, yes, it's a safety issue. I'm not against the park at all. It's just a safety issue. when you take Spring Street or West Street, you'll see what I say, and I have a handout. If you'll just look at this, and it has a map, I'm willing to take you in the neighborhood. The lady said it earlier today. We have a petition that we signed. We gave it to the Parks and Rec, and those people have been very, very nice to me and our group. And I have their report. And I think the lady's name is Melissa. She's been a really, really nice, helpful person. But even in this report, it says, before you do anything on page 31, do another traffic study. Do a comprehensive one, because the one here they have here is not completed. I feel left out. Nobody came knocking on my door to ask my opinion. Of all the 130-plus people that signed our petition, none of them were notified, like the lady said earlier, about any closure of any park. None of us was notified. I don't know if it's their responsibility, this group out of Albuquerque in California, or if it was y'all's. I have no idea. 2 minutes, my goodness. Okay, so I just want you to sit there and imagine if it was your mom, and if it was your dad, okay, if it was one of your loved ones, and we're in the middle of the winter, and there's some ice on Wingfield. How do you get to my house? How do you get to their house? You're closing the main street. It doesn't make any sense. I understand they want to put a splash park there, and that's great. They can maybe move it where you don't have to close Center Street. And again, I thank you for letting me talk. It's pretty much I got. Oh, the next thing, the lady's going to speak behind me. She had to leave. We want to know what we need to do. I know you can't talk to me tonight, but we'd like to be on the agenda where we could have some kind of conversation with y'all. So if somebody can get a hold of me and let me know, I'll certainly pass on the information. More than likely, I've spoke to a couple of three of you counselors, and I really appreciate you listening to my concern. And I appreciate you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't think I've ever met you. But I'll leave these here, and if you look at them, to my concern, I appreciate you letting me come here tonight.
Thanks, Chris.
Beverly, oh, she left, okay. That was one you were just talking about. Mr. Bob Clark?
Oh, Eva's husband.
Okay, very good. He's a concert pianist.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he is.
He is. And a runner.
Anyway.
You got
thank
Mr.
you very
Clark?
much. Hi. Yes, I do. And I'm Bob Clark. My wife and I, Eva Clark, Eva's sitting back up there too. We moved here in 1979, 44 years ago. And we've been in the same house, in the same location, well above Wingfield Park by a couple of blocks before there was a Wingfield Park. And anyway, we live at 202 Arapahoe Trail, and we have access to go up and down Center Street quite often. We can also go laterally to Grindstone. It's a little bit further, but I just haven't been able to see the rationale for in far as expanding or Wingfield Park. We go up and down there quite often every day. And it appears to me that it seems to be adequate for the needs that we have with people taking their children out there to play at Wingfield Park. We have a little ice skating rink in the winter for a couple of months. Outside of that, I don't really see the need of expanding Wingfield Park. And I've been told that's the rationale behind wanting to close Center Street. Now, where we are, we're just one block off of Center Street from where we live, and access is a consideration. Emergencies, ambulance, fire department, police department, and so forth. We've never had a serious problem, but who knows? At any rate,
So what I want to do is express my view that I'm very much opposed to closing Center Street. That's about all I can say.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Jennifer Brewer, come on down.
Hello, everybody.
Jennifer.
I'm back because I hadn't heard anything or seen anything about speed bumps or speed limits on Rio. It's still a problem, and it's at least once a week, usually more, that you see near misses with bicycles, pedestrians, both local and tourists. I'm going to have to go back to my notes. I do want to thank Parks and Rec because St. Patrick's Day, when they had the big event, they did put up a sign saying event parking and pointing towards Wingfield, sorry. But it did seem to help, although it was a rainy day, so that might have impacted the traffic as well. And I have called and thanked the street department because they've done a lot of work on repairing potholes and whatnot on Rio between Eagle and Grindstone and up Grindstone. So thanks to them. But there's still a lot of speeding. It's still locals. It's still kind of in the same isolated times for the most part. I do have one friend who was hit on her bicycle, I think about a year ago, and did file a police report, never heard anything. But if I know one person, then there's probably more who have been hit. Cable guys, plumbers, and who have worked at somebody's home or doing work dread coming to Rio because of the speeding, because they get out of their vehicles and it's taking their life into their own hands. Also, if you come down Center Street, and if you don't stop, you just go straight into the river, but there's not a speed limit sign there, so people coming down the hill don't know what the speed limit should be, which hopefully someday will be 15, not 25. And if you're going east, there's not a speed limit sign to say what the speed limit should be. And if you're going the other direction, there's just not speed limit signs. So that's an issue as well. And then I also want to thank the village for putting gravel on Fern Trail. It makes it much easier. It's just a street on the other side of the river. And when tourist season picks up, we call all of us that live in that area, sometimes as much as once a week, asking for campfires or telling the fire department about campfires. And I don't know if there's a big sign, like a street sign that can be put up as you go down Grindstone and turn right or left and saying no campfires. But they build campfires right along the river in the pine needles, just right there. And so we call pretty frequently on that. And at the last council meeting, it was brought up that with violations, they get, X number before, I don't know if the permit's suspended or how that works, but there's 2 cabins across the river. And last year, I think my neighbor and I counted up. 2 minutes. Thank you. One cabin specifically, 6 times that we called for either noise or campfires. A lot of times I don't know where they get them, buy them or something, but have a wood fire pit on a wood deck and big flames everywhere, and fire department and police are always really quick about responding. But I guess I need to call somebody and see how many violations they get or phone calls or whatever before something's done. So, but I appreciate it, and sorry to be a
Thank you.
bad penny
Thank
and
you.
keep turning up.
Is it Dorothy Schlett? Did I say that right?
Yes, Schlitt.
Schlitt.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members, and you possibly remember me from last month's meeting. I was very concerned still am, about the, I'm going to call it worse than a pandemic or a virus. I'm going to call it a plague. Perhaps it's a harsh word, but from my end, that's how it looks, that's how it feels. The lodging industry, especially the small mom and pop cabin and lodging operations, and I don't know if I'm the only one voicing this, but they're suffering. We're suffering severely. I own the Idlehour Lodge, which is an iconic property. If you're familiar with the old Thriftway grocery store that just became a Lowe's here recently, our property has been there since 1949. It's historically, iconically, it's not going anywhere. It's there to stay as far as I'm concerned. But the VRBO and Airbnb situation in our homes, second homes here in the area are, I'm going to say, consuming the pie. The pie should have equal wedge sizes for everyone. And I don't see that that is happening anymore. I called it a plague because our lovely ladies from the tourism, Department of Tourism came in and said, in 5 years, we see with the new DMMO program, they see a myriad of progress. They see a lot of good things happening. On the other side of that coin, in 5 years, there will only be large hotels and homes for rent. The iconic properties that are here now won't be. The little hotels and motels that are, I'm going to say, have more character, as in, little cabins, that's a thing of the past. I'm very proud of that situation that we have. We're like Ruidoso was when I was a little girl and came to visit. And that was a long time ago, people. So I would like to, again, plead with the council. Use your wisdom to look at this situation. I've heard many words today like fair, responsible. I heard a word today that I wanted to bring up, and I've lost it.
You got 2 minutes.
Thank you. About being fair and responsible with our residential area. You all know that when pandemics hit, viruses hit, natural disasters hit, for some reason, greed comes in and flourishes. And I don't think that Ruidoso can afford that kind of greed. The village is not behind on any other items, certainly not behind on the CBD retail shops. Why are we so behind on the rental situation? If I may compare Santa Fe to Ruidoso, and I'm only doing that because they're on our same tax table, but they have I'm going to say approximately 2 times larger population, thank you. And they have limited their rentals to 1,000 rentals, short-term rentals. Ruidoso's half the size and has, according to the lady that spoke earlier, 1,400. That's a lot. And like I said, if you don't address, which you're in the position, you're the administration that can address this. And I plead with you again, you probably won't see me next month again. I promise I will not be a bad penny. But seriously, this has to be addressed. Please find a way to set regulations that will discourage the greed. I thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if this, it looks like it's scratched out. Is it James or Jones? Okay. Mhm.
My name is Renee James. I live at 112 Clover Drive, just a couple blocks from Wingfield Park, where there's so much activity. It used to be just kind of a little park. Kids could come and play. Concerts have started, which, hey, neato, all that kind of stuff. However, it is so loud, you can't even enjoy your backyard, listening to the birds. You go inside to seek a retreat, your walls are shaking. So there's that. The traffic around our homes is horrendous. The riffraff from everything, cruising out into the couple of neighborhoods over to do whatever they're gonna do. I think greed has taken over. And though our town may need all the tourism and all those fun things for them to do, why in the middle of a neighborhood, just a peaceful neighborhood? Would you want it at yours, right next to your house? Anyone? Do you want that over at your house? Where you can't even, it takes you 20 minutes to go 3 blocks to the grocery store because there's so much stinking traffic and people walking and, right-of-way walkers, and they don't give a crap that you're trying to go anywhere or do anything. The residents aren't considered in any of your decisions whatsoever. We are taxpayers, grocery receipts, property taxes, state taxes, taxes out our butts. We are paying, and we are not considered in the slightest. There's going to be an amusement park now? Is that what someone told me? Is that true? Is that not a crazy, stinking thing? You're on Littlefield, Jack Little.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some little field you would want that right next to your house? No. No, you wouldn't want this. A peace and quiet. You work hard. I clean houses, morning till late. Get home, you just want a little serenity. I had serenity when I bought my home. It's not that now. And with the development, someone said their taxes are going to go down. Does that not mean my property value will go down? If my property taxes are going down, I believe that's what that means, right? So, I don't know. Residents aren't considered at all, and I don't know. I guess we all need to take that into consideration and everything when it's voting time for people that really care for residents.
2 minutes.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think Dr. Clements left. He already gave his presentation, so I don't think there's anybody else over on that. So now then we'll go to, we've done all the mail reports.
Let's do the public hearings.
Huh? And,
Or you want to do the
no, let's
manager's
just go back and
report?
get in line like we were.
Yeah, so manager's report, or
No,
we don't know.
boards and commission appointments. We'd like to move to item number 1, appointment to the cemetery board. And for the council's consideration, I would like to put up Douglas McGraw's name.
Very good. Mayor, I move to approve Douglas McGraw's appointment to the cemetery board.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Lutterman?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Also, I would like to, the Planning and Zoning Commission, ask for your consideration, and everybody knows this guy, Mr. Hall, Bill Hall. Since you're here, Bill, would you raise your hand or fluff your beard? There you are. So may I get a nomination?
I move that we accept the appointment to the Planning and Zoning Commission for William Bill Hall.
Second.
I think he's going to be a big asset.
I don't know, he never shows
Well,
up to meetings.
asset. He has a lot of experience, I think, on dealing both sides of this, so we're looking forward to it. It's tough council. So welcome to the ne'er-do-wells. Just want you to know. So roll call, please.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Careful what you wish for.
Village manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. First one in line is Mr. Matthew Baird. He's our Parks and Rec Director, and he's going to update us on special events, also on master plans. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Ron.
And Sydney.
Thank you, Mayor and the council. I am bringing Sydney with me.
And
She's
Sydney
my
also.
expert
Cindy
in special
Mallory.
events.
Thank you, Sydney.
She is my expert in special events. So I'm going to kick off with some updates on some master plans, or on the White Mountain Master Plan in particular. We met with the schools, it's been 2 weeks now, I believe, and looked over some of the master plan, and we had looked at redesigning that master plan a little bit, the conceptuals. After talking with them.
Which master?
The White Mountain.
The White Mountain.
Yes, sir. After talking with them, we understood why they liked the one that was chosen. It made the permanent softball field, which is a Title IX requirement, to have it where it can't be changed over to other fields or things like that. And so that is something that I agree with them with. So, but there were some little changes to it, like adding locker rooms, 2 men's and 2 women's locker rooms to that property, to allow the home team and away team of softball and baseball both to have locker rooms on site. And I think that's a really big thing for them. And so we sent it back to, and then there's some other stuff, calling out bleachers and some lighting and some smaller things. So we sent it back to.
Now, this is in conjunction with all the public outreach that we did, the tailgate meetings, the meetings out there on site, the neighborhood, all the stuff that we've already done. So it is still in that same consideration.
Yes, sir. And it's going to look really very similar. We're changing one of the concession stands to a locker room, a set of locker rooms, because it's right between 2 other
This
concession
on
stands.
school property?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the other one is some pavilions. It's going to be in the outfield of the softball field that we're proposing for it to be at locker rooms for the softball. And so, like I said, the other ones are just small things. It's like lighting and bleachers, and just to make sure those are called out in the design. And so we've sent that back to Groundwork Studios, and they're working on it. I should have the designs back within about 2 weeks. And so that's kind of the update we have on that. Now, special events, I'm going to hand it over to Sydney and let her.
Hello, thank y'all. So I'm just going to kind of talk about the upcoming ones that we have. So we're going to have Cinco de Mayo, which is going to be May 6th. We're doing it on the Saturday. This event is not going to be like last year. We had it at the convention center. We're moving it towards that country club lot, and it is just going to be a free event with music, just to kind of elevate and encourage people to hang around that Midtown, just in that area. So starting at noon, we're going to have Justin Munoz playing acoustically throughout the district, kind of walking around, just kind of street music style, with a band on the stage at the country club lot. Then we'll have a 2:00 band as well, with just kind of that rotating performers playing acoustically versus on the stage, all to end the evening at 5:00. Again, this is a free event. We're not going to be having any vendors or anything. It's just to kind of add ambiance to the Midtown area. That same night, we're going to be having our Glow in the Dark disc golf tournament at Grindstone Lake. 5 to 8 will be the teen kids division, and 8 to probably 11 midnight by the time we're done will be the adult division. We have glow-in-the-dark discs. The local disc club helps us light up the path, so it is a really fun event. That is a $20 entry fee, including a glow discs that you get. Then we'll be moving on to our spring, Ride Ruidoso Spring Thunder. That is May 20th. That is going to kind of be the Aspen Cash Weekend kind of in,
Complimenting.
thank you, that complimentary to that event, just kind of elevating again, giving people stuff to do in town. The concert area will open from 11, the area will open from 11, concerts start at 3. We're gonna have a car show, a motorcycle show starting at 11 as well, or then we're going, and a bike run. So this is going to be complementing the Ritos Adventure Tours. So it will be an organized bike run to hit all of those spots for the on-road challenge. And then all to come back at 11, we'll have an opening ceremony with the Honor Guard, because it is National Armed Forces Day. And then we will be having a Metallica tribute band, Motley Crue tribute band, and then Molly Hatchet headlining at 7:30. Currently with that one, we have about 95 tickets sold. I did print, this ranges from all of New Mexico going into Amarillo, Lubbock, and Mexico, as well, as far as Houston so far as our pre-ticket sales. And then the last event we have kind of in the works, a larger event, is our Party in the Pines. This is going to be very similar to last year. It is the Father's Day weekend. So the Tattoo Festival will be going off with James and Logan at the Convention Center. And we will be partnering with the Midtown Association for Brudoso. So this is another kind of umbrella event for just keeping people things to do throughout the community. That one will be the 17th from 11 to 10. We have bands going on from 2. Headlining, and our headliner will be the White Buffalo at 8 p.m. And this is more of the country genre. So it goes from like the red Mike and the Moon Pies, which is a little more kind of red dirt, where the White Buffalo is a little more kind of that mainstream. So we're trying to hit all of that country genre. And then closing for June 19th from 11 to 5 with more local artists. So we're going to have Matt Palmer, Doso Dirtbags, Jet Black, Era Snow, all kind of ending that for a local night. And that is, like I said, June 19th, and we already have about 72 pre-sold tickets for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you speak to fencing and parking and
Yes,
some
so,
of those things?
it's actually
Bathrooms?
yes, it's actually gonna work out. The fencing company that we used, does a month rental. So from May 6th through, the end of June, that actually covers for all of these events, we're gonna be able to put under one contract. For the fencing, we will have our portable bathrooms, plus we'll get some extra porta potties up in that back area. We're looking at getting some extra lighting up there. We have the fencing. Since last year, we've been able to acquire a lot of our own. We have the barricades, we have the stage, we have the bathroom. So we have our own inventory of stuff. So we're no longer having to either rent or purchase. So it is cutting the cost on a lot of these events. We have the barricades that will be barricading off the VIP section again, like last year. And then we will be using our own stage. So we will not have to expense out for something like for the stage for that.
And then on the parking, the annex, where the annex previously was, that's all parking lot now, so that will help a ton with parking in that area. As well as, of course, you have the free parking at Mashburn, the free parking just north of the annex where it was. So there's a lot of parking in that area, and then we'll have somebody also patrolling during that time to keep people off the street parking.
We have one of our guys in our four-wheeler just circling, making sure, because once one person starts parking it, but we're
Expands.
pretty
Where
good at
the,
keeping
where the annex was, that was the entrance last year. There wasn't really parking. There was some parking,
So
motorcycles.
for some of the major events, we're actually gonna move it to the middle of Center Street. We'll block off Center Street, but the entrance will be basically
So
in
you're
Center
moving
Street.
the entrance.
Yeah.
And that was the September ride, which we had within that space. We had the car show and motorcycle
Right.
show, and that was one of the major feedbacks we got. People didn't like paying the ticket for the car show and the concert. So for the Spring Thunder, the car show will be separate. So that will be free, and then if they want to go to the concert, they can.
Got it.
So it also, don't have to worry about bringing coolers in, and kind of, which was one of our biggest negative complaints from the
Right.
previous event. So we learned from that one.
Okay. T-Bone, do you have anything?
No, sir. Pretty much everything.
Matt, T-Bone, what about the bathrooms? I think we had an update on the
Oh,
bathrooms.
yes, I forgot. Today, we set the 2 bathrooms at Grindstone, the 2 new bathrooms, so they're not ready to use yet. It'll take us about a week or so to get them ready. But we set about 7:30 this morning, started setting the disc golf course bathrooms at Grindstone, which are full flushable bathrooms. It took all of about 30 minutes to set those. It's amazing how those work. And then we starting about 10 o'clock, I guess, 8 o'clock, 9, 10, somewhere in there. We started setting the bathrooms in the back of the Grindstone Lake. And so those are set. I went by at lunch and they were doing some dirt work around them. We'll have to do some beautification and stuff around them, of course, with the way those work. But they're all set. That's been 8 months in the 8 months in the making, but they are here.
Way to go.
Those will probably be available, if not tomorrow, the next day.
Okay, the one on the backside?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good, because people would hike around on the new trail, and it's a long ways back there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, Matt, I know you were on the radio and you may have been told a story, and it's truly a story about somebody jumping off the cliff, holding hands.
Allegedly.
Tighty-whities. I mean, really, it's just vicious lies that go on.
Those allegations.
Yeah. There might have been a little gravy on that story, but the premise is true.
I want to see the picture.
Based loosely on the truth.
That's what,
It became a tradition that the Parks and Rec director
That's what I heard.
participates in.
Wetsuits for the.
Come on, Councilman Hooker,
No,
let's
it's just
go.
speedos.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, Sydney, and T-Bone. Appreciate it. Mr. Newbill, we're going to do our year-out energy services audit update.
Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to give the floor to Year Out to do their presentation on the 60% design.
Okay, if you would, just introduce yourselves to us all again, so people watching will know who you are.
I just thought they was hanging out here,
No,
enjoying the show.
I mean, this is a fun crowd, but yeah,
Thank you, sir.
because we came in droves.
Thank
so,
you.
let me get this set up.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, I think I will be able to. Thank you. So while I'm getting this set up, my name is Tara Trafton. I'm an account manager with Year Out Energy. I'm here with my colleagues, Camilo, David, and Angel. Neil is here. He's a financial consultant in case you have any specific questions around that. Let me get logged in and get the presentation loaded up for you. And it's nice to be here in person. Last time I was here and presenting with Leonard, I had to do it via Zoom. So again, I'm happy to be here in person. Oh. I think we're going. Great. Excellent. So again, thank you, Mayor, Council, County Manager, Village Manager. We're really pleased to be here. We've been working on this IGA for a while. I know that we're all really excited to share with you the progress that we've made to date. We've been working very hard with you and your staff. They've been wonderful to work with, particularly Leonard. Ashley, I believe, is on the line. It's been really a pleasure to work with them. And following a little bit what you guys have been doing, I know that you've proclaimed this year to be the year of environmental stewardship. The project that we're presenting today will certainly contribute to that. So first things first, the IGA progress. The investment grade audit is part of what is known as Guaranteed Energy Savings Performance Contracting. This is a project funding mechanism which is really beneficial to public agencies across the state. So we've met with your team early on to discuss project objectives. We had a kickoff meeting. We came back at 30% with some initial utility findings. Then we went back out into the field, did some more detailed audits, and have identified some scopes of work that we've presented and bundled together into a package that we think is going to be, again, beneficial for the village. Between now and 90%, the goal is to finalize around one scenario so that we can draft that into the IGA report, which will be certified by the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department. That then becomes the foundation of the Energy Savings Performance Contract, which gets executed. That leads into the project implementation or construction, followed by measurement and verification, where we validate that we're achieving the savings we've guaranteed. So some of the benefits of GESPC projects, the main one is risk mitigation and ease of implementation. So these projects that we put together, we try to be self-funding so that there's no upfront capital required. We guarantee the pricing and there are no change orders. We guarantee the savings. If for some reason we fail to meet the savings that we've guaranteed, we write you a check for the difference because you've gone out and you've secured financing based on our guarantee. Limited time required by your resources to develop these projects because we have a full construction management team. We've been working with your team as well. Construction has already been involved in reviewing our proposals. So it's a really streamlined process, which, there you go. Long-term performance risk shared with the contractor and extensive training and ongoing support. We like to say that we're not dating, we're getting married. So we really are invested in the success of this project and want to work with you guys to make it a huge success for the village. As a reminder, as part of this project, we have been on 21 different sites around the village, extending all the way up to the airport. It's approximately 200,000 square feet and 27 utility meters that we've been collecting data on. So we've analyzed over 3,000 utility bills. We've inventoried every piece of equipment that, in your building systems for the facilities in question. We've identified the facility improvement measures that we think will be beneficial. So we looked at over 120 different permutations of facility improvement measures. We've reviewed the initial proposals from our project partners, both the engineering team and the construction team, so that we can calculate the savings and determine the feasibility of these measures. We've calculated the savings, and we have reviewed the project financing scenarios and are going to be presenting those in a bit. To go over your utility analysis, this is what you're using today. So you can see that it's approximately 63% electricity, 36% natural gas. When you look at the units of energy for each of these different commodities, it's a little bit different. It's hard to compare. They're apples and oranges. So we like to convert those all to kBTU, which is a common unit of measure, energy unit that we can use to then do further analysis on the data. When we look at when you look at the cost, you can see that electricity, where it was around 60% before, now it's 85% of your cost. So when we're developing the measures that we're going to implement in the village, we're really trying to drive down those electricity costs because that's where we'll get the most bang for your buck. When we convert into that common unit of energy, we have identified that across the portfolio of buildings that we looked at for the village, on average, you're about 13% above what we would expect for facilities of the similar function. So, again, this is just an indicator that there's opportunity to improve. When we look at then the facility measures that we've identified to close that gap, we're including an LED lighting conversion to to install over 1,000 LED lighting fixtures. It's going to basically cut your lighting power density in half. We're going to do building envelope remediation, so that's about just a little over 100 square feet. So if you imagine a 10 by 10 hole that's just blowing energy out into the environment, we're going to seal all of that up. We're going to replace 11 aging, low efficiency, low voltage transformers with high efficiency models. If you've ever walked into an electrical room, you hear the buzzing, you feel the heat. It's a pretty good indicator you're wasting energy. So we're going to replace those, totaling 410 kVA. And we're looking at implementing Wi-Fi thermostats at the convention center, wastewater treatment plant, senior and community centers. Since the initial proposal of this initial presentation, we've been working with Leonard a little bit, and that might be expanded to additional facilities, just FYI. And then once we've made your facilities as efficient as possible, then you can go in and add solar. You don't want to put solar on an inefficient building. It'll be oversized, and so it's really important to make sure that you go for efficiency first, and then you go back and add solar. So another benefit of adding solar to these facilities is that they are eligible for the Inflation Reduction Act direct payment. I don't know if you're familiar with that at all. We've got our expert here if you have specific questions, but that basically is going to be between 25 and 35%, depending on a lot of moving parts and different parameters. So we've made a conservative estimate with the cash flows that we've put together for you. These FIM matrices are just, I'm not going to go into too much detail on them, except to show that LED lighting and building envelope is applicable almost everywhere. Solar PV systems, we've only included where it makes really good sense, where there's not too much shading, where the rates are favorable, things of that nature. So we really tried to optimize those installations. And that's true across the board. So if you can review those in your own time. I don't want to take up too much time now going over those specific details, but I wanted to make sure you had them. So now we're into the different scenarios that we presented, which the scope of work is the same between both, and it's what was represented previously. With that scope of work, we believe we can achieve 13% savings in your annual utility costs. That represents about $110,000 for the village. Annually. And you can see that electricity has gone down about 10%, natural gas about 1%. So those are some of the benefits. So that's the benefit right there as far as costs go. Between the different facilities, you're going to see between a 2% and 62%, depending on which building we're talking about, reduction in your energy cost intensity, which is the dollar per square foot per year, and between a 3 and 72% reduction in your site energy use intensity from non-renewable resources. The environmental impact of this project is also really impressive. The one of these that's easiest for me to grasp, and I think you all can relate, is acres of trees planted. With this project, it's the equivalent of planting 100 acres of trees annually, so pretty impressive environmental impact. And then here we get to the different scenarios. So here you can see we've created, so this project, the turnkey cost would be around $2.8 million. Looking at the annual savings and the Inflation Reduction Act direct payment that's estimated, along with the rebates, if you wanted to go with a 20-year term at what we think is an interest rate that you would be able to achieve, you would not need to put in a single dollar.
Meaning all of the investment will be paid by the savings that we're creating for you.
Yep. If you wanted to shorten the life of the financing, you could chip in $700,000, and that would shorten it by about 5 years. And the average useful life of this project is almost 26 years. So from year 20 or year 15, depending on what you go with, the ongoing savings is just money in your pocket for the village to, do other things. And in the meantime, you have the benefit of the improved working environment for your staff.
So real quick on the Inflation Reduction Act. Hi, Mr. Mayor, councilors, nice to meet you. My name is Neil Skyver, and I'm a financial consultant to Year Out. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not an underwriter. That's something that you would work with on your side. But I work with. I've done that in the past. But the Inflation Reduction Act is a real quick highlight. It allowed for the first time municipal governments to be to get the investment tax credits that are available under the tax code. And in the past, it was only eligible for taxpayers. Now, under the IRA, the big move is that now nonprofits and governments who own these solar plants are eligible for between a 30 and 50%, let's call it 30 and 40% cash subsidy directly from the IRS when the project is placed in service. So you have to build it. It's technically a reimbursement back to the city, but it's a lot of money, and it's really exciting. The status is that the act was passed in August. The IRS is due to put out all of its guidance. It's been putting out guidance along the way, but the final guidance with all the applications and the exciting things like the forms and the filings that we'll all get to see soon or do in the next month. So, what really happened under the IRA, despite whatever anybody's heard about it, is it completely rewrote the tax code relating to renewable energy. And so as a finance geek, it's pretty exciting, and this is really ideally suited for the types of projects that you're considering.
Do you have any estimation about how long it takes to get that payment? Because like the ERC,
Oh, yeah.
people are being told a year, if you're lucky, you know?
So according to my tax lawyer, what's going to happen is when you complete your project, you will file a return. There will be a new return prepared. Of course, it's the IRS, there'll be a form.
Right.
So you're going to be sending that form in, and let's say it's $296,000. You'll complete this form, certify that the project is completed and placed in service, and then that form goes to the IRS. And the IRS had a similar program under ARA that was used for direct pay as well, and they pretty much processed them right away. Now, you're gonna have to file a return, which is not gonna be terribly complicated, but that's part of the process. So we're still waiting for all the guidance on that, but according to what we've heard from the IRS, once the project's completed, you don't have to wait until the end of the year or till April 15th or something. You can just file this form.
But there's still a potential that the IRS will say, oh, sorry, we're just way understaffed. We'll get to it when we get to it. Yes.
There's always
the
that.
potential.
There is always that potential, absolutely.
That's something that we have to keep in mind. So there may be some upfront money waiting for the IRS to.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Council, I've worked on about 60 of these projects in my past. There were programs under ARA, we found the IRS to be extremely helpful. Things always come up, and there's some really good people out of Utah that they've worked with, and like I said, been involved in a number of them.
Okay. I just know several of us have worked on the ERC, and it's like, when's that money coming? Well, we'll get to it. So the IRS for all kinds of stuff, they're just way backed up.
Yeah, I also didn't mention that, Mr. Mayor and Council, I also didn't mention that there's a provision in the IRA that also allows for some extra credit, extra investment tax credit to certain geographical areas. And so we're waiting for the final guidance to see that, but I saw on the map a little while ago when I was looking, Rio Doso is in that area that could potentially even qualify you for another piece.
For another piece of it.
Another 10%.
Okay, thank you.
On the finance stuff.
Yeah, no, thank you, Neil, I appreciate it. So the next steps then going forward, we would really like to understand, get your feedback on the project as we've outlined it today, understand if it seems to be aligned with what you were hoping to get out of this project. Determine what that preferred finance term would be, because, these are all different sort of toggles that we put into our model, and we just need to understand what is the preference so that we can finalize that in our report that goes to the state, gets certified, and then leads to the construction. We're going to be working with our consultant to refine the IRA direct payment amount. As he mentioned, we think that you might all be eligible for a little bit extra, and also hoping to get additional guidance from the IRS on that. We will be then finalizing the investment grade audit report, getting it certified by MNRD at the state, at which point it moves into construction. The milestones that we have in mind, so we presented this in February initially. We're still, if we get some feedback relatively quickly, we still think that we can do the 90% where we come to, on the final scope of work, have the conversations with your staff again. We still think we can hit end of April if we're able to understand from you all if we're on the right track. Then we intend to deliver the draft IGA report by May 17th. That'll go through a third-party reviewer that the state will put in place for you all to make sure that our calculations are correct, that everything seems reasonable, and then that will get certified, hopefully by June, and funding secured July, and then ideally going to construction around August to get all of this stuff going for you. That is everything that I have planned. There are some additional backup slides in your packets if you're interested, but with that, if there are any additional questions, we're happy to hear those.
What? Good.
The reason, going on the 10 roof mounted and the 2 carport arrays, what determined that?
Go ahead, Camilo.
Well, the roof mount and the parking lot. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Camilo Arango. I'm the Director of Project Development at Year Out. I've been supervising this project over the last year. David Griego is the lead engineer on that. What determines where we end up putting solar on it's based on availability of a space, closer to interconnectivity. If the roof is in good condition, it tends to be a cost-effective approach to putting solar somewhere if the roof have enough life on it. If not, we'll seek ground mount or parking lot. So those are how we go about making those determinations and looking at very specific things on that building and structural, et cetera, to make sure it's going to allow it.
Okay. Because just my take, I would prefer that the convention center have the carport. I mean, it's a big open space there, and if you're putting it on Fire Station 1, on the roof there, I mean, that's on the north face there, and there's only limited sunlight on that part, so.
Yeah, Councilmember Salas, one of the biggest considerations that we have to take when we put solar on is the type of utility rate that you're on.
Okay.
And there's rates in which the payback doesn't make sense. If you're in a P&M 4B rate where you're paying 3 cents or 4 cents per kWh, then you're going to have a very extended payback on that versus a rate that you have like a 2A, a smaller section where the fire stations are paying 14 or 15 cents per kWh, then it makes more financial sense to include that investment there because the payback makes sense. So those are the kind of things that we are challenged to bring through this program. Is a program that pays for itself. A lot of our clients have capital infusion to do things like putting solar in a convention center in a meter that it's already paying 5 or 6 cents for kWh just to add to the renewable energy that you add to your village, right?
Okay.
So those are the kind of things that we can include from now to 90% if there's capital available to do something like that for things like attracting more conferences here in that convention center and having solar there, right? So our drive is very technical in the sense that my job is to provide you a project that pays for itself, that I can guarantee. But there's political reasons why we do a lot of other things that if you all want to add any additional scope and want us to include any additional scope for reasons like that, like the tourism and all the things that were mentioned here, those are great. A lot of our clients do have capital infusions to make that pay for itself, right? So I have to kind of stay within those guidelines of providing you with a self-funding project and guaranteeing those savings.
Right.
You know, man. Of course, David. We did look at installing a carport, but the increased cost kind of pushed us outside of that financeability. If we wanted it for visibility, we can always pull that number and get our contractor to provide that cost and update the proposal as necessary. It was also a thought to expand the solar there as well, if it was going to become kind of a FEMA site or something like that, emergency response center, and give it that kind of utility backup, but that's always a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
For y'all, energy from the council, the mayor?
No.
No, I'm really attracted by the part that with the guaranteed savings and the guaranteed pricing and no change orders. I mean, change orders have been a huge problem here in the village. So that there, it's like, I don't know, I'm kind of almost cautiously optimistic because, it's like.
If I may, and I always am, when I hear words like guarantee or for sure, or for
Right.
savings. So just for clarification for the mayor and the council, once they provide the 90% or the 100% energy grade audit to us, then we have the opportunity to say, yes, move forward, or.
Right.
Right.
No, I get that. I understand that. Right now, we're just saying, yeah, we're interested, move ahead, let's finish the quote, let's call it, or the proposal.
And council, to your point, the report comes with a full measure and verification plan. That's why we have to take it through the state of New Mexico to get that certified. This project has a third-party reviewer that the state of New Mexico hires to review all the work that we do, reasonable for pricing, reasonable for savings, what measurements do we take, what instruments do we use, all that stuff. So The state has a very robust program that for the first 3 years of this project, we have to provide a measure and verification report and track those savings over time.
Okay.
Sorry, if you want to look also just at one of the backup slides that's presented, let me get to it here, just to show a little bit. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's all right. It's slide number 33 though. If you look at that slide, you can see kind of our track record on basically our guaranteed versus our verified savings. Thank you. So we're based here in New Mexico. Oh, thank you. Sorry. So we're based here in New Mexico. It's really, obviously we came down here in droves today. We're based in Albuquerque. We've spent quite a bit of time with your facilities and with your teams to really develop what we think is the best project we can. So we're really confident in our calculations, and as you can see on this slide, we typically outperform. And when we do outperform, what that means is that's just money that's sort of floating around extra for you guys to use for any additional activities you may want to use them for here in the village, just as an extra perk.
Okay, anyone else have any questions?
The only other question is, you said you could, depending upon direction, you could have this all prepared by the end of April. So since this isn't an action item on our agenda, this is just a report, then what's the next step from our side?
Once we receive it, I would suppose we would review it and put it on next month's council meeting.
But
Yes.
are you guys requesting some kind of nod to move forward with your work?
Just an update to keep council members and the mayor informed of the process, just because it is a special process.
Okay.
As they spoke about, once it gets to a certain percentage, it may result in construction. So I just wanted to make sure that the mayor and the council were 100%.
So it's scheduled to move forward to that 90%?
Yes.
Base. Okay, perfect.
So it seems like you feel like we're on the right track generally, so we'll just continue working towards that. We can evaluate it, and present Leonard and his team with an additional carport at the convention center as an example, and we're going to continue refining the Wi-Fi thermostats as well. So.
Yeah, because we're working on the library for central control on, the types of, controlling everything from one location and the pitfalls that we've had in the past. So this is included in the study. What about, if any, I know the wastewater treatment plant's in here, the Joint Use Board's been looking into the solar array out there, so it's included in this study too?
The solar out at the regional wastewater treatment plant is not a part of this project. That's a separate project.
That is a separate project, Mayor. They are looking at the treatment plants as far as the electrical draws at the treatment plants, the big water pumps and things that they're using to see if we can't have some cost savings, because those are heavy electrical generators or they generate a lot of cost for the village. So I've tasked them with going back and checking on those places just because of the heavy electrical equipment there.
Because
If the village is the owner, you're eligible for the subsidy.
well, and see, that's what we're looking at is, we've been working on that for a long time, Jackson. I don't know, 5 years, 6 years, 7.
It's been several years.
It's the solar panels, we've had many presentations, different types of ways to pay for them, all kinds of different programs. And so we've pretty much settled on one showing a cost savings of whatever, $500,000 a year in electrical usage. So we need to make sure that our left hand's talking to the right hand, because I thought that we were going to bring these guys in on that other.
Now, actually, we are bringing Year Out Energy in with PC Automated.
Yes,
They're going
PC.
in with us for the thermostat controls for the village, and they will start that incorporation with the new with the new air handler and HVAC at the library. We've subsequently found that out of all of the thermostats in the village, only a handful of them were actually programmed. So what was happening in cold winter months, the buildings are working extra time, extra power to try to get those buildings to climate. So we're going to try to have a system that's all encompassing as far as climate control for the village's buildings and facilities. So.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to it.
Thank you for your patience also.
I won't be able to walk you through that. Thank you. We let people hold that ring.
All right, Leonard will be presenting on the 1114 Meacham Meadows project.
I'll get this here. Mayor, members of the council, and for the folks on Zoom. I am Leonard Newbill, the project manager for the Village of Rio Doso, and I'm giving an update on the Micha Meadows Workforce Housing project. As of the 1st of April, site cleaning began in preparation for final site grading and placement of the millings for the roadways and for other specific areas. I would like to thank Water Distribution and the Streets Department. They got us about 10 loads of millings right away. I know they're super short staffed, so that was huge for them to, take time out of their busy work week to, get us that material to the Micha Meadows site, so that way the street work can get done. So now that cleanup is done on site, final grading has been done, and we've got the tonnage of millings required. Dirt crews should be returning here in the next few days to finish work on P&M's easement on the north side of the project. So where our project ties into, or where the gate is, where the previous subdivision was there, there's an easement there that P&M needs to kind of run up behind the homes there on the north side. So the dirt crews will return to finish that easement and then to place the millings that were delivered on site. Work progresses on the decks for the project as well. They're more than halfway done as of yesterday afternoon. The carpenters have been dealing with some procurement issues as far as materials, but they still are there every day. They're still working very diligently. I'm there twice a day, if not 3 times a day. And again, they're more than halfway done with the entrances of the homes. We're still working we're working internally to figure out a cost-effective solution for the second entrances for the homes. Moving on, all of the Fiesta homes from Kirsten Homes in Las Cruces have been inspected for procurement processes and signed off on by Capital Projects Department and the mayor. All of those homes we do now have the keys for. They've all been repaired as far as damages in transport. They've all been cleaned and they are ready to go. They are ready for people to move in. There are only 5 more homes on the actual site there that have not been signed off on. And those are the homes from AAA Homes. I will meet the inspector tomorrow to make sure inspection goes well on those homes. And he's been given a punch list from the Capital Projects Department regarding those 5 homes. Once he satisfies that punch list and once we are satisfied that his inspections have gone well, those 5 homes will be signed off on as well. And all the homes on the project site will be ready to move in. I have spoke with Berkshire Hathaway. I've sent them the floor plans for all of the homes, for all the various floor plans, and they are working on starting the application process for folks to be able to move in. Things progressed really quickly in the last couple weeks. That site is clean. All the grading is done. The millings are on site. Once they spread the millings, I'll get with Adam so they can get the tack oil put over those millings. Berkshire Hathaway at this point can pretty much start taking applications for occupancy. So I may not have followed my notes there, but I'm super excited to meet my goal of the beginning of May to start moving people in. As far as the Lynx Trail is concerned, I did talk with White Sands Construction to make sure that they go ahead and take care of the fencing at the golf course, just in case, because our water distribution and our streets departments are so busy. When Adam has actually already approached me and said that they do have a date when they will be able to pave, but just in case, we'd like that fence taken care of, so that way, oh, come on, Adam. Come on up. So.
Just a little update. The street department's actually taking the laydown machine, the equipment over there to try to pave that tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Tomorrow.
Super exciting.
If everything goes well, but they finished Eagle today, so they're moving over there to knock that out so we can finish our map project.
Is Eagle Drive back open now?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
So a few outliers with the homes, but just very, very small things. Again, inspections for those AAA homes. Again, once those homes are inspected, we should do just fine. All of the ACs have been installed in the homes, and we are excited about moving people in here within the next couple days. It's taken a village, but it's been a project that I'm proud of, and I'll stand for any questions as far as the site or people moving in, or hopefully here within the next couple days. I'm a little bit past the year mark, so
It was supposed to be, what, 3 months?
I wasn't here when the timeline was set, though.
2022.
Does anybody have any questions, comments for Linda?
Just that you said you're getting ready to, for people to be able to move in the next couple of days, but we have the ribbon cutting. Is that still scheduled for May 16th?
Yeah, when I say the next couple of days, I mean, speaking in construction, right? So next couple of weeks. Right?
Yeah, construction's, you don't know when that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Right. But all the homes are ready for occupancy besides those 5. Site stuff will be all done. So really and truly, the ball actually is in Berkshire Hathaway's court, and it's gonna take them some time. That's why I wanted to be early to get that information to them. Floor plans so they can get applications ready for tenants. We've already built the decks on the lower homes, so actually and truly, we can start moving people into those bottom homes and then just work our way out and follow the carpenter up to the top of the hill. I think I've got one small outlier, and it's the sign for the street sign for the property, and the quote should be in my inbox within the next couple of days, so.
So that's one of the things I don't like about construction, is you guys always say, oh, next couple of days, and then it's 2 years later.
Well, I don't think I'll be 2 years, but maybe 2 weeks.
But so is it going to be possible, have you spoken to Kyle about possibly moving up the timeline to be able to get people in there, even if we do a phased-in approach? Because there are people that need homes.
I think that's what we're trying to do now. So we've gotten into the point to where we don't have to wait for the stair builder to finish all of the stairs to start moving people in those homes down at the bottom. So those homes down at the bottom, the ones that are signed off by us, the keys are in our office, and the decks, the front door decks are there, and there's no reason why people can't occupy. So that was my first, that was critical path for me earlier this week, was to say, hey, these are done, these are the floor plans. Whatever we need to do, we can accommodate. So I'd say.
You gotta have the road done first.
Yeah.
And then once that's done, then you can start moving in.
Absolutely.
Some people.
So. And then one more home, I heard someone say 17, but we are also in the process of Sunny Slope. So Sunny Slope is, the plans are with the engineer. I've spoken with the postmaster regarding the mailbox in the front. Everyone's got their, everyone submitted a quotes to the village as far as services that we need for that area. So there will be an 18th home here pretty soon as well.
So Leonard, on the 1114 with Windstream, are they on site?
Yeah, as far as I can tell, they've been on site, they ran wire, and their boxes are there, and there should be internet on site there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I don't know that I remember that we have any other outliers besides Windstream Run, and I think they got that all done last week, so.
Okay, great. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Leonard.
Thank you, Leonard.
Okay, Ron, update us on what happened with Mesa Apartments, the 9% tax credit.
Okay.
Elk Meadows
And I
location.
think Samantha's on the line too, but we're waiting on a, Samantha, are you online?
She is, I see her.
See your name.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here, Ron.
You want to update us on the Mesa Apartments, please?
Yes, earlier last week I received a message from Colin with Mesa Apartments that we were not funded this year again. And it was due to interest rates and their algorithms not adding up according to the scoring committee. So they said that they are hoping to be in town on the 21st and they'd like to re-strategize and meet with everyone in person that can be available.
21st of this month?
Yes.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council also emailed Colin this morning and asked him for the copy of the letter, and he said he would have it to us by the end of the day. And I also called him last week, so I hope we have it today, so.
Okay, and this one for everybody's information. We've had the plan, we've had the investment, we've had everything, the property. We compete with other communities in New Mexico. They usually award 3. And it's a 9% tax credit for the investor. And because of our fire last year and the housing issues that we had, the governor and everyone else told us that this was a great year. We looked like we were a shoo-in. So much for that. So they haven't really told us why exactly. The interest rates I understand in their matrix, but we'll get more information. So it's very disappointing. We wanted to get started on that in the next couple of months. Okay, anything else, Manager Ron?
Mayor, we have a couple more. We have an update on the sewer line project from Christilla. And then we'll also have Isaac, if Isaac wants to come up also. We have him on providing an update at the treatment plant, so.
And that ponytail's grown about 3 inches since I saw him last. Griselda is our water resource management specialist and also project management. You have our utility director, Adam, in the middle, and then Isaac over here is our wastewater treatment plant, number one and the number two business. That's you. So we appreciate you.
As you know, Adam and I are working together on this project. I'm going to give a quick update on the easements. We've obtained all the easements that we can. There's 4 that are pending litigation. Zach is working on that right now, and until those are completed, we're kind of stuck on some of the locations. But everything that we could get, we have obtained. We've filed with the county, and there's only 3 that need to be paid, and that's going to get done this week.
Okay. The ones that are held up right now, are those permanent or temporary easements?
It's a combination of both.
Combination?
Yes,
And how many are those?
4 total.
4. Out of how many? Like 60?
60, I would say,
Something?
yeah.
Okay,
There's
very
quite a
good.
few, yeah.
Good
so,
job.
Yeah, it's been a group effort, but
Mm-hmm.
as soon as we get that process completed, we should be full board to move forward on everything.
Okay.
And Mayor, Council, just an update with the AUI and the sewer line. Location 8A is actually right east of Main Road 2.
Main Road 2 Bridge.
Yes, sir. AUI has started the channel, moving the channel of the river to install the blocks in the sewer line. One of the things they did run into is bedrock, right at 3 feet. The engineer was calling anywhere from 9 feet, 7 feet to 9 feet. There is some variations that they can do. They hit bedrock at certain points. At other points, they did go a little deeper. They brought a company in for a vibration test just because the spec called out for no bigger than such, was it a 130A excavator? And that would not move remove the
Pick up
bedrock.
the rocks, yeah.
So they did a vibration test. I have not seen the final on that one. So they're working through that. And then as far as location 9 is actually at Fox Drive.
Mm-hmm.
They just started the river bypass there. They did, as you guys know, we had a failure on Main Road 2 Bridge. AUI did fix that.
One of the wing walls going into the bridge was failing because of the water, so we did a emergency, and they repaired that.
It is complete, yes, sir.
Okay.
So they did complete that. They did move the channel of the river, location 9, to start the process on sewer line at that location also.
Okay.
So they are working diligent and trying to get this project rolling.
Okay. And then formerly known as Stinson property, the lift stations.
Yes, sir.
We're still working on the facades from AUI, which is the contractor.
Yes, sir, and we have a couple of facades that I'd like to present, have you take a look at.
Mhm.
And AUI said they'd be more than willing to give us a bid on
Getting those done.
all that done.
And then fixing the Brookings property riverfront there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that, and then as soon as, we can actually, I'm actually in conversation with Mosul Corbin as closing out the lift station portion of this project with Smithco.
Okay. Okay. And we're speaking about the third stage of the mitigation plan from the 2008 flood event that we've been working with FEMA and everybody. We're still working on the bridges, and I didn't see anything from our governor on the money that
haven't
was
seen-
promised, so.
Those kids are now starting to drive.
I don't know, yeah.
College.
Yeah, they were
Not
born
yet.
that year.
I think some are up for semi-retirement.
Yeah. Okay, Isaac, tell us what's going on. First of all, we found why we were treating so much I&I at the plant. So tell us a little bit about that, because that was worrisome.
So, we're still riding really high. Ever since spring break. Normally I can wave my magic going at 1 in the morning and get things done, but we were standing pretty last week, but so many people came in for Easter that we filled everything back up. So what it's gonna take now, it's not gonna take no magic, it's not gonna be taking, we're just gonna have to buckle down next week. We're gonna do our 12-hour shifts because our window's closing as far as before the tours start coming in, and we're gonna start pulling up our filters and start cleaning them. So starting next Monday, we'll be doing 12-hour shifts for probably the next month and a half.
Well, and we talked about this, and what he's talking about is our treatment plant, the bays are filling up.
Yeah.
And we still have a whole nother section we can open up, but we're not even in the busy season.
No, I know.
But we found that there were manhole covers that were opened up that was taking infiltration.
Yes, sir.
Rainwater and all that stuff. We closed those. You didn't see any significant reduction?
I mean, until it rains again, that's when we'll really be,
I'm a little worried because you said how far are you from capacity?
I mean, I would say we're 85% full. Like, if people were to come, if we were to get people coming in like crazy, like say tomorrow, I mean, we could still handle it, but we'd have to work around the clock in order to make these operational adjustments just to handle this flow. Because it's just not a matter of opening up a basin and trying to treat all that water, because every adjustment that you make has another effect somewhere else down the line, and you can't just mindlessly do all this stuff. You gotta be, always on top, be sharp about it and always think before you do it.
I know, and we talk about this monthly in the JUB meetings, and it wasn't until a month or a half ago that this was even an issue, so that's when we're scratching our heads as to why. And we've walked the lines, driven the lines, we don't know where the water's coming in from.
I mean, I taught a class a few weeks ago, but I'm not sure if it maybe was some ash that came in. I don't know if it's the fire retardant that came in, but something is plugging us up so bad
So
that
that's the issue, is we're plugging up
we're plugging up our filters. So now, like I said, it's gonna come the hard work where we have to just manually do it. We have to pull them out. Guys have to get the PPE'd up and just start cleaning them manually.
And so with the approval of the new headworks coming into the plant, you think that's gonna help that?
That'll help a little bit, but the main that will help it is the opening of those two other bays to add that million extra of capacity. Because we are seeing a lot more tourists in town. I mean, the flows are just hammering on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Even like at midnight, or like when people get home from the bars or whatever, I'm seeing a spike like almost at 2 a.m. where the flows aren't even coming down till like 3, 4, 5 in the morning. It's weird. So our normal low flow isn't happening like we're normally used to. We're seeing higher flows now. And I mean, it does show, like you said, with the GRT and things like that. We are seeing more people in town, and but the plant is feeling it. But I think once we start doing this hard work and getting these basins down and clean, we'll be back to normal. We're having to go in at all hours of the night just to treat what's coming in right now. And like I said, I'm not sure if it's something that came in because of the fire, because ever since last August, when we had the first plugging of everything got full with the rain, something washed in, and we just haven't been the same ever since then. So, like I said, next week we're going to buckle down. We would have done it this week, but since Easter, we basically filled up all our equalization basins. In other words, we filled up all of our storage tanks that handle any kind of excess flow that we can't handle during the day under normal operations. So we're gonna come in around the clock this week, get everything down, come in the weekend as well, get everything done, and start on Monday and hammer down, buckle down, and start getting after it.
So Isaac, I know we have flow meters to measure what's coming from Mescalero and from Ruidoso Downs and so forth. Are the flow meters across the board all showing increased flows, or can we tell where it's coming from?
Not really. But, like we said, a lot of that infiltration we did find in an adjacent field that a manhole was off. And I mean, man, it was just submerged in water, so we were seeing all kinds of water. But I do think something has washed in, and I don't know if it's from the fire, something that I've never seen before in the 11 years running this facility. I've never been this full before. I've always been able to bounce back from one week to the next, and I've been scratching my head. I've been stressing out. I've been losing sleep over this because I can't figure it out. Even like today, I was like on edge all day because we're so full, and we shouldn't be this full. I mean, I don't know if people are just staying, since they had Monday off, maybe they're taking the whole week off, or I just don't know what it is.
So is it possibly because these filters are getting clogged?
That's exactly what it
We're not
is.
getting the flow through?
That's exactly what it is.
That's what you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, and what it is, it's picture a piece of paper, solids get on it. Well, there's these excess capillaries that the clean water goes through. Well, whatever came in plugged up those capillaries that kind of like lungs, So I'm not able to treat everything that like I normally am, but I am able to.
So getting down and dirty.
That's what we're gonna have to do.
Filters will allow more flow through and.
Yes, sir.
reduce- Okay. Okay, I got it.
When we're replacing filters, we purchased them, and we've got a robust fats, oil, and grease program, FOG,
Right.
because that has an impact on it, but we're doing the inspections, the Downs is doing their inspections. We have FOG reports from the end of the Mountain Gods, Mescalero, all that. I'm just still, I don't know, it sounds like maybe we need to talk to somebody, fresh eyes, and get them over here and take a look at what we're doing. And maybe it's right in front of us that we haven't seen. If it's just simple as we're gonna have to pull the cartridges out,
No, that's what it is.
that's it.
That's what it's gonna take. And normally, like I said, the reason we haven't been able to is because we've just been so full on those tanks where we divert flow, because we're gonna take a basin offline to work on it. Well, we've got to divert that flow somewhere so that we can treat it once we're done cleaning that particular basin out. And so that's why we're gonna start Monday, all hands on deck, and we're going to try to get it completed in 1 week, and then the following week, complete another one. Normally, we just do 2, but we're gonna do 3, and that should get us through the summertime, when we can do the last 3 in the fall. So we got a plan, and it's gonna work. It's just, we just haven't had no down, like where the flows have come down, where I can really hammer the flow through and get it treated. So, needless to say, next week, we're gonna be on it. Like, we should have been this week. We should have been last week, actually, but we just, we're still treating that water from, spring break, it seems like.
All right.
Okay. Any more questions?
Thanks,
I know, I don't mean to stress you guys out. let me stress about it. I'm the one.
We've been working on this for a month and a half.
Yeah?
Working on these things, and we thought that correcting the I&I, because treating rainwater in river water
Yeah?
was taxing the system, but we closed that off. And so I would have expected to see a drastic reduction, but it sounds like something was in there that's clogged those up, and it's taking long to seep through.
Yes,
Because
sir.
what we're talking about is stainless steel cones. If you've ever seen like an old wine press, you put the grapes in and you mull it around. That's similar to what they look, and there's just, how many of them are there?
There's 200 per cassette, and we have 16 per basin. We have 3,200 per basin that we're gonna have to clean.
Each one of those have to be pulled and cleaned, and the way we do it is with acidation and scrubbing.
That's the way, yeah.
Power washing.
We clean the hard, and also our hardness has been really high. So the hardness of 13 to 1,500, and that clogs them big time. And we use acid to clean the hardness off, and we use chlorine to clean any kind of organics off. But now, like I said, it's gonna take elbow grease and getting in there and washing them out, replacing any damaged filters with brand new ones, and putting it back online and going from there.
Okay. And meanwhile, your reports, all your fluents and all that are still maintaining. I haven't got any notices.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I had a question for Adam. I know your staff was gonna do the maintenance on the manholes. Did they notice any flows? Did they start last night and notice any high flows on Meacham?
They did start last night, and they have not noticed any high flows. I mean, it's normal. I mean, and, once they get down to like lower Sutterth, we might see something, but, up on Meacham, it's not gonna, I don't think they're gonna really.
And we're still outputting it at the same average. I see the reports, 1,000,000, 1,400,000, 1,300,000.
Right.
So that's why it's just not adding up in my little brain. I don't understand it.
Mine neither.
So, but if we need some fresh eyes or whatever, we need to get together and figure out if if it's cassettes, then we'll have to pull that and get it done.
Oh, yeah.
So what Adam's talking about, his guys are going to every sewer manhole, popping it and checking for flows to see if we have increase after rains or after whatever, to see if we can isolate it, because we've tried everything else.
We've walked, the guys have walked, all along the river, popped every manhole. You look for manhole lids that are off, and now we're actually starting, we just went through the holidays, starting on Meacham Drive and doing maintenance and cleaning the lines and stuff, just to.
Yeah, I've seen them out cleaning. Yeah, okay.
Well, Mayor, you have pretty good eyes at that kind of stuff, so why don't you put on PPE, go out there?
Oh, yeah. The mayor pig, yeah, slide him down the hole, yeah.
More the merrier, that's all I can say.
Hey, is there anything else? Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I didn't mean to beat you up so much. I was expecting a pom-pom rally, so much for that.
No, it just took us a little bit longer to understand exactly what's going on.
Well, Jackson and Mayor Pro Tem over here, we serve on that with the Downs board and we listen to these things and we make these adjustments and investments and everything in that plant. And it's one of the top two plants, 1 or 2 all the time in the nation. So, I don't know, it bothers me that we're still having issues. So anyway, we'll be all over that.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be curious to know too, when they get down to the scraping and the looking with the boots in the ditch, if they could do an analysis of what this
Stuff is?
Factor X sludge is, because that's causing Isaac, not only is it's a twofold process, what it is, where did it come from, how can we prevent it? The other is, you're going to 12-hour shifts and you're really taxing the men you have, and that's another concern.
Yeah, it is.
Even to get them to want to do the 12 is kind of
Yep.
a task in itself, but
I
we are
know.
going to take a sample of that stuff at the bottom of the basin and send it off for analysis just to see if there's any
Good.
Yeah.
out of the ordinary, as far as like maybe the fire retardant or ash or something that plugged it. I don't know.
Something
It's
big
got me
time.
dumbfounded as far as what came in and plugged them up so bad.
You think it may be related hypothetically just to the runoff and the excess
I know.
runoff water that we had bringing this Factor X into the system?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Isaac.
Thank you, Isaac.
All right.
Mayor, that's all I had. I'll stand for any questions on the manager's report.
You got any real positive thing we can pick on this thing, man?
Well, we do have the, scheduled for the 27th of April is the, from 1 to 3 is the ribbon cutting for the magistrate court. So we're going to check.
Wait, what time? I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's going to be on April 27th from 1 to 3. We do have our budget workshop, so we're going to be creative and try to convene and then reconvene on possibly like Friday morning from 8 to 12. I know Councilor Coughlin likes 8 o'clock meetings. And that way we can have council there present for the ribbon cutting.
Okay.
So, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Thank you, Manager Ron. We'll go into reports from municipal officials. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to start us off?
Yes, thank you. It was a wonderful Easter egg hunt at Cedar Creek, and I forgot to thank Jennifer while she was here, because they always partner with Parks and Recreation to make that a fun event for all our local kids and visitors, and 6,000 eggs, I believe, they set out and stuff, and there must have been, probably 1,000 people over there or plus. I mean, it was amazing this year of how many participated in that. And then a reminder to the council that we do have the RSVP banquet this Friday. And there was one other thing that you'll come to me probably when everybody's done.
You can go ahead and say the cleanup, because he's been harping on
Oh, that's right, on the cleanup.
every week on Sunday.
Yeah,
after
for
church.
this Sunday after church, meet at Wingfield Park, and you know, we do the proclamation for a month, and a lot of groups, you know, that can't make it there, or people, we just ask that, you know, pick a Saturday, even the Saturday before, and go down the street collecting trash. But we do ask you to call Parks and Rec, let T-Bone know the count. I know I've done that with my grandkids along Cedar Creek, and that's where after school or something like that. But so for the whole month, you know, of course, this Sunday is the community event, which everybody's welcome to participate, but it's an ongoing thing, really. And the mayor's right, you know, I go to other communities, and it's sad to see how trashy their entrance to there. And the one I'm talking about is El Paso. I went to the airport there a couple of weeks ago, and I'm just like, wow. We're very fortunate for what we do here, so. And then, again, as we had the fire presentation and stuff, one rule of thumb I've always followed was half a gas tank is empty, so always keep your gas up to half full. And then for those of us that have trucks, throw a shovel in the back just to have, because I was discouraged a couple of weeks ago when I just saw somebody just flip a cigarette butt out their window and stuff. Fortunately, it was by the parking lot there at McDonald's. And I tried to run over it with my vehicle, but I didn't want to get pulled over for careless driving or something like that. No, not really on that. But I did notice that cigarette butt go out, and that's just an alert of let's all be cautious and aware of our surroundings. Oh, and don't park on tall grass. Those catalytic converters do heat up at short distances even, so. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilor Letterman?
Yes, thank you. Rifle conveniently took my.
Yay!
And I'll ride along with the cleanup, basically from 1 to 3, and then everybody meet back at 3 o'clock, and we're going to have a barbecue. And this is also when we get our garden ready. We do a little bit of cleanup in the garden, and so if you don't want to pick up trash, you can always help us with the garden. And then, Mr. Mayor, Council, I just have to say this. Just like all of us, it's very important for the citizens of Ruidoso to be able to speak to us. And I appreciate and I want everyone to know that we do hear you. We might not be able to respond to you, but we do hear you. Blighted properties is very important, and we're always looking for that, so thank you very much. And one other thing, I've lived here all my life, and I can rest assure you that not only me, but everybody on this council, it's quite a juggling act for tourists and for residents. And I grew up here when it was either feast or famine. After the racetrack, there was nothing until we got snow and had some skiers here. Fortunately, I was a kid and it really didn't matter, but I can remember my parents, they had jobs that didn't matter whether they had tourists, but I knew a lot of people that did. And so I want everyone to know that we take this very seriously, and, sometimes there are inconveniences, but it's very important to have things. Me as a counselor, I always look at, this can bring in some funds for our council, for our village of Ruidoso, and it's something for our kids to do in Grindstone and Wingfield Park and Alto, and so that's the way I look at it. But I do appreciate everyone's comments, so thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Joe Eby.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to express a little bit just on what Councilor Letterman was saying, is I do appreciate the public coming in and expressing their views and their concerns on certain areas that, of course, affect them and their quality of life here in Ruidoso. We all hear what everyone says, and that it does get addressed one way or another. First, generally, it starts with the discussion, and many times, just trying to receive public input about certain issues. But like you said, it is a juggling act, but we certainly do hear, and we do know about the blighted properties. I know that our code enforcement has been pretty stretched out as far as I've even, pointed out some different areas, but they are stretched out. We looked at trying to get another, possibly, because there is an issue with that. But they're working hard at it, and the village is looking at all of the different traffic areas that have been brought up for council and also to the police department. So there are things that are being, everything's being looked at and trying to be addressed, because government moves slow sometimes. Government moves slow, but other than that, we hear you. And I'm just looking forward to Sunday and flipping burgers there, T-Bone.
There you go.
Then we'll have the discussion over barbecuing or is it grilling? So
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my gosh.
I know those, one of those things. So it'll be grilling.
Is that
Okay.
the same thing about chili? It has beans or doesn't have beans?
Could be. And before we go on this side, I just want to ask our Sergeant at Arms over here, the Lieutenant Urban over there, are you enjoying yourself? This is your first time that you've been here, and
No, he's been here before.
Not for the whole.
well, not for this long haul.
No, yeah, that's right. He usually.
So this is what number? So you're like number 3. I found the snacks. Oh, you did. Okay. You guys always do, man. So we appreciate Lieutenant Urban standing in for Chief Chavez. He's was testifying on a murder case today. So that we're real proud of our detectives and police department last year when they were able to apprehend that individual. So we're anxious to see what goes on today. But thanks for sticking in. All right, Councilor Hooker.
Not much from me, Mayor, just again, excited to see the housing continue to move along as we make comment that it's taken a long time. It has, but hopefully it'll be something we can all enjoy and our citizens can enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Counselor, I almost skipped you again. Coughlin.
That's okay. I'm going to be really short and sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much everything that everybody said.
Oh, yeah.
Said is the same thing, and Councilor Luderman, I'm the same, is trying to do that balance between our guests and our residents, and we can't forsake one for the other. We need to be able to use it. I have the business mind. You use the guests to come in to help pay for the improvements that satisfy our residents. And that's one of the difficult things is we need to keep the business income coming in so that we can do some stuff for our people. So it's really tough. And thank you all for the comments. Most of the people all made their comments and left, but man, that's the biggest crowd we've had here and
Oh, wow.
I can't think of how long. So that's it. See, that's short for me.
That was very short for you. Councilor Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll tag on to what Tim said because he's a short timer. I think that one of the things that came through to me, and maybe wasn't apparent to the public at large, is that 2 out of 3 homes in Ruidoso are second homes. So when you try to compare them to some place like Santa Fe, which has such a diverse population and culture, most of those homes are owned and they're occupied. So it wasn't quite apples and oranges to help with that discussion. And I think that's why people have to be aware of why there aren't so many short-term rentals in population percentage. It's because of that fact, because they're sitting dormant and they're not generating revenue. They're actually costing the owner, which still is the owner. The other thing is I just wanted to support again the cleanup that's going to occur on Sunday. I think we meet at Wingfield at noon. Mm-hmm. And then I didn't know about the food, but that's nice. And then the other thing is just to support again Dr. and Mrs. Clement. I've known Michael for decades, as well as Delana, and I think the old mill shouldn't be forgotten. And in time, on his last presentation, he did have his 501c3 slide that told where he could make donations, and that obviously from his presentation today, that's a real need, and I would support that, but I'm wondering if we could add that maybe to the newsletter, or I'll leave that open, but so that there is a way to kind of revisit that so it doesn't fall dormant and dead.
Well, from what I remember, the last time he came in, is they own the property, but they're leasing it to a nonprofit.
Yes.
The nonprofit is leasing, but the nonprofit doesn't own the property.
Yes.
That's right.
So that
was kind of a sticky wicket.
It's a sticky issue there.
And that's all I have.
Yeah, it's very historical.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate your comments. Now we'll move into the public hearing department. And I have a nice little script I have to read because during this portion, we open this up to the public. It's quasi judicial, so we'll have to ask the counselors if they've all been, out of the conversation or if they feel like they've been influenced in any way where they couldn't render a non-biased opinion on this. And so if you'll bear with me, this one will be covering the public hearing on petition to rezone 114 Keys Drive, Track B1 of the Green Meadows addition from R1 to single-family residential district to R2 two-family residential district, case RZ 2023-1. Madam Clerk, is that when I read this, or do we want to go ahead and listen to her presentation?
Thank you.
Now?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, Stephanie is in our Planning and Zoning Department's handing out some information to the council. The public hearing today will be conducted under the procedures mandated by the New Mexico Court of Appeals in Battershell versus the City of Albuquerque, which is intended to protect the due process rights of all parties. Under this ruling, the following procedures will apply. Parties, A, parties to the hearing will be identified as well as witnesses to the parties that may wish to give testimony. B, all persons offering testimony will be sworn in by the mayor, the village clerk, or other designee who is authorized to administer oaths. C, all persons offering testimony will be limited to the relevant matter being heard. This issue is to be decided at this public hearing. The issue to be decided at this public hearing is a petition to rezone 114 Keys Drive, Tract B1 of the Green Meadows Addition from R1 Single Family Residential District to R2 Family Residential District, case RZ 2023-1, submitted by Glenn Remington. Item number 3, Eileen D. Crawford, Mayor, will limit testimony to this issue. Item number 4, for the purpose of this public hearing, interested parties are identified as Samantha Cerna, the Community Development Director, Glenn Remington, application. Item number 5, I may designate other persons as parties if they can show to the satisfaction of the governing body that they have an immediate, pecuniary, or direct interest in the outcome of the public hearing. Witnesses are those persons designated by parties to present testimony on their behalf. Are there any persons present that wish to be considered as a party? Just raise your hand. Okay, we have these folks raising their hands. Are there any members of the governing body who have a conflict of interest?
No.
None. Has there been any outside or ex parte communications by any of the members of the governing bodies? Anybody had any discussions?
No.
Okay, now then, all those that raised their hands, if you would stand. You too, Stephanie. And Samantha's online.
Yes.
Huh? Okay, and Zach Cook is our attorney. So if you'll raise your hand, would you like to swear, can you swear them all in, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I can. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth and under penalty of perjury? I do. And when each of you.
I do.
Thank you. And when each of you approach the table, if you'll just state your name for me.
You want them to do that now? Or when they come up?
When they come up.
Okay, when you come up, you'll just state your name. Okay, staff's presentation at this time is item number 9, governing body questions to the staff. Under staff presentation, applicant may cross-examine staff. Item number C, other parties may cross-examine the staff at that time. So we'll go ahead and have the staff's presentation now. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council.
Hold on a minute, Samantha, we have a question. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to vacate this particular hearing on the lack of jurisdiction before this council. Under 5465, this council would not have the jurisdiction to rehear a denied application without affirmative action on the part of the applicant. And I would actually just briefly like to read that particular provision. It says, a rezone which has been recommended for denial by the Planning Commission shall not be reviewed by the council except upon written request by the applicant. Mr. Mayor, as the presiding officer of this quasi-judicial proceeding, I raise that because jurisdictional issues are usually raised and addressed before the judicial body goes forward. And for that purpose, I had contacted Mr. Cook a week ago and have not gotten any response from him related to this jurisdictional issue. But I would urge the council to consider before going forward with this application that it's not within the council's jurisdiction. Thank you.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, we do have that documentation. Stephanie can provide Mr. Griffin a copy if needed.
Okay, do you have a copy of that? Can you let us, do we have that information in this information you just gave us?
I believe it has been given to you from the agenda.
It's in our packet?
Yes. It should be the last.
Last attachment. Okay, hold on.
I do not have it on.
They have 15 days.
So, Mr. Cook, are you available? He's out of the country.
Right here.
There you are, Zach. Okay, do you have a response?
Mr. Mayor and Council, Mr. Griffin, he's correct on what the statute said. There's no limitation on when that written request that the council review the decision in our ordinance. My understanding is that the applicant, Mr. Remington, provided written requests sometime in the last few days, which I believe satisfies the requirements in the ordinance that he provide a written request that your council reviewed the recommendation for planning and zoning. I think the issue is moot.
Okay, Ms. Serna?
Are we ready to proceed with the staff report?
Do you concur with that after reading that?
Yes, absolutely. There's no time frame set.
Okay,
In the handouts that I gave.
and I guess I need to deny the motion. Is that what we need to do, Ms.?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, I would respectfully deny the deny the request. Continue, please, Stephanie.
In the packets that were presented are copies of the ordinance, also a copy of the map showing an area for y'all's review, and a larger zoning map, as I was afraid they may be too small in the in your printouts online. And I believe the part that Mr. Griffin was talking about that's covered in 5465 is the hearing and decision by council that be on the first page for E. So if you guys have any questions on the ordinance, Sam and I can answer those for you as well.
Give us a minute. And if any of the council has any questions? Okay.
I don't have any questions.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anyone that was sworn in that would like to ask some questions of staff?
Well, do we have to have
Would you like my
What?
presentation?
presentation?
Oh, go ahead and get the presentation. Yeah, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry. Counselor?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have brought forth today a recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission. They voted 4-3 to make that recommendation to you all during their quasi-judicial public hearing held March the 7th, 2023 for this rezone case. Their recommendation was based on looking at the highest level of density that could be allowed if the rezone was offered, and that would be under the conditional use where they would be able to have 16 units per acre. If you look at the case study on page 2, in page 3, there's an accurate depiction of the area he's asking to rezone. It is tract B1, those that are familiar with this land, it used to be one large acre. Mr. Remington has since subdivided, and this portion that he's asking for the rezone is 1.876 acres. Looking at the comprehensive plan, this is in line with it, with adding density and number of units. So that is why this rezone would be favorable from a staff recommendation. We did present this to the Planning Commission. They did a thorough study, conducted their public hearing, deliberated on the matter, considered oral and written statements from the public, the applicant, staff, and their own members of the landowners there, that Mr. Remington and his, I believe it was his son. So we are bringing this notification that they are recommending denial. However, there is strong support for a rezone due to increasing density. We're not looking at conditional uses or how many units would be placed there. We're strictly looking at going from the R1 to R2, which would have an impact on the surrounding properties. And so we highly considered that, and that this land has remained vacant for so long. So before you, we have included what Stephanie handed out today of the surrounding contiguous properties that are multifamily at this time. And I think that that should be considered as we go through and analyze this request.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Absolutely, you can.
So Samantha, what you're saying is really what's in front of us is just to rezone the property, not to do any density planning or any other thing that would, if this were rezoned, then at a later time, they would submit a plan to, as far as how many units would be placed on this property. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, Councilor Coughlin. And the higher density units would require a conditional use, which the neighborhood and the traffic and all of that would be analyzed again.
And it would go back in front of planning and zoning?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
So Samantha, this is Joe. So you were saying that the reason that they gave for recommended denial for the village was the density, and you're saying they were basing that on 1 acre, and you're saying that this is 1.8? Is that correct, or?
No, it was based on their fear of the highest density being allowed under the conditional use for an R2. Okay. It does afford multifamily dwellings, townhomes, or apartments not to exceed 4 units. So every acre that you have, you can have 9 units. So with this 1.876 acres, he could potentially have 16 units. And so that was a fear that he would be able to have that high of a density in such a small area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Not at this time.
Okay. The applicant is, so we don't have anybody want to cross-examine that, so if you want to go ahead, and other parties at this time may cross-examine the staff. So if you'd like to come up, Mr. Griffin, and just state your name into the, and he has been sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Hi. I
Excuse me,
have some
Mr.
questions
Griffin, just for the recording, can you state your name?
Very well. William Griffin, local attorney, been here since 2005 and representing clients in New Mexico, Oregon, and United States courts. I have some questions for you, Ms. Cerna, if I may. First of all, Ms. Serna, do you recall when Mr. Remington's application was denied with the P and Z? What date?
March the 7th.
Thank you. And are you not required to give notice of a hearing before the council of a, dare I say, appeal of a P and Z denial?
It wasn't an appeal because it was a recommendation. There was no decision made.
But there was a notice issued, was there not? Because this is a public hearing.
Yes, the meeting was advertised in accordance with the Chapter 54
And why do we do that?
to allow everyone due process to be a part of the
Excellent,
decision-making process.
excellent. Due process. And isn't the mayor actually mistaken to say that the only interested parties in this issue are yourself and Mr. Remington?
No, the interested parties would be any property owners around this within the 200 feet. That's why we notify them all by mail, and they were notified 15 days prior to the hearing by mail.
Excellent.
We advertised in the newspaper as well as posted on our website.
Excellent, thank you very much. Do you know if your office, yourself or Stephanie Warren, received a public information request from one of those interested parties?
We did receive a public information request requesting an appeal document. This is not an appeal.
Okay, and at the time, wasn't Mr. Forsyth informed that Mr. Remington had not applied affirmatively for a review before this council?
No, I don't believe he was.
He was provided a response stating that we did not have an appeal process to present to him to fulfill the request.
Okay, so is it your presumption that automatically a denial before P and Z of a rezone goes before the council?
It's a recommendation.
Okay, the recommendation goes before the council. But is the applicant allowed to present his case once again? And where would we find that in 5465?
In the rezoning process, so it goes to E where it says hearing and decision by council. So he should be afforded to have his application heard even though it was recommended for denial.
Tell me this, and I believe you're under oath. Did Mr. Remington contact you, or did your office contact him to tell him he needed to submit an affirmative request for review?
Immediately upon denial that day on March the 7th, he said he wanted to move his case to the governing body for a decision.
How did we get it in writing?
And we told him that he needed to submit something in writing in addition.
Why did
to
you tell him
supplement
that
his
he
case.
needed to submit something in writing if you just told us that he doesn't need
Because
to submit anything in writing?
No, I said that he does need to submit something in writing to supplement his case because that is how the section of Chapter 54 reads. 5465, he needs something in writing to be heard before the council. It was
Absolutely.
received Friday, and that is prior to the council hearing.
Okay, so you received it on Friday. That was my next question. So actually, the notice of this hearing and the public reaching out about what this hearing would be, what its content would be, could not have been known prior to Friday of last week, correct?
No, it was known because he made his request while he was at the planning commission meeting, and your client asked for an appeal document. There was no appeal. There was no decision made. They made a recommendation.
Okay. Can you reconcile for us why 5465 subsection F allows for the public to protest, and as much as 20% of the public to protest? Do you think that this is related to the public's notice of such hearings?
Yes, the public was notified of the hearing. It was properly posted. And should the council choose to vote to rezone, then once these 20% of the lots that are within 100 feet can submit that, but with the affirmative vote of the majority of all members of council, not a supermajority, just the majority, it can stand. So it just depends on the outcome of this hearing, which should be fair and unbiased.
Is it your contention then that the public knew the purpose of this meeting, or excuse me, the public knew of the purpose of this hearing with sufficient time in advance. You spoke of due process. Do you believe that due process was served?
Absolutely.
I have no further questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other parties that would like to cross-examine staff? Okay, I don't see any. If you're coming, you come now. Okay. This one you can come up and ask questions. And then we'll still have the applicant's presentation here in just a minute.
Am I still in cross-examination?
Yeah, this is still a cross-examination.
Dana Lenzo, 202 Keys. Question, do you have a topographical map showing the property that he's trying to rezone to put the R2 zoning on?
I don't have a
Our
topo.
map isn't topoed.
Okay. So the section that he is looking to rezone, and this is on file with the county clerk's office out in Carrizozo, the copy of it. The section where he's looking is about 250 feet wide, has an elevation change of 43 to 47 feet. So it goes like this. So is a topographical map not considered important to be included in this package when considering that you're putting high-density housing into a drainage ravine? I would think that that would be one of the things that has been lacking in this packet that you have not been given. It was submitted officially as evidence in this planning and zoning's meeting in March 7th, along with photographic evidence showing the elevation changes that are not given on what I saw that was printed off. In essence, if you put Lincoln Towers at the very north end of this, right off of 5th Street, and you stood out behind Mr. Senna's backyard, you'd be looking over the top of Lincoln Towers. That's the elevation change that we're looking at trying to put high-density housing in, not to mention that there is substandard dirt that was brought in that is put at the tail end of each of these streets. Lee Street, Timber, and Verde over there, was hauled off from the hospital construction site because it was deemed unsuitable for compaction for building. And now these are considered, this is where he's looking to put roads that he wants to give to the village. So
Mr.
has
Mayor?
the soil sample compaction test been done where these roads are going and looking into this area with the topographical map? It's not been changed for us physically, except by that dirt brought in. So
Mr.
there's
Mayor.
just gaps in information that I don't think you're being given. And that was my whole question was, did you have a topographical map?
Okay, we have a response from Mr. Cook. Go ahead, Zach.
Mr. Mayor and Council, this is the part of the hearing where property owners or other interested people can cross-examine the staff. The witness is testifying now, just for purposes of keeping order in the hearing. If we could get back to cross-examination, where if she has any questions of staff related to their presentation, then she should ask those questions now and save her testimony for that part of the hearing where the other interested parties have an opportunity to testify in front of you. So,
Okay, thank you.
In your packet, one last question. In your packet, have you been given a copy of the road design and soil survey topographical and drainage from July 2008
No.
by Shaw Engineering? That's a topographical map that details more in essence where this property is, and it is in evidence in the village's public access to records. And so I would consider that you look at that as an older survey, but geographically and topographically, it has not changed. So that is information that I think should have been included in your packets.
Okay, thank you very much. We have anyone else who wants to cross-examine? Please come up, sir.
I'm Larry Forsyth. I'm the
chairman of the Architectural Control Committee for Green Meadows. I'm a little perplexed here. I submitted a request, and you told me in that answer that the applicant had not appealed his decision from the Planning and Zoning Committee. And then today, and have you given that to them, my request and your answer?
No, that's not relevant.
Mr. Forsyth, Mayor and Council, again, the language read an appeal.
Hold on a minute. We got two people talking at the same time.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Samantha.
Mr. Forsyth, Mayor, council members, the request read an appeal to the decision. There was no decision made on March the 7th. It was a recommendation to the governing body. They are not a decision-making body when they're hearing rezone cases. So that is why you were answered and responded to your information for public request in that manner.
I submitted a public request to see what was going to be said to this committee, council. They told me that there was no appeal that had been filed by the applicant, which is what your code says. And now today, they're presenting an undated with an initial on it, and they're saying that they had this before I made my request for open records. Why would they have not given me this?
If I may, this is a written request to have the council review it as dictated by Section E. It's not, it says a rezone which has been recommended for denial by the Planning Commission shall not be reviewed by the council except upon a written request by the applicant. In no way is this a appeal. This is an appeal, this is due process for his original request.
You're playing semantics with the words that when I said, did he give a written appeal, because I used the word appeal, you didn't choose to send me this written request.
Correct, because it's not an appeal as set forth by the statute that you provided in your request for records. I didn't have anything to respond on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a couple of follow-up
Could you
questions?
follow up on that?
Stephanie or Samantha, what is the date of the inspection of public records request that they're referring to?
I'd be glad to go and get that.
Okay, I don't have it
I
with me.
Yeah.
It was sometime in March.
Okay, it was sometime in March, and did you respond in writing to that IPA request, denying the request?
We responded that there has not been an appeal to that case.
And what was the date of your response?
It had to have been the same very day.
And then what day did you receive the written request by the applicant to have the council hear this case?
April the 7th.
And that was last Friday?
Yes, and on March the 7th, he verbally told us he wanted to move his case forward.
So at the time you received the IPRA from Mr. Forsyth, no records responsive to the IPRA request existed, is that correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Okay, and I think the clerk's gone to retrieve the IPRA request date.
I would just like to respectfully clarify, though, that appeal is not semantics to a body that doesn't have a decision-making authority in this case.
Okay. While we're retrieving that information, is there anyone else that would like to ask a question? Cross-examine? Okay. What I want to do before we go into, is she here? Okay, can you?
Mayor and members of the governing body, I received a request from Mr. Forsyth, let's see, early morning of March 29th, forwarded it to Community Development. And they responded with their packet back to him on Friday, March 31st.
And then the request for recommendation at the planning and zoning to the village council was on April 7th, and that's what you said? Yes. Okay, so it's basically timing, is what you're saying? Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the applicant's presentation. So if I can have the applicant come up.
Hi, I'm Glenn Remington. This is my son, Evan Remington. First thing we'd like to do is present about approximately 150 signatures on a petition. Residents of Ruidoso who recognize the need for workforce housing. I'm not sure what to do with it, but.
Give it to the clerk here, and she will pass that around. No, just pass it, start it right there.
And we have some presentation to make. Evan is going to speak on our behalf.
Hi, thank you. My name is Evan Remington. I am Anna and Glenn's youngest son. And I just wanted to point out, my father's been building in Ruidoso and Lincoln County for 40-plus years. With my two older brothers, I don't think you could find anybody more qualified to build on a complicated or a difficult lot or inconvenient lot, as it was mentioned in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. But I wanted to address some of the comments that did come up. There was a couple of things that were mentioned. One was about the drainage, and I think we've heard a lot about the topography and the drainage and the concern about the potential flood hazards. And I think until this land is developed, it will continue to be a potential flood hazard. In the previous go of trying to develop something for this, we did develop an engineered plan to deal with that, with adding a retention pond that I think would be a great solution to help potentially solve that flood issue. So that's something we're not too concerned about, and if we are able to move forward with R2, I think we're going to continue with that plan and come up with another plan to submit. But there was another comment made by Mr. Griffin on behalf of his clients, and he cited Miller versus the City of Albuquerque, which was a case in the Supreme Court in 1976 where the EPC, the Environmental Planning Commission in Albuquerque, denied a request by one of the landowners to change the zoning from R1 to R3, and instead moved forward with a zone change to SU1. Now, they did that without any, following their internal protocols and without due process, and so it was found by the Supreme Court to be unlawful. But in that case, through the opinion from the judge, there was some good citations. One was, when used to promote the public interest, it is justified and has been upheld as a legitimate exercise of the police power. And New Mexico has specifically approved the use of zoning to protect and promote the safety, health, morals, and general welfare. And the zoning changes are a lawful exercise of the police power and is merely the price of living in a modern, enlightened, and progressive community. Essentially, what I got from that citation and from his comment was that before property zones are reclassified, there must be a proof of a mistake of original zoning or change in the neighborhood for the need of the rezoning. And what we'd like to present today is evidence that we find, and I think it's in line with what the staff, the planning and zoning staff has presented as well, along with what all the people that signed the petition agreed that we believe it's in the best interest of the community at large to change this zoning to R2. In 2015, the city published the Village of Ruidoso Affordable Housing Plan and a follow-up comprehensive plan update in 2019. I have a few snippets from that 2015 plan over here on the right side of this board. One particular one I wanted to point out was Table 47 with the housing goals. The rental housing, it just states what the goal would be over the next 10 years from 2015 moving forward, particularly for the 60 to 80% of the average median income, people that would, fall into that affordable housing income bracket. And I believe the number was 305 units. And I think that earlier in this meeting, there was mention of the McBride fire and post-COVID, and I think some of these needs have only grown since then, since 2015, or even since 2019. And there was also a couple comments, I think, that were made that were talking about how low-income housing might bring in more police calls or an increased criminal element to the area, which I'd like to just point out that the affordable housing brackets that we are looking at, trying to provide some units for in the 60 to 80% is really about finding housing for families, which includes public schools, teachers, village employees, and some of the larger employees like the public schools and Lincoln County Medical Center have found problems in recruiting and retention of their employers simply based on the lack of housing. And then from the 2019 comprehensive plan update, in Chapter 7 with the housing, there was a noted goal, number one, to provide a variety of housing types and prices that are available to meet the housing needs of village residents. And in that, the policy 1.3 states that they want to encourage construction of new entry-level housing to meet the needs of the village's year-round workforce. And the action for that policy is to work with potential builders to determine what the village can do to make building in this price range feasible. And so we believe that, these special circumstances are met and definitely fall in line with the city's comprehensive plan for providing updated or more housing that are affordable. This, I believe, is the packet that you were looking at. I added just a little bit more. Upon more recent research of the R2 zoned properties that are just west of the property in question, there's only one of them that actually is currently utilized as R2. There's a duplex that has multifamily in there. There is otherwise 9 lots that are currently underutilized and essentially R1 with just single-family homes, and there's 2 that are just underdeveloped, which coincidentally is just about the same size as the piece of property right next to it, the adjacent property that we're requesting the rezoning for. So in short, we'd like to just ask the council to consider that if we do get this portion of the property rezoned to R2, we, and my father especially, as far as I can remember, actually back in high school, there was a point where he was 20-something years ago, he was looking at some property up near Grindstone Lake and working with the city. I see Rifle shaking his head. I think he talked to you about it. So over 20 years ago, he was looking to potentially develop some basically workforce housing, some affordable housing, which didn't pan out, but he finally finds himself in a place where he has the resources to finally do something himself. And I'd like to also point out that I believe, and maybe arguably, this probably isn't the most profitable way to develop this piece of land, or maybe the best way. However, it's been a goal of his for quite a long time, and so anyway, I'd like to help him get there, and I hope that you see it the same way as us. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
I'm a little confused. The surrounding area there, it's zoned R2?
Yes.
Those colored.
Dark colored ones there, those are all R2.
The lots to the west, yeah, directly.
One with the little arrow.
Nanny's apartments.
However, 9 of those are just currently used as single family, and so therefore underutilized as R2.
They're zoned, they're just not being
This is
used.
the R2 right here?
Yeah.
did have another board here just to show you too. You know, there was some mention about the maximum density. I think Samantha said it was 16 potentially, based off of the code limited maximum density level. My dad doesn't want to look at doing that. He doesn't want to max it out. Currently, what we were looking at, and this is what just kind of a quick study of that plan on the lot, what it may look like if we did 11 units. Just trying to look at, and I believe that's still currently what he would like to do, should we, you know, be able to proceed with the R2 zoning.
Okay, anything else? Well, I just have one question. So the studies on the drainage that has been, seems like a big concern over there. I mean, so you're saying if left undeveloped, it still would be a process, still would have some issues. How would you handle the drainage?
That plan right there doesn't touch the drainage.
Okay, it's not anywhere. Can you show me where they're talking about drainage as those homes are located?
The drainage it comes right down through there.
Right through the middle, yeah.
And we wouldn't touch it.
Okay. Staff, do you have anything?
I would just like to add to the drainage. I know what Dana Lenzo had provided was from 2008, and the topography has changed tremendously since then with the fill dirt from the hospital being brought into that lot. And so a whole new drainage study would need to be conducted to modernize that and have the accurate depiction.
Okay.
I would like to clarify on the material that came from the hospital. It's not subgrade, and they didn't get rid of it because it was subgrade. They just had too much of it. Most of that material is base course, which is engineered fill. So anyone that doesn't know about soil can't give you any real evidence about it. But it's good dirt.
Okay. Okay, do we have any other parties that would like to cross-examine at this point? Okay. Yes, Mr. Griffin? There's another seat over here if you want to sit, or you want to use that microphone?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
No, that's good.
Once again, William Griffin, local attorney, and I represent, just throw out some names, Joni Markham, Sam Remington, Larry Forsyth, Charles Remington, and a number of other people have come up to me at different times concerned about this issue. And first I want to ask, who is the applicant? We have two folks sitting in front of us here, and I'm sorry I didn't get your name, young man.
Evan.
Evan Remington. Are you an attorney, Mr. Remington?
No.
So, but you're not the applicant?
He's an architect.
Okay. So the applicant in this situation is Glenn Remington. So any testimony or anything that you offered today is not from the applicant, correct?
Yeah, it's from me.
I'm asking Evan Remington
Well,
the question.
we worked on all this together. We're just here.
Okay, are you familiar with and I'm asking the person who gave testimony today. That's all I can do, unfortunately. And I know you've been sworn, Mr. Remington, but you gave no testimony. So, Mr. Evan Remington, have you read the CC&Rs related to Green Meadows subdivision?
I don't even know what the CCRs is.
Okay, covenants, codes, and restrictions, they're typically applied in a neighborhood related to the kind of development that could occur there. So you have not read them?
It's my understanding that this body doesn't consider covenants. Do we need to go down this path?
Well, I would like to remind everybody, this has nothing to do with development. This is strictly a
Exactly.
zoning issue right now.
Exactly.
This
Thank
is zoning, yes.
The development, if this were to be approved, there would be another process of meetings and whatnot to consider development. So when we're talking about drainage, when we're talking about density, none of that pertains to the matter at hand.
At hand, this is zoning.
Excellent point, but I still think the question is relevant. Are you aware that there are restrictions in Glen Grove to solely R1?
Once again, irrelevant.
And Mr. Mayor, who am I talking to?
Well, everybody knows Mr. Remington. He swore in as the applicant. This is a gentleman that's come with him, his son, that is giving testimony to their application. So I think it's relevant that he does it, but the questions that you're asking is not relevant to actually what we're talking about. That's when we're talking about zoning. I understand what you're saying. You want to know, see, if this passes, how are you going to get past the next step and the next step?
No,
I'm
sir.
not worried about those.
No, sir, this is leading here to a very, very relevant, of the three critical elements. One of them relates to these questions. So I'll ask Mr. Glenn Remington then, are you aware that there's only R1 in that subdivision? Green Meadows.
I mean, as it stands now, yeah, there's only single-family homes in it.
That's actually my third question. The first question was, are you aware that that's all that's allowed there? But I appreciate the follow-up. Okay, so primary question. Are you asserting to this council that there was an error in the zone map pattern when it was created?
I'm not asserting anything. I just want to move on.
Yeah.
What he's asking is, because the R2, we're not talking about spot zoning, we're not talking about any things, but in the rules of R1 and R2 and zoning, this can be considered up for a rezoning for R2. That's what we're here to talk about, is R2, R1, the things that they just gave a presentation over had to do with housing, workforce housing, those questions. We were asking if they had considered during this zoning, which probably was improper, my point about the drainage, but that seemed to be an issue that people were interested in, but would be taken up in the next hearing that this would come before. So do you have any questions about zoning for the applicant?
I'm asking them, Mr. Mayor. My second question is, has the neighborhood or community conditions in Green Meadows changed to justify a move to R2? Has Green Meadows changed?
I mean, it's part of Ruidoso. Ruidoso needs workforce housing, so there you have it.
No, I don't think you answered the question. Has Green Meadows built any R2 or apartment complexes prior to this?
The property I bought has always been for future development. Ruidoso didn't even have a zoning ordinance when this property was subdivided. So I'd like to move on here.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may chime
Yes.
in, I'd like to read what 5465 states in reference to that. It says the council may from time to time change the zoning of parcels of land within the village. These changes in zoning classifications are for the purpose of meeting the land use needs of the residents of the village in conformance with the village comprehensive plan. So it might not necessarily be a change in the Green Meadows addition. However, there has been a change in the land use needs of the residents within our village.
Mr. Mayor, that was highly improper. I'm questioning the witness, and for her to offer argument at this stage, it should be reserved for closing argument.
Well, you'll have to forgive my ignorance. I'm not a judge, so we're trying to get through this the best we can. But you've asked the same redundant question when I've said specifically, keep it to zoning, and you're talking about issues that have to do with the other issues that will be handled if this moves forward. So if we can talk about zoning issues, what do you have against? Is it in the ordinances anywhere that says that it cannot be considered for R2? That's what I'd like to know. And I don't know where that's at. I haven't found it.
Well, you may like to know that, Mr. Mayor, and please forgive me. But Mr. Evan Remington pointed out a very important case, the Miller versus City of Albuquerque case. I also have Albuquerque Commons Partnership versus City Council case, and they all state the same three criteria. So all I'm doing is asking questions related to those three criteria. And I'll tell you what the criteria are. One is, was there an error when the existing zone map pattern was created? Two, have neighborhood or community conditions changed to justify the change to a new zone? Three, a different use category being more advantageous to the community. So question number one was, did Mr. Remington know of an error in the zoning map when it was created? He evaded the question. I asked,
Mr.
has
Griffin,
has R2 been allowed in Green Meadows such as the neighborhood or community conditions changed? He evaded the question. So I don't think I need to go to the third question. It's probably going to be evaded, but I'll say this. Mr. Remington, do you acknowledge that the change to R2 would have an impact on your R1 neighbors in Green Meadows who bought in to R1 circumstances?
Mr. Griffin, I'd like to point out that
Just a question.
I did actually reference what you're asking about with the error. I stated that there was no, we don't believe that there was ever an error, and so instead what we're asking for is the special consideration for the council to consider that to meet that second part of your question that you're referring to. So I believe your questions have been answered multiple times.
No, they haven't. But I'll ask this question because it was not answered when I just asked it. Do you acknowledge that R2, a change to R2 in Green Meadows would impact the R1 neighbors who bought in to R1 in Green Meadows? And the council might not care about the answer, but I do.
I'll say that I believe that we do. We do know that. I believe Samantha addressed that earlier. And I also mentioned a citing in the case that you originally cited, Miller versus
I
City of
didn't ask about
Albuquerque.
Miller versus City of Albuquerque. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Whereas any incidental economic loss involved in such a lawful exercise of the police power is merely the price of living in a modern, enlightened, and progressive community, and that New Mexico has specially approved the case of zoning to protect and promote the safety, health, morals, and general welfare. And that was what we were.
One thing I'd like to point out, all these people live on Keys Drive.
I do.
Well,
My name is Keys.
okay, so nobody comes from the west side of this property. It's all from the east side. And there's no,
Pardon me.
Hey, thank you.
and there's no street to get from one to the other. So I really don't think that this is going to impact anybody's property values on Keys Drive.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of Mr. Griffin?
Sure.
On that, Mr. Griffin, can you please read, there were the three conditions that you were saying within this case. Can you read them the way you read them the first time?
I'll quote the case of Albuquerque Commons Partnership versus City Council, 2009, New Mexico Court of Appeals 065. To demonstrate that the existing zoning is inappropriate, I guess I truncated it. Because one, there was an error when the existing zone map pattern was created.
Okay.
Two, changed neighborhood or community conditions justify the change. Or three, a different use category is more advantageous to the community. Did that help?
Yes, that
Yeah,
does.
very
Thank you
much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other cross-examination? We were getting ready to open up the public comment. This is cross-examination, okay?
Dana Lenzo. Considering that the volume of a 1-inch rain storm on an acre of land is over 3,000 gallons per cubic minute, I think per cubic second, cubic feet, 3,630 cubic feet per minute for an inch of rain, what kind of retention pond, detention pond do you have? And do you have experience having built those kind of things because of the volume of buildings that you're looking at putting on?
Excuse me,
Displacement of water.
Dana,
What?
I have a question, because we're
Yep.
talking about the zoning. Mr. Cook,
Is that not,
I don't think it's in line with this conversation. Mr. Cook, is that in line with
Not having any-
the question that we're talking about is water runoff at this stage?
Mr. Mayor, as Councilor Kaufman and others have pointed out, this is simply about whether or not you and the governing body want to change it from one zone to another zone. Down the road, there'll be questions of drainage and
Studies
everything
done,
else.
engineering done, all those things.
Not to mention, in a court, I would have objected because that question calls for a whole bunch of speculation and there was no foundation about cubic meters or anything else, so.
Okay.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to ask you to do your due diligence, because since 2008, this has been brought before the Planning and Zoning. There have been 3 different directors of the Planning and Zoning Commission that have challenged this, and it was approved in 2008 to have the south end of it developed with a certain set-aside understanding that the water that is going to be created by the housing development would create a hazard for downstream. We've just sat here in this meeting and talked about the sewer plant having problems with unrecognized water. We just sat down in 2008 and we had 4 feet of water running through the middle of what he's looking at building. So I'm asking you, if you believe that your word has weight now in the future, to please look at the history of what's happened, because there have been soil compaction tests run, there have been all kinds of different things done that we keep being told, yes, we're on the 90% people that live there. So
Well,
I
off
just
topic,
ask you
please
to do
just
your
go back
history.
to what we're doing. We keep going down this deal. We understand
Right, we
what
do.
you're saying, but we got to stick to what we're talking about now. We're already off of that
Yes,
into other things, Dana. So if we could just, if you had a cross-examine question,
does he have any experience building retention and detention ponds? Has he looked into what is going to be provided for that 1.87
again, that'll be
acres?
taken up. This is.
Is that not a cross-examine with the plan that he just showed?
But again, it's only about zoning at this point. It's not development. He's got a picture there showing some concept. That's moot to this. That means nothing to the proceedings at hand today. Because we're not approving his plans. He's gonna, if this is approved, then he's gonna
Then we're
have to
gonna
go
start
back
all
through
over
the
again.
process, yes. And then he'll come up with a site plan. Then he'll have to provide all the information that you've got some great questions for. He'll have to answer all those questions at that point. This is just merely about changing on the title of the property from R1 to R2. That's all it is. And then whatever he wants to do with that property still has to be approved. This
Even
is
if
not
he was
approving that.
just building R1 homes over there.
So I'm not a realtor, so I'm asking these questions because I don't know, at this point, after 20 years of asking these same questions, it seems like every time we have a new group of people, it starts all over again.
A new group of people, are you referring to us?
No, I'm talking about planning and zoning, and we've had Bradford Dijek that went on. I mean, it's like y'all make decisions that get thrown out with the bathwater when there's a new committee because they didn't and I'm so confused with not understanding how Dan Swearingen, who developed this with Conrad Keys Sr. in 1959, started this, sat there and said it's a designated drainage, and yet somewhere along the line, I've been called kind of some interesting concepts and was even yelled BS when I
Okay.
made a comment last time. So
That's
I
it.
don't know where to go from here.
Well, that's what
And I
we were
don't know what
just
to do.
talking about, is that this is R1, R2. Like I said, if this was still R1 and he was just building homes, he would have to go through planning and zoning to get site plans. They would talk about runoff from the roof, where it's going. Is it going to need a retention pond? How is all that going to take place? Right now, he'd have to do that in R1 if he was building today, going to
Right.
build tomorrow. He would have to do it. This is about R2, multifamily. Can he put an apartment in there? Can he put a duplex in there? Can he
It's
do
not
those
even that.
things?
It's just changing it to R2.
Yeah.
Then he would have to go back to planning and
All
zoning
that
and
would
say,
have to go back through
hey, I
all
want
of
to
it.
build this big old 50-unit apartment building, and they're going to shoot it down because it doesn't meet within the codes for the density. He could say, I want to put in 2 duplexes. And again, he's going to have to go back, and they're going to have to study the whole thing, look at the runoff, look at all those factors. You know, is the soil adequate for it? And there's going to be a whole host of other things.
Then I will apologize for my ignorance for
No,
wanting
no,
to
no,
know.
No, and we're,
Because that's exactly what this is on my part. It's ignorance, because he looked like he had a plan he was showing you.
Exactly.
From back there, that's what it looks like to me.
It
And
does,
that's
yeah.
what it looks like he's asking for permission to approve.
I get it, and like I said, you've got
So,
some
I
great
apologize.
questions. They're just not relevant at this point.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, Dana.
Thank you, Dana.
okay. We'll close the cross-examine portion out and move into public input. So we'll move close the public hearing. Now we'll move into public input. Thank you, gentlemen. And I have a list of people to talk about public input.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the interested parties that may or may not be about to testify, the applicant as well as the staff will have an opportunity to cross-examine them as well. So at this point, I'd recommend you leave the public.
Hearing open. So we'll ask for public, the people that signed up to speak at the public input,
Only if they've been sworn in.
and they've been sworn in, the ones that stood up earlier. so that they would be able to be cross-examined by staff or the applicant. That's what you're
I
saying.
didn't think that they stood up. I thought it was only, did everybody stand
Yeah,
up?
they stood and raised their hand.
I took a picture just in case.
You took a picture of them all?
Well, because we run into issues sometimes where people say, oh, yeah, now I want to speak. And it's like, no, wait.
Yeah, well, it happened last time.
Yeah.
So at this time, Bonnie Coe, would you like to come up and speak?
I'm not just a pretty face.
I signed up tentatively because I'd like to be at the tail end of what everyone else has to say, if that's okay.
Well, what if everybody says that? We'll be here for a year. Because this guy's going to want to speak later and whatnot. So if you could just call and come in the order that you were called, please.
All right, I'll do that then. My name is Elizabeth Coe. I go by Bonnie. I hold power of attorney for my son, who owns the property at, I believe, 112 Keys. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. This land is not a ditch. It's a wide gully. I have spoken with the Army Corps of Engineers because we've had some issues with other properties in Ruidoso that involved the Army Corps of Engineers because they deal with waterways. And they're very interested in this piece of land and have said that if, considering whatever happens here, whether it's R1, R2, whatever, if the Army Corps of Engineers deems that it is a waterway, all applications for the change in that land, building, whatever, would have to get approval from them first before it came before planning and zoning and/or the village. And that's all I have to say about that. That's part of the, I guess you'd call it the due process.
Yes. Yep.
But if you, and I want to clarify something on all of this R2 zoning around the property. Woodland Ridge Apartments is what is there. Several years ago, it was an absolute mess, and there was crime there. There was all kinds of stuff happening. And then allegedly, somebody came in and was going to renovate that and make it low-income housing for women who couldn't afford to live here. So I don't know. You hear all of these rumors. When I hear about affordable housing, I find an inconsistency between benevolence and investment. Those are two words that stand in opposition to each other. I'm reading, I have your little monthly newsletters here, and I see of all of the applications you make for revenues somewhere else. There's so much that goes into the design and building of something. And so you'd have to be something like the Pope to have that much benevolence that you want to spend that much time and your own money to develop something like affordable housing, workforce housing. I have been here longer than Susan. Our first place was in the Wingfield Orchard. We lived in the orchard. And we've always had people come in here and say, I want to develop affordable housing. And there's nothing on paper, there's nothing to enforce that. And so what happens is that now the housing gets built and it just goes right up to the level of the other rents in town. And so we've always had a housing crisis here. Always, always. People who work here in the service industry have never been able to afford the housing here. So I think it deserves a multiplicity of views. It can't just be, yes, I'm putting in workforce housing and please let me do this. And this, when you look at this, draw this, as Dana was talking about measurements, it will change the water flow off of that mountain because it drains basically the side of the mountain. It doesn't drain just one small area. But thank you. I don't want to descend into prattling.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool. Bart Byers?
My name's Bart Byers, and as some of you know, back in 2000, 2003, I actually did develop multifamily housing up on Nob Hill. I built 20 units. They were needed then, and it's a much needed need today. Part of what I want to testify about is the fact that the runoff situation that keeps getting talked about is there are rules and regulations and building requirements that are going to cause anybody that tries to develop that to address that, and it will not be exacerbated, it will be mitigated. It would be my, from my experience in doing local development. Also, there's concern about property and the value, and I would testify that my development actually increased the property values around what I did back then. And the concern about it attracting low income and the undesirable factors is I don't think that can be accomplished because of the fact that the amount of money that has to be spent to just develop it, he can't afford to rent it to somebody of low income. It will be, from my experience, the professional people that like doctors, nurses, and people that are work for the village, other people that it's not going to be an undesirable neighborhood. And as far as getting the zoning wrong at some point, I say that yeah, it probably was that if our forefathers had seen the need for more multifamily at this point in time, they would have expanded the multifamily zonings that they created back then. So yeah, I think there very possibly was a mistake in the way things were done because the lack of foresight. Anyways, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Evan Remington, did you want to come back up? Okay. Right, Glenn, you're fine. I believe the other ladies left earlier. Liam, do you have anything else to say to this?
Yes, please. Once again, William Griffin, local attorney. I just want to share some information with you. For instance, addressing the concept of due process, I wanted to point out that Village of Ruidoso Ordinance 5462 requires an appeal of an adverse P&C decision to the village council must be filed within 15 days of the decision which is being appealed. Now, we saw some interesting semantics getting thrown out. This is not an appeal, this is a review. Well, in my business, a review is an appeal. You take something up on review to a court or to a council or to a superior body, it is an appeal. So regardless, and I also would like to share with you what I know and what I learned in law school about municipal acts, municipal power. There are 3 levels of scrutiny which attorneys like me will look at municipal acts and say, was it proper? And those levels of scrutiny are the rational basis scrutiny, which is just if it makes sense, let's go ahead and do it. And it's typically something like setting the price of a fishing license or something like that. It's basically granting something. Then the next level is an intermediate scrutiny, and it's maybe changing something. And the last level is taking something away from somebody, and that is an extreme level of scrutiny for review of decisions that requires more than just a rational basis. Does it make sense? But it has to have a compelling reason, and it has to be connected with what you're trying to do. So why do I even bother with that is to tell you that the interested parties in this rezone are not just the Remingtons, it's the people all around. And that's why you, Ms. Cerna, and your community development group will insist that notices be sent out in P&Z to people within 100 feet of a rezone and 200 feet of just about anything else that happens. And that's because it is critically important. It is a property right that's being affected. And I will offer to you, and Mr. Cook could differ with me, but I think I'm going to play it safe and say it's somewhere between intermediate scrutiny and the most compelling and strict scrutiny. It's called strict scrutiny, that says that when you affect a property right, you really have to go through all the due process levels. You have to make sure that everyone has notice. You have to make sure that the public who asks, what is this hearing going to be about? And is this an appeal? Oh, no, this is not an appeal. Basically says we don't need to marshal our forces. We don't need to get our 150 name petition going because there's not an appeal before us. And only on Friday, when they got notice that this was to be reviewed and that was an official written notice, I'd say 5465 and 5462 are in conflict. 5462 says you have 15 days. 5465 says you don't have to tell us when you're going to appeal. We can just wait till a couple days before the hearing, get something in writing, and all of us in the public who might want to respond have to scramble because it's 3 days before the hearing. No, that's not due process, folks. Unfortunately.
Mr. Mayor, Mr.
Hold on
Griffin,
a
that's why
minute.
they're separate.
Hold on just a minute.
She'll have her
Don't
chance.
interrupt, please.
So I'll just state from the Garcia case, famous case in New Mexico, the first step in a procedural due process claim is to identify the state-created substantive right at stake and determine whether this right triggers procedural due process protections. I'll just offer, I'm sorry I'm belaboring this so much, but I'll just offer that Mr. Remington's notice on April 7th was not sufficient due process notice to us. Now, you might think, he's not required to give you due process notice. But the ordinance says that we would have his request for appeal within 15 days. After 15 days, Mr. Forsyth requested public information to see if there was an appeal and was told there is no appeal. There's been no written application. We stood down. Maybe we didn't stand down so far because I have a lot of pages of notes, but I still want you to know that that is a critical issue that we can't overlook. So I'm going to speed through the rest of what I said to the P&Z last time when we talked. There is no statute that allows a municipality to rezone. Now that sounds strange. There's a statute that says you can establish zoning, but there's no statute that says that you rezone. So what do? What do we lawyers do? We turn to the common law. And in the common law, and I appreciate the citation, but there's a lot of really good ones. It's the Corondoni versus City of Albuquerque, 1963 case, Miller versus City of Albuquerque, 1976 case, Albuquerque Commons Partnership versus City Council, and they all basically say the same thing. Miller versus City of Albuquerque said it most strongly. Municipalities are, quote, required to establish a mistake in the original zoning or subsequent change conditions in the neighborhood before the zoning can be legally changed. Mr. Cook challenged me at the P&Z meeting and said that was just narrow in the Miller versus City of Albuquerque case, but that's not so. It's repeated throughout all of our jurisdictions, and I pointed out that the authority, McQuillan on municipal authority, said the same thing, basically encapsulated it. It was the Albuquerque Commons Partnership versus City Council that added the third category. So it's now 3 categories. An error in the existing zoning map when the map was created. I appreciated that creative argument that maybe there was an error, but that's not fact, and that wasn't from the applicant. The applicant didn't come at you and say there was an error in the zoning map, and that's why we're seeking its change. So we can cross number 1 off the list. Change neighborhood or community conditions. Has Green Meadows, the subdivision in which this particular proposed development is located, has Green Meadows changed? I asked the question, but I don't need to ask the applicant. I can ask you all, just drive through there. Green Meadows is R1, and they all hope it stays that way. We're sensitive to the fact that there's a housing crisis, but we have to go about it, I should say, have to go about it in the right way. So, do we have evidence of an error in the zoning map? No. Do we have evidence that the changed community, like people have been building apartment complexes in Green Meadows, nobody stopped them. Why should we stop Mr. Remington? That would be the change condition. And is a different use category more advantageous to the community? I think we heard about drainage. I think we heard about Mr. Remington's skill, about the likelihood that certain densities would be less offensive, but I don't think we saw the evidence that's necessary. Traffic is an issue. We considered that there would be criminal issues, and Mr. Forsyth may have some information to share with you about some research that he did on the nearby the nearby apartment complex in Woodland Ridge, and what happens there and how many calls are being generated there. Recognizing that what we're trying to do is point out that there are legal requirements, legal hurdles to be jumped over. And we may feel somewhat sympathetic for Mr. Remington that he sees these legal terms, issues, elements as obstacles, but frankly, we all should. Because again, due process and property rights, individual property rights are at stake. I recognize that you have the authority to do what you please and what you see fit, and that I respect this group. I've seen a lot of you, it's been a while since I've seen you, but I've seen a lot of you busy in this community doing the jobs that you do, and I respect that. I think that my job right now is to try to point out that we have a hurdle to overcome. If there is going to be rezoning in a neighborhood where the people that I represent want it to remain R1, then I want to at least satisfy them, hey, folks, they did everything right. They went through all the steps, and there's nothing we can do. We've been defeated because they satisfied the law. They pointed out that there was a mistake in the zoning, or they pointed out that there's apartment complexes all throughout Green Meadows, and you just haven't noticed them. Or I guess the more troublesome is, would this be advantageous to the community? Now that question, I think if we just say, let's build some more houses, but we can't really rely on private contractors, builders, and property owners to solve the problem for us individually. And I think we may be leaning a little too far into Mr. Remington's proposal to suggest that we need this. Well, we need it, maybe, but we don't need it at the price of other people's property rights. And I think that that's the concern that I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark McCoffey? Okay. Larry Forsyth?
I promised to talk about zoning.
Okay, excellent.
Can I approach and test this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't make it a minute.
Can I have your jacket?
You can turn it down, Ron, if you want to. I mean, turn up, turn up.
It was colder earlier.
Use your legs at least. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just going to refer to the highlighted portion. It'll be very quick. Exhibit number 1 is when the village began looking at this, the Plan Commission said they did not recommend changing R1, which are single-family homes, to allow R2 multifamily homes to be put in that. That was agreed upon. Exhibit number 2. The green is Green Meadows subdivision. The red outline is the other subdivision. It's correct that the yellow squares are R2. However, if you look at exhibit number 3,
Excuse me.
the apartment,
Can we get Mr. Remington a copy of that?
sure.
Since, thank you. I just want everybody to be looking at the same page.
Due process.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 3 is the Woodland Ridge apartments, and the subdivision. The apartments caused such problems that they called a special election in 1983, the next page of that exhibit, and they voted to not ever have any more multifamily homes. It would only be single family. So what you're looking at now is the staff saying, well, because it's contingent with multifamily, we could change. Well, number one, it's in a separate subdivision, and that subdivision has voted not to ever do that again. Number four, they're just the legal things. These are the covenants for Green Meadows. It says only single-family homes. I would call your attention to this page, which is where the Village of Ruidoso accepted the plat that created the second addition to Green Meadows. And on that, you'll see that he recorded his covenants at that time. In the last page, I blew them up big enough so that you could see where Ruidoso, it was on the plat. Now, this is what's interesting. Earlier, I believe somebody said that the village doesn't enforce covenants. And if you look at number 5, it's about the overnight rentals, and it clearly states that the subdivision is responsible for any action that the Village of Ruidoso will not get involved in that. That's exhibit number 5. But now, look at exhibit number 6, which is the zoning of Ruidoso. And that says, number 5435, conflicts with local ordinances where the provision of any local ordinance or covenant impose greater stricter than those of this article, then the strictest shall prevail. And your definition in your code says that the word shall means mandatory. So how are you going to vote R2 into a covenant that is R1 when your code says the stronger covenant will prevail? Anybody have any questions for me?
No, thank you.
I respectfully request that you review your own code there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I should know all these people.
Can I request for a break?
Yes, sir. We just have one, well, we have two more. If we can have like a 10-minute break.
Thank
I
you.
think bladders have hit their limit, so we'll take a, my microphone, 10-minute break, please.
We're gonna have to get dinner.
I was supposed to go that FBI deal.
Yeah, so was I. I'm like, I'm glad I didn't give him my money. We ain't gonna make it.
Oh, man. This is a good one.
Crackers. Commission.
Hey, Matt. I was gonna ask you maybe Sunday for the beautiful. I wanna come and help, but I don't wanna go into the traction. I'm sure you can help me. Well, I'm gonna do that too. When I say good one, to set aside. Here, you can have this one called Terry. Like, Joe's gonna talk to me to find out what time he said. I asked her one time and it got too early and it was not there. I'm gonna take her to the thing over there. She said, "Can I ride with you?" Yeah. She said, "And be quiet, no screaming." Yeah.
I eat one meal a day. I haven't eaten that meal yet.
You're like, I haven't yet. I can go eat some snacks. There's snacks in
I had those cheese crackers when we go.
That's how I got some cheese a minute ago. Yeah, we're like, we can get pizza, but y'all might look at us funny for a little bit.
Are you kidding? Up there with him.
I would stop there. We're stopping hearing it. I was just like,
Now it feels musty in here.
that's what it is. I just gotta.
Oh, yeah, I did too.
Quite a few of them. Jones,
What happened?
Watch out, Chubu.
Is everybody back? nearly at 10 minutes, so you might as well go ahead and get her on. We'll let everybody know to come on back.
So I got the okay to help you on Sunday. Good.
Okay. Hey, T-Bone, what time do I need to be there Sunday? 1 in the afternoon?
No, in the morning. Gotta stoke that fire.
Waiting for our sergeant at arms and he was getting coffee.
Get back in there.
Coffee's digging around looking for donuts.
Tim, if you could be there early, though, be there about 11?
I was gonna get there early and help with the registration.
Nice.
Me.
I'll help cook and when there's a good one, I'll set it aside for me.
Just bring goggles.
Yeah, that's what you needed last year, wasn't it? Or the year before.
Hey, Josh, when did you sneak in?
He came in an hour ago.
Oh, you've been sitting outside? Okay.
Okay. I'll see if I can find Ron and the lieutenant. Find out where they're at.
They're making it.
Where does he live? Does he live up in there?
We have brisket for us. A huge one, a 15-pound brisket, you know. It was good. 13 Woodlawn.
Yeah, it does now.
Yeah.
All right, we back on? Okay, we're back from a short bathroom break, so we'll go back into session. The next on the list is Dana Lenzo.
Oh, apparently I got mine all confused with testifying and cross-examining. Take the snips from earlier and cut and paste.
Put it all in the bottom. Okay, and Sam Rennick?
I must have signed the wrong sheet because
Okay.
Mr. Griffin represents me.
Okay, awesome. Let me make sure I've got one page of that.
That's just the attendance sheet, huh?
Okay, that concludes.
Everyone that was sworn in has spoken.
Yep, okay, you got that. Good man.
From the picture.
Okay. I'd like to ask a question, if it's allowed, to our attorney on a couple of questions. Is that permitted? I would hope. Zach?
He's on break.
Mr. Cook, can you hear us?
We're muted.
We muted him, sorry. Okay, now can you, see if we can
I'm
hear
with you
you?
now.
Yes. Okay, if you could just make sure that we understand on the ordinances, and we're looking here at some definitions from before about covenants. And so we always have said that the village doesn't enforce covenants. We just passed our ordinances, and if the covenants are more strict, then that becomes what? A civil matter?
Yes. You can look to the ordinances, Mayor, but it's not your job to enforce any ordinances.
Correct.
You're here on a simple application to rezone a particular piece of property.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? Comments?
I got comments.
Yeah. Well, you're not at this time, I don't think. You're going to say, here's my answer, but I'm going to tell you why.
No. If we're ready for, if there's no other questions, I got comments.
Okay. Let me make sure I've got everything covered. And I apologize. I wish that we were better in this, but we don't really have these that often. So we want to try to make sure that we give everybody many opportunities to express themselves so that the council can review. Because I tell everybody I didn't get any smarter when I got elected. I just get better information. And so that's what we're trying to look through to find out what is right, what is in the best interest, and how is it fair. And it's going to be unfair to somebody at some point or another. So, okay, now it's down to discussion between council members.
Mr. Mayor, if you're moving to council discussion, you should probably ask one more time if there's anything else to be said, and if not, close the meeting.
Close it. Is there anything else that needs to be said? Anybody want to say anything else? Okay, then we'll close the public hearing for public input, and now we'll have a discussion between the council and governing body.
I don't have anything.
I don't either.
Nothing? Mr. Eby?
At the moment, I had something there, but go ahead and let Councilor Coughlin do his.
Okay. Coughlin?
So, yeah, I took a lot of notes during this thing. This was probably the most difficult case that we've heard of as a quasi-judicial group. So we got it squared away that it's really only about rezoning. It's not about density. It's not about flood zone. It's not about anything else regarding that. It's strictly about zoning. I'm not intimately familiar with that property. I know the general area. There's a lot of properties in Ruidoso that make me wonder, why in the heck would somebody buy that piece of property? Or why would somebody build a house that's hanging off the side of a cliff and you're like 60 feet up in the air looking down because you have no yard? You barely have enough room to park in front. But that's their decision. That's not my decision. My decision, if I had to invest in it, I wouldn't do anything. But that's not my decision. That's everybody's individual right for it. So there were the three issues, and I asked Mr. Griffin to repeat them. So was there an error in zoning previously? No. Everybody says no, there wasn't any error there. So then the second one, and I'm paraphrasing, it's have there been changed neighborhood or community conditions? Now, neighborhood and community, to me, mean different things. Community is Ruidoso, not just the, whatever this is, the Green Meadows or Green, whatever, is it. So are there changed conditions within the village of Ruidoso? Yes, there are. You know, we need additional housing. If somebody wants to build additional housing, great. I mean, I applaud them for taking the opportunity, taking the risk, and putting their monies to that. Is the change advantageous to the community? Again, the community to me is the village of Ruidoso. Is it advantageous? Yes. More housing that we can get in there, the better. Is there restrictions on what we can do with a property? With our long-term rental properties that we're doing, our affordable housing, we put restrictions on there so that it can never be sold. It can never be a short-term rental. It has to be a long-term. That's the one that we're doing on Meacham Meadows, and we're doing over on Sunny Slope, and we're doing over here. All the properties that we're doing, we're putting restrictions on there as far as what they can do. So there was also an issue regarding the planning and zoning. Did they deny it? So the Planning and Zoning Commission only makes a recommendation to the council regarding zoning changes. Strictly, their recommendation was to deny this. It comes to the council. The council is the only one that can either approve or deny. That's it. So they didn't make a decision. They made a recommendation. Just like every single agenda item we get has a recommendation by staff. Sometimes we follow that recommendation, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we get recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we follow them, sometimes we don't. Sometimes there have been appeals for other things, and we have upheld their decision, or we've gone the opposite way for it. So the council looks at things completely separate, and I personally had not read anything on purpose until today. I didn't want to be biased in any way. I've heard several of the names here in the audience. I've heard those names. I don't know, like Dana, I happen to know. But some of the other names, I know the names are very commonly used, but I don't know you folks, okay? So the request to schedule this meeting was made at our council meeting on March 14th. So in advance, one month is when it was approved to then schedule this meeting. And another thing that I disagree with Mr. Griffin on is, so is there a taking or is there a loss of a property right? I think that the adjoining properties do not lose their right to that property. They still have their piece of property, whether it's a house, whether it's multifamily, whether it's vacant, they still have that. It's still zoned exactly as it was when they bought into it. Okay, now if you want to extrapolate and really stretch and say, well, but because there's going to be a development on this empty piece of property next door to me, that's taken away my right to a quiet environment. Well, when you buy a property that has an empty lot next door, you've got to assume that at some point, somebody's going to want to develop it. So I will also say that I was at a point, and I made a note, that there was talks about the covenants for Green Meadows. There was talk about it. The very last thing, Mr. Forsythe, you came up and you gave us those covenants, okay? That helped a lot. I will say that. Because other than that, there was no evidence that was entered into this hearing about any covenants in there. So that is it. And if we are ready, I will make a motion.
Dr. Jackson,
Dr. Jackson, do you have anything?
No.
Nope.
Okay, we'll make your motion.
Okay, let me find it so that I can.
Right here, in the affirmative.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I move to rezone 114 Keys Drive, Tract B1 of the Green Meadows Edition from R1 Single Family Residential District to R2 Two Family Residential District, case RZ 2023-1.
Second.
Okay, we
Mr.
have
Mayor.
a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just before you go to a vote, I was going to give a closing statement, but Councilor Coughlin summed up everything that's occurred today. I just want to ask any of the councilors if they disagree with anything that Councilor Coughlin said, if they agree with him in part and disagree with him in part, if they'd like to make any further comments based on, what you heard today in the public meeting, as well as Councilor Coughlin's closing comments. And you don't have to, I'm just asking.
Well, I asked
one
them
more
if there
time.
was any other discussion, and they all said no.
I'll make a comment. Now,
Okay.
Councilor, thank you, Mayor. This is a pretty tough one there. And, we that sit up here as far as making the decision on this, we have to base it really upon our ordinance, upon the laws of the village of Ruidoso. And, there's a lot of feelings on both sides of an issue, and there's a lot of passion on both sides of the issue. That's understandable. But the way we have to look at it is I believe, is what's written in the ordinance, and that's what we have to base our decision upon. So I do look at this at the memo, and it was, the reason for the denial was that he felt that, let's see, let me get to the spot, that the request found does not adhere to the density requirements set forth by the zoning district, and the requested district, although adjacent, is located within a different subdivision. But it was basically fear that it would go on to, that it would To me, I really have I put a lot of faith in our community development department, because when anything moves forward as far as building, that's been reiterated here and spoken of earlier today, is that there's a process to go on. Just because, as it was pointed out, that some of those particular adjacent lots are R2, but they've been utilized only as R1. Because if something is zoned R2, doesn't mean it's going to be utilized as an R2, that it could be built on as an R1. They're going to have to go through the process, I believe. Anything that's built has to go through the process. As Samantha said, that this is a conditional use. Under the conditional use, that only a maximum amount, just because somebody requests that many units doesn't mean they're going to get it. And that is when the Planning and Zoning Commission really hunker down and they examine the properties, they examine the use, they examine the impact. And they really serve the community very well. And that's time that they give on their own. They don't get paid for it in reviewing all of these projects that come forth and the requests. So I put a lot of stock in them. So with that, I just feel that I'm going to just go ahead and say it, that I believe that the request put forward, it follows the ordinance, it follows the requests. And so with that, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please, ma'am?
Counselor Coughlin,
No.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
All right.
Counselor Letterman,
No.
Counselor Hooker,
No.
and Counselor Jackson.
No.
Four noes, which majority vote.
Okay, 4-2.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it doesn't have to have a supermajority, just a majority.
Right.
Okay, that settles the conclusion. It does not pass for R2. Okay, move on to item number 2. Public hearing on vacation of public right-of-way, Green Meadows Drive, case PVC 2023-17. Again, we'll open this up to a public hearing. Let me read my stuff. The public hearing today will be conducted under the procedures mandated by the New Mexico Court of Appeals in Battershell versus City of Albuquerque, which is intended to protect the due process rights of all parties. Under this ruling, the following procedures will apply. A, parties to the hearing will be identified as well as witnesses to the parties that may wish to give testimony. B, all persons offering testimony will be sworn in by the mayor, the village clerk, or other designee who is authorized to administer oaths. C, all persons offering testimony will be limited to the relevant matter being heard. The issue to be decided at this public hearing is a request for vacation of public right-of-way on Green Meadows Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico, case PVC 2023-17, submitted by Joni Markham. Number 3, Eileen D. Crawford, Mayor, will limit testimony to this issue, and I'll try to do a better job this time. Item number 4, for the purpose of this hearing, interested parties are identified as Samantha Cerna, Community Development Director, Joni Markham, application. Item number 5, I may designate other persons as parties if they can show to the satisfaction of the governing body that they have an immediate, pecuniary, or direct interest in the outcome of the public hearing. Witnesses are those persons designated by parties to present testimony on their behalf. Are there persons present that wish to be considered as a party? Okay, we got Mr. Griffin. Okay, and we have 4 folks, okay? Is there any members that have any conflicts?
No.
Ex parte, comment? Okay.
No.
Would you swear in all the parties? Okay, we've got Adam, we got, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people standing, okay?
Please, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth as a penalty of perjury?
Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, well, at this time, we'll start with staff's presentation, and at this point, we can have governing body questions after the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This vacation request comes before us for only a partial vacation of Green Meadows Drive. They do not wish to vacate the section of Green Meadows Drive that separates the 2 lots. They're only asking for the portion that's on the inside corner, the northeast corner of Tract B1. This was presented before development review, and we had multiple directors have negative feedback that this could potentially have an adverse impact. And so they're here to explain their position on that. As a development director, I do feel that this would hinder any future development because we need proper turnaround and access to any future growth through there. I will go ahead. That's the conclusion. It also comes before you with a denial recommendation.
Okay. Stephanie, did you have anything?
Not anything additional.
Okay, governing body, questions to staff at this time?
Not at this time.
Not at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. Applicant may cross-examine Mr. Griffin.
Oh, no cross-examination.
Oh, that's not?
I mean, I don't wish.
Oh, you don't need any, okay. Is there any other parties that has any cross-examine questions? Okay. We'll move on to applicant's presentation.
Thank you. William Griffin, local attorney, admitted in New Mexico, Oregon, and United States courts. I've been living here since 2005, born in New Mexico, actually. And the reason I'm before you today, I represent Joni Markham, resident of the Green Meadows subdivision, and a number of other individuals who frankly are interested but did not apply in this sense. Our application was simply a reiteration of the application by the developer himself that was completed in 2009 for vacate of Green Meadows Drive, was approved by the P&Z in 2009 and then approved by this council in 2010. As far as the vacate that we took before the Ruidoso P&Z recently, the P&Z denied the vacate. They declared that the vacate of Green Meadows Drive would, quote, create a hardship as there is a potential for development that would benefit from having this additional access point. Also stated, quote, the Development Review Committee has determined potentially adverse impacts on the health, safety, and welfare of the community, including but not limited to the neighboring properties, emergency services, and personnel, limitations to future growth and development of the streets, also to vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Interesting thing is we heard no evidence of any of that from the applicant at the P&Z meeting. And again, I'll just point out, because it's become a habit of mine, that in my profession, when someone says you must find an adverse impact on health, safety, and welfare, it's not anywhere near satisfactory to a judge or jury to just say there will be an adverse impact on health, safety, and welfare. And I think that's what we have here. We have people saying that there's a potential. And again, potential doesn't make anything. I always used to hear potential doesn't make winners, but potential doesn't even make losers. Potential does not exist as far as a finding of fact or a criteria in the law. The law doesn't say there is a potential. Even if you try to get a restraining order against someone, you can't say, I think he's dangerous. You have to have, you can back me up on this if you need to, but you have to have more than just a thought that someone might do something. And in this sense, I feel that the Planning and Zoning Commission was leaning in the proper direction to say what property interests are affected or would be affected by this vacate. And I can go through some of that. But there are no findings of fact. There really are no findings of fact. These things will happen if we vacate this street. There were none like that. It was a potential merely. But the notice itself from the village P&Z says, quote, based on the foregoing findings of fact, per ordinance 5473 and 54285, et cetera, et cetera. There are no findings of fact. We have in the legal profession the opportunity, the wherewithal, the procedure, the knowledge, et cetera, to take issues such as this up on review. But this is an important point. If we have to take something up on review that is based on a clearly stated law, regulation, ordinance, or statute, then we're wasting people's money. So I want to just impress upon you all that there are certain criteria, as I tried to do earlier, that are required. And it's set out in the ordinance, but it's also set out in the statute. New Mexico Statute 3/2012 says that any plat filed in the office of the county clerk may be vacated, or a portion of the plat may be vacated, provided, one, the owners of the land of the territory proposed to be vacated sign a statement duly acknowledged, declaring the plat or portion of the plat to be vacated, and the statement is endorsed, approved by the planning authority of the municipality within whose platting jurisdiction the subdivision lies. I just read you the statute 3/2012. Interestingly enough, what happened is in 2009, the P&Z went ahead and approved, I guess that's the word we would use, approved the vacate of Green Meadows Drive, passed it to the Ruidoso Village Council in 2010, and it was also approved to vacate Green Meadows Drive. The criteria or the purpose of the vacate was because we're not going to develop that particular part of the property. That was the assertion back then. So now I'd love to tell you that we have to have criteria that says things have changed. Unfortunately, I can't find a law like that in this instance, but I can tell you that a consideration under 3/2012 is this. In approving the vacation or partial vacation of a plat, the planning authority shall consider if the vacation or partial vacation of the plat will adversely affect the interests or rights of persons in contiguous territory or within the subdivision being vacated. So subdivision not being vacated, it's a street. So I think we can go back to, will it adversely affect the interests or rights of persons in contiguous territory? That's basically the criteria of the statute for vacating. But I think the statute presumes that Mr. Remington, or as it was in the original case, Mr. Peterson, the original owner, sought to vacate Green Meadows Drive, not going to be used. So then we would have to presume that somehow between 2010 and 2023, he's discovered that vacating will adversely affect the interests or rights of persons in contiguous territory. Because it's not, hey, I changed my mind 13 years later. I mean, it could be, could very well could be, but that's not the criteria that we need or you need to review. The Ruidoso ordinance says that a vacation may be approved if it's determined that there is no convincing evidence. Now, this goes deeper than the state statute, and I can appreciate that. But you guys, or your predecessors, said you can vacate if, one, there is no convincing evidence that any substantial property right is being abridged against the will of the owner. What does that really mean? The owner. We're talking about the owner of the original property, but the street is not owned by Glenn Remington. The street, in essence, was dedicated to you, the village, and it is your, and I know Zach's going to back me up on this because he wants to charge for what would end up being a reversionary right. So we would have to pay you to get that vacated land. That's part of your ordinance, but that's an important point. When we say the owner, we're not talking about Glenn Remington. We're not saying Glenn Remington, if we give this property back or if we don't vacate it, he can use it for whatever he wants. I would say that street belongs to all of us, everyone in Ruidoso, not Glen Remington. So that's one. Then, of course, it requires that the owners sign a verified statement. The owners of the land in the territory propose to be vacated. Again, that's Ruidoso's ordinance, but I interpret that to mean not Glen Remington, because he doesn't own Green Meadows Drive. It's everybody around him. And I'll ask you, Ms. Turi, did you receive our documents for distribution to the?
Yes, I did, and I did distribute them.
Okay, so you should have in front of you at least 18 declarations. These are 18 people in that within 200 feet, and we sent notices out to everybody and got their declarations back. 18 out of 20 letters we sent. Now, I will confess that I think one of those letters got snuck in, was not from somebody that we sent one to, so let's take that into consideration. But even if it's 17 people, that is significant demonstration of ownership interest. The only thing that didn't happen in 2010, somehow the plat that was submitted, and it was attached to our application, and I believe you should have a copy of the application. If you don't, that's probably my fault. But in our application, we submitted the plat that showed where that property was, what was sought to be vacated, and that map was perfect. All it needed was a very brief word, approved, stamped on it, and then and that could be anybody. Again, the state statute suggests that it just happens, that somebody does it, but we know that it was a responsibility of the village to take that plat, mark the word approved on it, and take it to Carrizozo and file it as a property record. That was not done. So we attempted, and you may be aware of it, I know the mayor is aware, that we tried to compel the action of this council. We tried to get a writ of mandamus from the district court, and unfortunately, too much time had passed between 2010 and 2022 when we sought mandamus, and it didn't work. But the principle still exists. The principle that this council said, we don't need that road. And the previous owner said, we don't need that road. And we even agreed and voted on vacating it. So really, I guess I'm not trying to be too compelling with you today. I want you to be aware of the fact that this very same group was prepared at the time and only failed in one small aspect in terms of vacating the street. Now, if we turn around and put it the other way and say that there's a need, there's a potential need, there's going to be access, then I'll ask you to refer to the two plat blow-ups that I gave you, two different renditions, one from 2018 and another from 2021, where Mr. Remington proposed his plans to you. In one of his plans, the development included all of Green Meadows Drive that doesn't belong to him as being residential acreage. So you got to throw that one out. I think that was the 2021. And then the 2018 plat, of course, shows that same cul-de-sac, that's Green Meadows Drive, as not necessarily being used for access. I'll ask you to look at it closely, but unfortunately, I think my copy, 8.5 by 11, is too small. The larger plat, and you should have it in your files, shows that all access to Mr. Remington's development in the 2018 drawing were from the west. From I guess it's Woodlands Drive, if I'm not mistaken, the west access, and that there was no access to those buildings from Green Meadows Drive. So now, if we say, and I think that's what we should expect to hear, but there's a potential that somebody might want to use that street, and that potential is sufficient, I don't think so, and I hope that you don't think so either. It shouldn't be sufficient to just say there's a potential that it might be used. There has to be a greater criteria to reverse the will of this council from 2010. And I'll also point out, just for the sake of argument, the Markham family, Lot 1, Block 10, Chris Sanchez, Lot 2, Block 10, Ron Buckner, Lot 1, Block 9, Tres Hermanos LLC, and Mr. Remington. Tres Hermanos LLC is at there's two properties owned by the Rennick brothers just north of the cul-de-sac. They are interested parties, but they're not in Green Meadows. And then Mr. Remington. So among those five, those are the most critical potential owners of the vacated street if we follow the statute and follow the ordinance that says the property would be apportioned among those people. So again, if the street belongs to the village has a use for it, fine. If the village honestly has a use for that street, and it can be defended, and we can find some, we can issue some findings of fact and conclusions of law that we can rely upon, then I've probably talked too much. But I don't think so. I think instead, this village is going to have a difficulty coming up with a real reason to use that cul-de-sac right now, because there is only a potential. And there's only a potential. And honestly, I was hoping to come to you now after having defeated the rezone and say, if it's R1, the only potential use would be for those particular property owners, and who and where would they be getting their access. But to presume that access, or to say that the potential for access is a reason to keep a burdened, dedicated street for the village, then I would say again that thinking is somewhat flawed. I think also an important point to keep in mind is that there is no one using Green Meadows Drive currently. And that is a dedicated street that belongs to the village that goes nowhere. I'll also point out that at the end of your materials, and I think we have some fire professionals here, emergency professionals, that there is a fire code requirement for at least a 96-foot diameter, and I think that translates on the map to only a 40-foot radius, which would be an 80-foot diameter. That cul-de-sac itself is too small. You would have to expand the cul-de-sac to make that a really viable street for the village. I would just simply point out that, and I guess I have already pointed it out, so forgive me for being redundant, but I believe that the village saw that this was a reasonable application in 2010. Planning and zoning said only that a potential exists, and I would ask you to look beyond potential and see, again, if we look at the criteria of what the village should look at to do a vacate, see if those elements have been satisfied. I hope that you find that they've not. Yes, sir.
Does staff have any, at this point, does the governing body have any questions of the applicant?
No.
None? No. Okay, except for you did raise the idea of potential rain, potential nefarious people, and now we're talking about potential and the other form of it, so I get the wordsmithing and whatever, it's going to be one of these other things. So staff, do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Griffin?
No, I don't.
Okay, go right ahead.
She said no.
Oh, you don't? I'm sorry, I thought you said go ahead. Anybody else? Okay. Is there any other parties that wish to cross-examine?
Thank you.
None? Yes.
No, he wasn't sworn in.
Oh, you weren't sworn in?
No, you weren't, not in this case.
Not for this hearing.
Yeah, this last one, there were 7 people that stood up. No, it's.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, sir, you can't speak.
We closed one meeting, started the other, and then I asked people to stand up, and there was only 7. So I'm sorry about that. Close the public hearing to any more public input, and then we'll have discussion amongst the council.
So what is
So at discussion, is this where we can ask staff questions?
You can ask, yeah.
Can ask. So Stephanie or Samantha, so looking at this map, there's a line kind of going not quite halfway down that street that they're talking about? See that black line?
Oh,
Is that a property line,
no, what,
or is that just the way that the GIS?
we recently just got new map layers.
Uh-huh.
And when I've incorporated them, it's sending a shift, and I tried to turn off everything that could have created that problem, as I'm still working on getting all the alignment issues. So really, that's a double layer of a street.
Okay, so then is the property line at the end of the colored section?
Yes, where the highlight is, that's going to be the
And
original.
then on this side, it's the
except-
black line?
Yes, it does
Okay.
not take into account the replat though.
Okay.
That goes kind of like, that.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Okay,
So Another question I have is, can somebody who, I mean, if this was vacated, then if the person who owns the property, hold on a minute, I'm looking at the property, the Sanchez property, do they have to agree to purchase
Yes.
that? And what happens if they don't agree?
Then they would not be able to absorb any of the road. It would
Or
go
use.
to who purchases.
So then would normally Sanchez be an applicant as well?
No, it only requires one when it comes to the surveying and all of that. That'll be held by state statute and absorbed appropriately as set forth by who wants to accept the part.
Okay, so Markham can file to vacate that entire street regardless of how many properties are against it. And if the other people don't want to, then it still remains in village inventory?
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
dedicated but
Yes.
unbuilt road.
There's still some costs that haven't been associated with this yet. They need to do a survey, and then they're going to have it appraised based on the value. And then they'll have to pay the appraised value, and they'll split that along with the land amongst the owners that would like to purchase the vacated portion.
But they're the purchase, the piece of the property that was vacated that they are going to purchase has to be adjoining their property? Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, so if somebody decides not to, then we've got little
You got little
postage
pockets.
stamps of property along there.
Or if nobody buys anything. If then there's, you're not supposed to be using it, even though it's being used now, some of it has been.
Okay, okay.
Can I ask,
Yes, sir.
Adam, can I ask you a question? I think he stood up, didn't he?
Yeah,
You stood up, didn't you?
yeah, he did stand up.
I want
Yes, he did.
to get it right. So what is the, is there any infrastructure on or under, around that road?
No, sir.
Okay.
The closest infrastructure is actually on the west side of Green Meadows that goes down to Fifth Street. That's what I was actually looking at with Stephanie just a second ago.
Thank you. My only question for you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask Stephanie or Samantha this question. Of course, it hasn't really arisen in one of these public hearings before, but I want to just address the point that Mr. Griffin brought up when he first started speaking, is the adverse, potentially adverse, because, like say, under here you have potentially adverse requires more study, fire, emergency, medical, driveway permits, off-street parking. So my question is, how does that get addressed? What's the process? Because to me, it does seem unfair to stop something and never have anything completed. If it's going to be listed, then what happens now? It just requires more study and it never gets studied? Or that's the question. What happens? Is there a process to move forward with this? Because it's been submitted in a report in their findings as requires more studies. So requires means it needs it. Does it go forward with study, or how does that get resolved?
So in those departments that marked potentially adverse, they're giving their recommendation based on their own experience. We could hire somebody to take a look and provide us an actual study of it. But if there's usually going to be a negative impact to the surrounding neighborhood, then we would just go with recommending for denial. However, as they've stated, this has been platted and never built out. So I can see both sides of this application.
The real question was, is there a process that moves forward as far as satisfying that particular argument or that particular statement that adverse requires more study, because it doesn't satisfy our books and it doesn't satisfy the applicant's books as far as that's the answer they get, that's the answer we have, but it never answers it in the end. And just as Mr. Griffin pointed out, that it's in limbo.
Oh, I understand the question now, Councilor Eby. I think we should ask those departments to express what would make this not have a negative impact in their opinion. What would it take? I don't know what their thought process was when they filled this out back in January.
Okay, because I just think it needs to be addressed in some way or another, because it seems kind of unfair to just leave it at that, in my opinion.
Well, hey, see, Chief, you stood up and were sworn in. Well, I didn't see Joe over there.
Yes, he did too.
Y'all did. So answer the question, because I'm not sure. I think it is 96 feet turnaround. And if you did go out there and look at that property?
I did not look at the
Oh, you did not look at the property?
I looked at a plan.
Okay, so can you answer the question, is it 96 feet turnaround?
Just to back up a little bit,
Uh-huh.
if you have a roadway that is a dead end and it's greater than 150 feet, then you have to provide a suitable turnaround. The alternative is you can provide a cul-de-sac, which is a 96-foot diameter, or you can provide a hammerhead, or what they call an alternative to a hammerhead. Those diagrams are in Appendix D of the adopted fire code, and they give you different layouts. So if we were to abandon this and that road is still greater than 150-foot dead end, we'd still have to provide one of those alternative turnarounds.
Okay.
But haven't we in the past, there have been platted roads and somebody comes in, or maybe not even have platted roads, but somebody comes in and wants to do a development, do development there, and we have made them bring it into current code compliance in order to get the development permit to do so.
If the road was to be built where it's platted right now, it would need to meet those requirements. And in the event that the portion be vacated with the portion remaining, if that was to be developed, they would have to go back forward and meet the requirements as stated by our code as well.
So, another thing that was said by Mr. Griffin, and I was completely confused, is he made it sound like if it's not currently being used, we got to get rid of it.
No.
Did I misunderstand that? Because it sounded like that makes no sense, because when the town is laid out and when subdivisions and whatnot are laid out, it's for that future development. That property to the west, regardless of who owns it, we just had a case on it and it's still R1. Somebody could go in there and build according to R1. Replat it and build according to R1 in there. And they would need access. Yes, they can come in the other way, but you currently talking about taking a property right away from somebody, is they have the right now to use that road on the east to come in to access. And again, I don't know the topography there, that they currently have that right to come in from the east onto that upper portion and have access to their property from there. So if we were to vacate this, you're now taking away a right to that property. That's somebody that was there when they purchased that property, regardless of what their plan is, or maybe they don't have a plan right now. It's like, I'm gonna buy the property, sit on it for 10, 15 years, and I'm gonna do something later. But I see that being an issue with a taking of right.
And throughout the entire village, we have
There's a
multiple
lot of roads.
unbuilt platted roads.
Yeah, and we have vacated some because it'll never be used, and then we have not vacated some. Okay.
And I was kind of thinking about your question, Joe. Typically, when we have something like that, we ask the applicant to bring us forth a revised document. However, they are asking for approval to move forward before providing the new survey to get the property determination for values and purchase. But prior to making that expense, they wanted to see if they'd be approved to go forward into that. So this was, at that time, we're gonna have to make sure everything is appropriated.
Got it.
And that's kind of how we move forward with the number fours on typical, hearings.
Well, 'cause, basically you wait for a decision to be made and then
Invest.
whomever it falls upon, then they go forward with it.
Right. Well, the other thing is if we were to vacate Green Meadows Drive, then we're left with that Wingfield Street, which comes in from the east, which is kind of a useless piece of property again.
That would still require the different kind of endings potentially as well.
Correct. Yeah, I don't know what it doesn't look like, you said 150 feet?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't look like it's going to meet the 150 feet. Okay. Okay. I've got nothing else.
Anyone else have any other questions? Anybody need a minute to check their notes? This was discussion among council.
Yep, we did. Okay, Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Okay?
I'll move to approve request for vacation of public right-of-way, Green Meadows Drive, case PVC 2023-17.
Second.
Yeah, motion and a second. Who'd you hear first?
I'll
Jackson. Jackson got it. Is there any final discussion?
The speed of sound, you know.
Nope, no more discussion? Can I get a roll call, please, ma'am?
Counselor Coughlin,
No?
Counselor Jackson,
No.
Counselor Eby,
No.
Counselor Letterman,
No.
Counselor Salas,
No.
Counselor Hooker.
No.
All right, that ends that discussion. Thank you, everybody, for the public hearings. Now we'll move into regular items. Item number 1, discussion and possible action on short-term rental permit for portion of a single-family residence in R1 zoning.
Mayor Crawford,
Thank you,
member. Go ahead, Samantha.
I'm sorry, Manager. This item is in reference to the lady that spoke during public comment. She tried to get a short-term rental permit for just the bottom bedroom of her home that had an exterior access. It is, since I've been in the department, we don't issue those permits for just portions of an R1 zoned single-family dwelling, because we do believe it will change the character of the neighborhood, and that they don't have the necessary parking. We do make sure that our short-term rentals have the allotted parking per home, and if we had let just a portion of the home be rented and then the other occupied by the owner or whoever family was staying there at the time, it's not a manageable part of the ordinance that we would be able to enforce. It just, we believe, would get out of control. There are 2 properties that I know were already permitted to operate in that manner prior to the ordinance update of 2018. And those remain. She did mention some Airbnbs that are listed that way, and we will do our due diligence to try to identify those, and when their permit comes up for renewal, when we do the inspection, we try to catch any kind of mishaps like that may be taking place or as they're identified by the software. But we're here before you today because we need direction. If this is something you all would like to see in our community and an ordinance amendment, we would be happy to move forward with amending the ordinance and allowing for that type of a use of a single family home. But we really just need direction from you all.
Okay. There's probably, I know some parents that have 35-year-old kids living with them. Maybe they want to charge them rent. They can do it long-term.
Yes.
And so we're talking about short-term in and out. And I do know of one property that the way the house is built into the hill, that the living quarters and the big part of the house is upstairs, but there's, we used to call them like a mother-in-law's house or apartment is downstairs that they've been renting out. I never really thought anything about it.
And Mayor Crawford, members of the council, we've also had Zach look into this also, and he's still online if he wants to provide any additional information on this.
Mayor and council and manager, I think Sam summed it up pretty good. It's just a question of what you guys want to do. I think it's listed as a discussion and possible action. If you want us to make an amendment that we can come back and discuss, it's just a policy. Do you guys want this to be allowed in the village?
Mr. Mayor, Zach, could you tell me the difference between what we're talking about now and having a boarding house?
Councilor Jackson.
By the definition in our code, that is what we would be creating in these R1 zones, allowing a boarding house to be a permissible use, which right now it's not.
We don't have. Thank you.
But the owner has to live on property. Right? Samantha?
No, the way that the R1 code reads for that section for the accessory dwelling units, it's by a conditional use only. So they come before P&Z, pay the $400 fee, and then they analyze if it would have a negative impact. But the main property must be owner occupied, and then the mother-in-law quarter could be rented out 30 days or longer.
Right.
Yeah, for 30 days or longer. But what I'm asking is, we're talking about just a spare bedroom that would be rented, and then would it have to have its own exit? Because this one does, but in the future, will all of them have to have their own entrance and exit?
So none of that's defined in our current code, and that's why we would need direction to make an ordinance amendment to bring back to you all.
And then it would have to be inspected, and then a business license obtained
Yes, sir.
for short-term rental and remittance of lodger's tax.
So basically, if we gave guidance to say redo this, it would leave everything as in you would register with the village, you'd pay all the taxes, all of that, just like you were Airbnb in a house, except now it's a little portion of it.
Right.
And you live on site, and that's what would be said in there.
Right.
Kind of an open-ended question, but I think that's what we're
Yep.
discussing. Okay.
So, looking at this, when I heard about it at our workshop, I started really thinking about it and thinking hard about it. So I went out to get some expert opinion. So I talked to the property manager that we have for the village, who happens to be my daughter. And we talked about it over Easter. I'm going, so what is it? I'm not quite exactly sure of all the processes you have to go through to get a property registered as a short-term rental. And she came up with a whole host of concerns. What happens if let's say it's a 4-bedroom house? Does that mean I can rent out 4 bedrooms to 4 separate people? And then now you're increasing your amount of traffic. What does it mean as far as the inspection of the house for the short term? Do we have to inspect the entire house and have fire extinguishers by every exit? But yet we don't have an exit directly for that, like you had mentioned, that for that exact one. The whole house would have to be brought up with all the smoke detectors and all of that. And then when you're renting a single room, doesn't that constitute a business similar to a hotel? And we've already gone through it with the county assessor, where the short-term rentals for an entire house, that they're changing the zone,
To non-residential.
to non-residential. So now is the property owner's entire property going to get changed to non-residential and have to pay a lot more in taxes because the county assessor wants to get more money out of it? There's just, like I said, there's a whole host of things, and she was going, oh my God, none of the properties that I manage will ever deal with this. If they want to do if you guys approve this and it's a 1-room, I'm telling them, go find somebody else. Because there's just so many, it's a big old can of worms. Open it up.
Yes, ma'am, would you come up and state your name again and tell us what you have to say?
Kelly Smith. Again, I wanted to address something Samantha said, because she just brought up something whole new that she has never mentioned to me before, and I've had conversations with her and Mr. Senna, and an opinion from the Zach Cook. Never once has she said anything about issues with parking. and to try to be as professional as I can. My house on our block is known as the Alsops because that's all it is asphalt. We have room to park easily 15 cars. There's a 3-car garage, there's asphalt, we don't have a blade of grass, we don't have a stick, a tree, or anything. And like I said earlier when I was talking, what better than, and it's, and whether you guys know this or not, and you do know it, there are people that rent part of their homes. Now, whether they got permanent or not, I know there's people out there that have even said, just go through Airbnb, you don't have to get permitted.
Well, we've got a scrubbing technology that scrubs anything
Okay,
that's
great.
advertised, so we get them. So how many do we have registered? I thought it was 1,200.
It's a little over 1,200.
Okay,
Over 1,200.
I had
So we
heard-
know exactly how many we're going, and if they advertise
Okay.
anywhere on the internet, now they can go to Odessa and put it in the
Okay,
country club that you can come stay in my house, but
Okay.
we don't know about that. But anything else, we
Okay.
catch them, and then we send everybody out. We have a fire department inspect them, all of those things.
so when I saw, and I wish I had that research in front of me, documents that I was looking at in Ruidoso, 23 homes that rented partial. And then, like I said, I had a realtor that went through Airbnb and he found 37. So they're out there, they are out there. And I personally know of places that I've seen in Ruidoso, and I've spoken to these people, and they said, no, I rent, and, you know, Airbnb, and I'm saying I've gone to.
Any of them, Evolve, Home to Go, all those, anything that's advertised on the internet, we have agreements with those folks to
Yes.
collect the taxes. So anything that is put out in the World Wide Web, our software catches it, because used to we had to go by water bills, the neighbors calling and complaining about all the people. So you may have a lot of asphalt there, but, you know, the question is you only have one room, so it would be one car if it was allowed.
Yes, we are only
And then,
wanting to rent one or
to
two.
his
threes,
question, well, you know what, I'm not, and what we do on these things, we wade off into them with good intentions.
but- Yes,
And then we get people that come back and you're not there anymore and you're renting out 4 bedrooms. And it should have just been an Airbnb to one person, one family that splits it. And so we get into these questions all the time in neighborhoods. But believe me, everywhere there's one, there's been a call at one time or another. So we've put in things to, you know, you call us or the whoever, and you should be notified, all the neighbors, who's the managing company. And if it changes, it's supposed to be whoever's doing it now is notified.
yes.
All the neighbors. If not, it goes to the police. And what is it, 3 calls?
It's 3 violations, issued citations upon municipal records.
And then you get your license jerked.
Okay.
And so
So
we go
those-
through those things, but the question is how would you address us?
Okay.
That if you want, you got 1 bedroom, and I'm not going to talk about I know what he's going to do. The county, the appraiser, he's just going to come after you as soon as he hears about it. Because we're fighting him in court and lost the first one because we think it's overreach. But they go into a business that you're having in your house, and so they want to call it non-residential. He's not going to call it commercial. He's going to call it non-residential, so it changes your evaluation. Insurances that go with that are different.
Yes, we already have applied for
And
that.
then, you know, the thing with the inspections on the house, and that's the whole thing, is they have to look at all the house, the electrical, to make sure it's up to standard,
Yes.
you know, plumbing, all that stuff, and then the fire extinguishers, all of those things. So those have to be addressed, those talks, those things too.
Then what's the limit to the number of rooms that can be rented out for the house? And then some like my house, I've got 3 actual bedrooms, but there's like a bonus room downstairs. It's not a bedroom because there's not a closet.
Right.
Well, then all of a sudden I'm gonna rent out the downstairs. I'm gonna call that.
Right, but, so you were asking me a question and I wanted to address it.
Okay. Well, that's what would you do? Would you talk to us? How would you
Well,
tell
we're
us you would
full-time
address those?
residents, we're full-time residents, and we live upstairs, and we have our own access. We're not part-timers, we will not rent any other part of our house, it would just be that one area, we'd go through all the inspections and everything. Here's the part that has never been showed to me in black and white, and I know Mr. Cook has given his opinion on it, but I'm a retired teacher, I need to see it in black and white. Show me where it says, because this is what Samantha has told me, that that they would permit us. They would let us have, according to city code, we can rent that 1 bedroom and bathroom downstairs. But every time we rent it, Samantha told me I have to vacate my premises. Now, there is nowhere, I've read it, she's highlighted, and I said, what, but it does not say that. Zach's opinion said that, but it doesn't say that. Mr. Senna and I have been talking about this. It doesn't say if you rent part of your house, that when you rent it, you have to vacate the premises. And when I kept pushing Samantha to say, where does it say that? I don't understand it. Then, in my humble opinion, she got very defensive and said, we will make you sign a notarized document that you promise us you will leave your house if if you do this. And I said, okay, fine, I would like to see that document, and all the other people out there that are, because you have partial rentals out there, homes that are partially rented. I want to see all those documents, and I think you just said you have 2 of them. Is that, or maybe I
know 2 permitted
Okay.
that were prior to this.
Okay, so there are some out there, she says too, I've seen 23. There are people out there. And when you tell me I have to leave my full-time residence, does that mean I have to leave the entire time they're there? Do I have to leave at night? What does that mean? Now you're really getting into a.
So that was stated in an effort to work with you because you told me that your realtor misled you and told you that you could do this as an income generator. And I wanted to be able to be customer service friendly and allow you to use your property in the manner that you stated and still preserve the integrity of the neighborhood to be a single family residence. That was the intent.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hooker?
So going back to you were saying there's 23, 37, all of this.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying there's 2. That's the backup to me is where's that crack? As far as if there's people out there right now that's doing what she's asking to do, if that's in fact, and I'm not calling anybody a liar saying it's
No.
not true, I'm just saying, if we're sitting here debating this, but yet it's going on,
Yes.
then why are we not stopping it, enforcing it, and then saying, hey, we're gonna open up the biggest can of worms ever so that you can do this, or you know what, that's the end of the game.
Right.
So there are 2 structures that have permits to rent out a portion of their home. However, the difference is that the portion of their home has been created as an ADU prior to the code being allowed to do that. It's separate dwellings, has its own kitchen, its own everything, but it's all in one structure. So it's technically a part of the house, but it is fully separated. They do not have access to the other part of the house. These permits were also issued prior to the 2018 update, where there was also the modification to the definition of how many rooms were allowed to be rented. These were originally permitted under the property managers that had it when we had the good faith systems, and were found to be part of the other dwellings. When asked how to proceed when we got our new update, I was told to keep issuing them because they were previous, keep them in compliance, but that is not the appropriate way to handle the code as it stands.
Well, and I know you're looking for something right now to get this as an answer, but I would still pose the question to staff or somebody to say, and it's not like a tattletale thing, but it's just going, hey, is this really going on to this level? I mean, I know there's people that are probably.
Under the radar.
Yeah, sure, but it's like.
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Hooker, I spoke to former Councilor John Cornelius. He assisted in rewriting the R1. He said on the short-term rentals, the ordinance, the enforcement was going to be the toughest thing to do, is what he told me.
Sure.
And he said that is difficult to do. How are you going to enforce that and know exactly what's on some of that's going on? So that's where we need to find a mechanism to be able to do that.
But you have somebody here that is trying to do it all the right way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not trying to ask for special treatment. I want to understand the code and the zoning and the rules and abide by them. And I also want it to be enforced consistently, because I know personally, I have run into walking my dog down the road. I've met 4 people, and I've been here since December. I've met 4 people that are doing it. So, the numbers are out there. Well,
So, and it's just
it doesn't, the point is, I feel like I'm being punished because I'm trying to do the right thing. So if I can't, I can't, but show me where it says, you have to physically, we'll let you have it, as Samantha says. And I don't think that was just in kind, because there was some harsh words said about realtors should know, and that realtor was a bad realtor. But I don't think it was in kind. She basically said, we will make you sign a notarized document that you promise to leave your house. And again, please show me anywhere in any of the Village of Ruidoso that says, okay, we will let you do short-term rental. You can have 2 people, 1 person downstairs, but you have to leave. Do I have to leave that entire time? Can I come back to feed my dog? What if the enforcement drives by and I'm dropping off groceries? I mean, show me that you have those, that everybody signed those. And if I can't, I can't.
I never heard of it, and I guarantee you, we're not going to be part of none of that.
What?
Showing up and trying, that's the problem.
Okay. Yes,
The
and I don't.
enforcement of all this stuff, we don't have time to drive by.
But I think
Okay,
that
good.
the way the short-term rental is, right now, a house is either designated as pure residential.
Yes.
Long-term rental, or short-term rental. There's nothing that allows
Blending.
it to be parceled up. And in that case, then I think there's nothing in writing, and I'm guessing. I'm trying to jump into Samantha's mind and figure out how she's working, but if you want to rent a portion of your house, you have to rent the whole thing. So that's why she's saying that you have to vacate. Where
For good. The whole time they're there, you're gone.
personally, to me.
It's the whole house.
Please, I'm asking questions. I'm not here to make anybody angry.
No,
or
nobody's
attack.
angry. It's just, he's
feels
trying
like
to
it.
explain to you
Feels
that
like
that's
it.
why you have to, when they rent one room, they're basically getting the whole house because it's not in our ordinances.
So then what if you rent them the one room and then you turn around and they let you stay there? I mean,
Oh, no,
see,
it's
you
crazy.
see how crazy
No,
it could get?
No, but that's why I was saying earlier, when I spoke earlier, that it seems to me that if you allow the people to stay in their house, we make sure they don't have fires, that they make sure, it doesn't matter. I've stayed in Airbnbs in other towns. Airbnb is, you can rent a room, you can rent a couch. And I understand that's other places. That's Santa Fe, that's Flagstaff, that's Gallup. And I'm living in Rudo, so I get it. But I am just telling you that I've been doing this for over 2 months, close to 3 months now. So I know I'm not going to get a pat answer. I would like to have it done. But this is, again, every time I come to it, first it was, I had to have a firewall and all this inspection. And I was like, they don't have a kitchen. So then the firewall thing went out. And then it was, well, you have to leave. Well, I know other people that, I've met other people. Well, that's not true. Now you have to sign a notarized document because you sound like you don't want to leave. And now today it's, we can't control your we don't know that you have parking. I feel like every time I ask a question, in all honesty, just trying to do the right thing, I get thrown a whole nother bag of worms. So
Have you
just
read
tell
the
me.
short-term rental agreement that says you have to have parking for so many rooms? And
We
it's
have done
maximum?
everything
So you know the
Mayor
answer
Crawford.
to that one.
Yes, we have already done everything that if we had an inspector come by tomorrow, he would sign off on us. We have the rules, the ordinances, the alarms, the,
Smoke alarms and all that
thank
stuff.
you, everything. We have everything ready to go, except for this. And so just tell me no, and the answer's no, but don't tell me something different every time, so I have to jump through a different hoop and then
No, and
twist
I
it.
can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be very frustrated if I was in your.
I'm so frustrated right now that I can't stand the fact that every time I come before somebody that is an employee or a representative of this village, that they tell me something different. And they ask me, one of you said earlier, it's not like we're asking you to turn anybody in. Yes, they did. She specifically asked me, tell me who it is. She wanted me to rat out the people I walk past down that say, oh yeah, I have an Airbnb. I'm not a part of I don't work for the village. It's not my job to tell you. There's people out there that are doing it, and they're doing it right, and they're doing it well, and they're not, screwing it over. And if I can't do it, I can't. But quit telling me it's because of parking. Quit telling me that I have to leave my house if nobody else does. Quit telling me nobody here in this whole town does it, except for maybe 2, and that was prior. It's being done. If you don't want to be done, I can't do it now because I've come before you asking.
Construction work that aren't pulling permits.
I know that.
People that are speeding down the road, even though we have that. There's always people that are not
Absolutely.
going to follow the rules.
I agree,
And then
but
for
so
those of
don't.
us that do, we're frustrated. It's like,
Yes.
well, wait, why am I being punished when they're getting away with it?
Right.
Well, they just haven't been caught yet.
Well, and I know that, but then don't turn around and tell me that I'm not right, that there's not people out there because you have algorithms and things to say, we'll catch them. it's being done.
Yeah,
So,
and I was not aware that there's anybody in it, and probably we haven't triggered the algorithm to look for individual rentals. We're looking for property rentals. We're not
It's
looking
just-
for individual rooms.
I'm sorry.
But-
It's curious to me that I had, this realtor go in Airbnb, and he said, he spent the whole afternoon doing, he said, I found 37 that are doing in Rudo, so what you want to do? And they're saying you won't.
And what I'm going to say is that our staff that will get working on that, find those people, and we'll deal with those people. But.
So in the meantime, I can't do it.
But you shouldn't. But back to your situation, I think that rather than getting the runaround, which believe me, you're much more calmer than I would have been. I think
I'm shaking,
in the
I'm
very
so
beginning,
upset.
you should have been told, I'm sorry, no, you can't do that. You can't rent out a single room.
I wished I would have been told that 2.5 months ago. But I've been told 3 different things. And it's very, very unprofessional,
Go
and
ahead.
it's not right.
Joe?
I didn't want to interrupt, I thought they was through there, but,
Okay.
well, y'all did give us the Taos short-term rental ordinance also, so I guess you put that in there so that we could read it and kind of compare. But it does state in there that the short-term rental is a dwelling or a portion thereof. It doesn't go on to stipulate exactly what a portion is, how it's going to be regulated, but it does say that the short-term rental, that the structure shall adhere to fire codes and so on, just as ours does also. So it might behoove us, if we're going to, I believe that we owe the certain segment of the public the service of at least investigating this, because it's been brought forward to us. So let's just ask Taos what they do as far as their investigations. How do they set up their, let's say, their inspections? What do they do? Because it doesn't differentiate, it says a portion thereof. So it doesn't say whether your property owner has to reside there or not. So what do they do? Do we want to kind of take what we like out of that and maybe possibly come up with something? But I believe that we do afford you and others the opportunity to at least look at this, that we owe them that service.
So what's your suggestion?
Well, I would ask short-term rental to maybe make a few phone calls. I'll call up Taos also and ask.
I'm not worried so much about what Taos is doing.
no,
I'm saying, your
We're not-
suggestion is they go back and look, review, come up with all the what ifs.
What ifs
and how comes and all that stuff, and then we can review Taos, and there's others, but they're the ones that are always recalling us. Santa Fe, they've tried limiting it, and they got ran over by lawsuits.
We're not looking at the limiting part, we're looking at the portion thereof of the house as far as asking to be a short-term rental. And then the big question, of course, is can I still live here? That's really the major question. And also, can I use a portion for short-term rentals? So I think that we need to answer those questions, because
Would the short-term rental have to have a separate entrance, though? Would that not make a difference? If you're renting just.
You'll have to come up to the front and say your name and all that, and then I'm gonna shut this off after that.
all of that should be, I would think would be looked at.
Oh, my.
All those
It
ifs
should have
and what ifs.
Well, you act like it's an easy answer. It's
No,
not,
no,
because you're
I'm not.
one, and that's probably why you got 3 different answers, is because
No, sir.
it had never been posed to us exactly like that.
It has.
And then, well, it
Trust
hadn't
me.
been posed to me or any of these people. That's all I'm saying. We're trying to come down with what's the best to proceed, because obviously it's confusing.
Yes.
And so I was asking Joe, before you started talking, about, he's suggesting that we do some research. And so then the counselor over here, who has the right to speak, was going to say,
Well, I think that other people are doing it. I think that this woman has waited for 3 months.
And I've
And
been
I
sitting
think
here
that
for
we-
7
oh,
hours.
just a minute.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to go back to New Mexico Municipal League deal, and I'm going to go through this quasi-judicial stuff, and I'm going to learn it. Because politeness is not working. We're trying to get the answer, so finish your statement, please, Counselor.
I think that we need to vote on this.
Okay, so,
And then get some rules.
so approve it before we know what we're going to ask for.
Well,
You know,
why would a person have to leave their home?
Well, we're not talking about that. It's the other incidentals. It's about, do you inspect the whole home? What do we got to do to provide that it's safe like we do on the others? When we had the fire, remember? When we got started because we had a substandard furnace? And then all those things that were happening before we got into the short-term rental business to ensure the safety of the people that were coming up here.
So this item on the agenda, first of all, it's not a public hearing.
No,
So.
we shouldn't even be talking to
We
them.
shouldn't even be having a public comment.
Yeah.
But it does say to provide staff with direction on amending. It's not, we're not approving anything if the council decides they want to do it.
Right.
But then also, I would say that if you're going to, you can't look at another ordinance and pick and choose what you want to pull out of it. Because if we want to look at Taos, look at section,
Well, we don't pick and choose. We
section
just-
5. Well,
You look at it objectively.
well,
and you-
but
and
we
you,
are picking and choosing
you
because
just say
Taos allows.
What you glean.
Okay, wordsmithing, you're doing really great there, Joe. But Taos is allowing partial rentals on a short-term basis. But then in section 5, they're limiting the number of permits to 120. That's it.
But we're not looking at that portion of it. We're looking at a portion of a residence being a short-term rental. That's what we're looking at. We're not looking at the whole ordinance. We're not trying to structure.
Well, we're holding Taos up as the
No.
model to look at.
I am holding Taos up because they gave us the ordinance to review. That's the only reason why I even mentioned it, because why is it there for us to review? I might as well read it.
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Coughlin, that was just one that we put on there because Taos was allowing to do a single unit within the room, but Zach Cook's the one that our attorney gave us the direction on this, and that's why we wanted to bring it to council and get your direction, so.
I would like to remind everybody about the hundreds of comments that we've gotten that there's too many short-term rentals in the village of Ruidoso. And I'd also like to remind everybody about, even we had the one lady today, about the hotels are having a really tough time. So this is infringing upon their business. You know, short-term rental, yeah, to a point, you know, you're renting out a whole house. That's not the same as renting out a room in a hotel. But renting out a room in a house is exactly the same as renting out a hotel room, because most of those don't have kitchens. So I'm not in favor of changing our short-term rental zoning at all. And I'm just so apologetic that for all the stuff you've had to go through. I mean, you shouldn't have had to go through this, but I'm not in favor of changing the way we're doing short-term rentals right now at all.
I'm just in favor of looking at it. I believe we all are, and different people that have requested at least, and then we make an educated decision whether we say yes, no. We look at, do they need a separate entrance? Do they need cooking facilities, their own restroom, and so on.
Yep.
Is that-
So what we need is somebody to make a motion to either discuss it, to table it and discuss it, get the information. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just direct staff to look into it. And I think we should all do our own due diligence, and if you so desire, look into it yourself.
I think staff's got enough stuff to work with right now.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Mayor, members of the council, it did start off with a no. Christy spoke with her husband and it was a no. And then that's when she asked to speak with her supervisor and that's when I went forward and did have this
we're good with
conversation.
that. Let me handle this, Counselor. So what I would like to do is get a motion, one way or the other. If you, whatever y'all want to do, I mean, one part of it is, we've got someone that has their property that they're wanting to look to get it through a process that we don't have defined, to figure out what would it take to generate some income out of their home.
Well, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
And then the other portion of it is that we don't want to change that. We don't want to look into it. We do want to look into it. So that's what I want you to consider. So go ahead.
Okay, so I move to provide staff with direction on amending Chapter 54 R1 zoning district and the short-term rental overlay ordinance.
Okay, and did y'all hear that? Amending? Okay,
That's pretty broad. Is it
That's what the recommendation is. I'm just following the recommendation. And the motion's in the affirmative.
What does that mean?
okay, so we need we have a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. The motion was to provide staff with direction on amending Chapter 54R-1 zoning district and the short-term rental overlay ordinance. So we have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion? Roll call, please.
May I ask a question first? Would that be them bringing it back to the governing body for consideration of a draft?
Yes.
Okay, then. Counselor Coughlin?
No.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
No.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
And Counselor Jepson?
Jackson, no.
So what is it?
That means
Your vote.
3 and 3.
3 and 3. I say aye.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay.
When's the last time you got to vote?
Last year.
Let's see what it counts.
You probably have marked on the
So what that means is that we're going to give direction to staff to look into this issue of what it's going to take. Doesn't mean it's good to go just yet. It means we want staff, and that's what we're going to have to do, is get direction on what is it going to look like on inspections. All the things that go with short-term rentals will apply as far as parking and all the other things that we do. And then,
And keep in mind, because it's an ordinance change, it goes through a 30-day notice. It will have to be scheduled if there's a change to the ordinance. So that would be another month to wait for us to vote on it.
and then there'll be some public input. There'll be probably some other people want to come in and speak to it, for and against, but this way it gives us the ability to look at it and say, what can somebody do with their own home in their own neighborhood?
Would you want recommendations by P and Z before it's brought
Yes.
for you for your public hearing?
Absolutely.
So it's going to be a while.
Yeah, but these things, that's what I'm saying, it's a new curve that we've thrown.
Yeah.
And during the process, you can be leaning one way, and then it's like, well, it's your property, how's it affecting the neighbor? And if it's not adversely affecting, and especially in today's world where it's expensive on everything, why should somebody be able to use their house for revenue if they're following all the rules? And so there may be a good answer to that. I don't know what that is. That's what I'm saying. We're trying to be fair and objective to this and still follow the rules, but we don't have clear cut. So that's where we're at. And if anybody else comes up with another question, okay, and on what we need to look at, then we need to get it to staff pretty quick so that they can start doing the research that we need.
Mayor,
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is going to inadvertently affect the ADU conditional use portion of the R1 zone. So would you like recommendations for that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Because as it is now, it's a conditional use to have an accessory dwelling unit rented for 30 days or more. So we'll need to amend that portion of the R1 zone also.
30 days or less.
Yeah, because the ADU
They're
doesn't
strictly
allow short-term.
prohibited.
Yeah,
So that would have to be a consideration in the whole.
right.
Yes, Mayor Crawford, and I would say that our attorney, we need to look at all of that, so.
Okay, so it would be a consideration, Samantha?
Okay, we'll bring those back as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. It gives me a headache, too. Item number 2, discussion and possible action on resolution 2023-09, updating fee structure for parks and recreation summer and winter activities.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I hope mine's a little more clear cut than the rest of the meeting has been. So I'm bringing forward to you today just some update on some of our fee structures for going on to this summer. It's going to be updating things like the swimming pool fees, Whibbit rental fees, actually putting in ordinance the actual fee for a summer camps, because that's not currently in the fees, as well as putting in the fee for the ice rink, because it was never put in the fees, and updating some fees on some, like passes, season passes and things like that. I would stand for questions.
Okay, I think everybody pretty much got through with the questions before. Looks like you've answered all of them.
Yeah, I'm just not I'm just not sure about how this is gonna increase fees, increase
So
revenues.
I have some numbers. So let me find that form. It's not gonna be a lot, just off of predictions. It is so last year for the pool, for example, we had 1,853 people buy a swim and slide pass, about 952 people buy a swim only pass. And so that comes out to, and then we had about a third of the people that didn't pay because they weren't swimming. And so that's the no revenue. So that came out to $18,632 for that total. And that excludes season passes and things, because we're not changing those numbers. Projected attendance this next year, adding in those, let me find the prettier picture. There we go. Adding in those non-swimmers, which we predicted to 926 non-swimmers, because that's about a third of it. So if you add in those, then you're only charging $5, then it's $18,655. So it only predicts about a $30 increase for this current year, but we could see that going up over time.
But you didn't take into account the people that are gonna come and go, I have to pay just to come and walk in the gate and watch my kids swim?
A lot of them, it will be actually be cheaper on for all those that we're doing swim and slide. So say like Councilman Salas takes his two granddaughters in Hammond and goes. If he's not swimming, it's just his two granddaughters, which he, I think, usually buys a season pass. But in a normal circumstance, it would be $16 for them two to swim and slide. Now with them two going and him having to pay still, it'd only be $15.
So they're saving $1.
Yeah, so they'd be saving $1. The ones it would affect are the ones that currently go and do swim only. But we also do see that several of those do swim only and then come back and purchase a slide add-on because the kids want to go down the slide.
Right.
And so, and so it turns out.
And I agree with charging for everybody, because like you brought up, it affects your capacity. Your capacity is the people that are within the fenced area, so.
And this, by charging one fee versus multiple fees, it's a lot easier on our staff not to have to sort out, well, did you get permission to go down the slide? Did you pay for this? Did you pay? It's just easier to.
Or the kids that have like 6 different.
Yeah.
Save them all.
It's just easier. Everybody pays $5 to come in, and that's the fee for the pool.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2023-09, updating fee structure for parks and recreation, summer and winter activities.
Second. Sorry.
Quick draw.
Second, I'll second. There it goes. The later
Roll
it
call,
gets, the
please.
faster we work.
Yeah, exactly.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank you,
Thank
Mayor and
you.
Council.
Discussion and possible action on task order RFP number 2019-002P-07 for bidding assistance, pre-construction tasks, construction observation, construction management, and closeout with Bohannon Houston, Inc. for the Lynx Moon Mountain Trail projects in the amount of $160,967.43, including GRT.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nice to see you again. This is for rebidding of the Lynx Trail and the Moon Mountain Trail projects. We've gone out to bid on those once. We did not get any qualified bidders. We did get one bid for the Moon Mountain. They were not qualified. And we did not get any bids for the Lynx Trail. However, we do feel going back out to bid, we will get more bidders. We've had several reach out to us that either didn't get their bids in time or just various excuses. And so we do feel that going back out, we will get more bids.
Okay,
Do you need a motion?
I do.
I move that we accept task order RFP number 2019-002P-07 for bidding assistance, pre-construction tasks, construction observation, construction management, and closeout with Bohannon Houston, Inc. for the Lynx and Moon Mountain Trail projects in the amount of $160,967.43, including GRT.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Any discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Eby? Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor
It
Hooker?
was, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
And Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
I just
I
changed
never
it.
said anything.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you, Council.
Item number 4, discussion
Mayor
and
and Council.
possible action on recommendation from the Cultural and Natural History Committee on acceptance of gift of Wingfield family portraits.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, at our first Cultural and Natural History Committee that we had last week, we did have a donation from the Lutterman family, from Susan. And we just wanted to bring this to the council for approval and acceptance on this. I'll get with Susan and we'll do an appraisal on it and have that for the insurance, so.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve recommendation from the Cultural and Natural History Committee on acceptance of gift of Wingfield family portraits.
Second.
I just have one quick question. Susan, what is this, what is the portrait? Is
It's
it painted or printed on?
It's in the,
No, it's
In a-
it's
Oil?
in the 1980s.
and it's
I mean, the
bubble glass.
1800s, I'm sorry.
So I see the
It-
one with the crack in it, and I was just wondering
Right,
what,
and we've refurbished it.
what's the material?
Well,
Just an old photo on paper.
No,
No,
it's
it looks
the
like it's got some
photo, and
depth
then
to
it balloons out, it comes out, there's no glass in it or anything.
Okay.
And when they sent them to me, that's Charles and Mary Wingfield, Ike's parents.
Oh, wow.
And they're the ones that came and stayed at the old mill, and she had Ike there.
Oh, wow.
And so it's an they're old photos.
Okay. Those are really cool.
Yeah.
I was just curious. I looked and it looked like it was some thickness to it, so I didn't know.
I thought it was under glass, but it's not.
It's not, no.
No, we have to figure out how to protect that.
Well, we have redone them because it's been cracked when they sent it to me, it cracked in.
Oh, and-
Even
Oh,
though
boo.
we had it, and it was bubble wrapped and everything, they're so old that it cracked.
That's awesome. Okay, we have a motion and a second and a roll call.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Hooker,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Lutterman,
Should I abstain?
No, well, you can.
It's you're donating them, but
There's no money involved. It's your choice.
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
and Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
all right, thank you very much. Item number 5, discussion and possible action on amending task order RFP 2022-006P-MCA with Moles and Corbin, resulting in an increase of $63,905.46, including GRT for the Eagle Wellfield Phase 3. And I did everything I could to take all the fight out of them by blubbering around for the last 4 hours. So here you go.
Mayor and council,
5.5 hours.
I've got Kevin Eads from Moles and Corbin attended the meeting and then had to leave, but he's on the phone, so if there's any questions for them, he's available. In January of 2022, we received a quote for services for Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 3 project. In the price quote, there were individual items that were correct, but on the total, there was miscalculation. So back in June of 2022, we received a letter from Moles and Corbin letting us know that there had been an error, and that error amounted to the $63,905.46, including GRT. We are coming to request your approval to increase the task order by that amount so that we can complete this project. Susan, you had requested that I go back and look and see if there's any way that we could kind of tease apart some of the sections, but most of the work has already been completed, so there was no way to do that.
Okay.
So I don't know if you have any questions for Mr. Eads or?
I don't.
Well, how come it took so long for it to come to us? I mean, as far as the, noting the error last year.
I'm not sure.
I don't think they found the error until we found, then,
No, that was for, that was
Was
for
the other one?
the other
Yeah.
one. This one was, Moles and Corbin sent a letter to Eric Boyda explaining that there had been an error in math, back in June is when we got that letter. But nothing had been moved forward on our part either, so that's where we're at.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what she said.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
No, I've got comments.
No.
Okay.
Everybody else?
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. You want me to make my comment and then a motion?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay, I'll make. Okay, let me make the motion then first. I move to approve amendment on task order RFP 2022-006P-MCA with Moles and Corbin, resulting in an increase of $63,905.46, including GRT for the Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 3 project.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Now comments.
Yes.
So the Village of Ruidoso has a wide variety of projects that we undertake for the benefit of our residents, taxpayers, and visitors. The complexity of many of these projects require that we contract certain individuals with mastery and skills that we do not have in-house. To obtain those skills and expertise, we contract with individuals and organizations that possess the licensing and experience we need. Among such needs includes engineering, architecture, and planning services. We've contracted with Moles and Corbin a number of times and issued task orders to get these projects completed on time, within the budgeted amount, and completed correctly. Let's face it, we all make mistakes. Sometimes there are unanticipated issues that arise. Sometimes they are just oversight or simply errors. As a former business owner of several companies, I was able to grow my companies to succeed by following one simple rule: acknowledge the mistake immediately and make it right. After all, it's a true test of a person or a company to see how they respond when issues arrive. Unfortunately, it seems like far too often with Moles and Corbin, there have been issues. There have been acknowledgement of such oversight, errors, or omissions. The difference is that there seems to be acknowledgement of the issue. It comes down to, and these are my words and interpretations of the conversation, we screwed up, but you have to pay anyways. I won't go through the various issues that we've experienced. Let's just stick with the issue before us today. I, and I would guess most of the other council members, do not have the expertise to understand the engineering demands of projects we encounter. Instead, we rely on experts like yourselves to provide us information. I look at the scope of work, I look at the total cost, and whether or not it includes GRT. Then I look to see what funds we have available in the budget or where we might be able to find the funds to accomplish the work. Expenditures over a certain dollar amount must come to the council for approval. Based on the proposal that was submitted to us with a total of $228,020, not including GRT and the scope of work presented, it was approved. Now it comes back before us because the company that we count on to make complex calculations to provide oversight and to represent the interest of the village, our residents and taxpayers, made an error in simple, basic mathematical calculation. You're asking for an additional amount close to $64,000. As I said before, we screwed up, but you have to pay anyways. Most everyone knows that I work with school-age kids. I gave these numbers to a few of the 4th and 5th graders. To add them up, most of them got the right answer. When we rely on a contractor to make the complex engineering calculations on our projects, can you understand my trust issue when that contractor cannot even perform basic math calculations correctly? So instead of the $245,977 that was listed on the tax order inclusive of GRT, we are now being asked to pay $309,882.46. That's about 26% over the amount that we agreed on the task order. The same task order that was signed by the mayor and Jerry Paz on February 11th, 22 and February 10th, 22 respectively. I get that you screwed up, but we have paid for your mistakes too many times. Too many times the village has given the warning that we will not accept such errors again. I really don't care how you handle this internally within your company, but you're going to have to find the $63,905.46 yourself. Any professional organization has a host of insurance coverage within their policies. You should, as a professional organization, have errors and omission coverage. I've suggested in the past that we make a claim against that part of your policy. Let me be clear, I will not vote for paying you any more than what was agreed to in the task order of February 2022. Should you decide to push the issue, I will strongly encourage this council and administration to make a claim against your policy. We have a responsibility to our citizens and taxpayers to obtain the best quality of goods and services, which affect our many complex projects required to maintain a level of service while watching the financial stability and obligations set forth in our budget. No one in the village has the ability to authorize such a payment except for the council. The time has come to say absolutely no more to these issues that have come before us. The time for you to take responsibility for your errors is now and make it right. I don't have any confidence in your ability to serve the needs of the village. And that's my statement.
Thank you
Very
much.
good, Counselor. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Counselor Coughlin,
No.
Counselor Jackson,
No.
Counselor Eby,
No.
Counselor Letterman,
No.
Counselor Salas,
No.
Counselor Hooker.
No.
All right, thank you very much. So there's the answer. Thank you very much. Item number 6, discussion and possible action on purchase of UTV and trailer for fire department on CES contract 2020-31B-411. Total purchase price $47,436.00, and I don't see GRT in there.
There's no GRT included?
Because it's to us?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council. This is a ATV that we have discussed for a few years, obtaining for the fire department. This one here came available at 411 Equipment. It's going to come with windshields, doors, and it's going to be a 4-seater and a heating and air conditioning unit for the cold weather. And we'll use it for search and rescue cases. We'll use it for parades. We'll use it for RMP assignments, which are assignments when we go out of state for fighting fires, because we do have those on our contract to use them out of state. And that's the funding that we're using to pay for this, as well as money that we have gained from going out of state.
Okay. Go ahead.
Let's go make a motion.
I was going to ask you, will this pull the power generator, what do you call those things, at the airport?
The GPU?
GPU, will it pull it around?
Definitely.
Okay. Okay, that's good, glad to know.
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of UTV and trailer for fire department on CES contract number 2022-31B-411. Total purchase price $47,436, no cents.
Second.
Okay, motion second, discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Hooker.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Item number 7, discussion and possible action on second renewal agreement by and between the Village of Ruidoso, a municipal corporation of the state of New Mexico, owner of the Sierra Blanca Regional Airport, and BG Air LLC for land lease.
Mayor, Council, you will notice that the date is expired. It was from July of last year. This was overlooked, I believe, by Austin Nelson, the prior manager, and possibly myself. I've been working with Jenny Turi, the village clerk, and we went through all the files. We found one additional land lease that was overlooked prior to this one here, and it's the next one on the agenda item. We were working to get these straightened out. There are no others that are outdated, and we will keep it that way. We've got a system that we're working with Jenny. She's going to put them on our renewal notices on a yearly basis, and we will get this straightened out so we will not have any overlooked again.
Thank you.
Are the people still paying, though?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just basically, it was kind of not right.
And we've taken measures to make sure that these things don't happen
Yes, sir.
anymore. But yeah, it will pay all past due rents and up to the CPI, the current CPI at the time.
Yes.
So, okay.
So that the renewal, it's for 5 years, so that, okay, yeah,
Yes, sir.
well, it goes back to July for the 5 years from there?
That's when the initial, the
That's
5
when it
years.
should have been renewed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're backdating this 5
Yes.
years to that, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you need a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we accept second renewal agreement by and between the Village of Ruidoso Municipal Corporation of the State of New Mexico, owner of Sierra Blanca Regional Airport, and BG Air LLC for land lease P-8.
Second.
Okay, question.
Yes, sir.
Underneath your first whereas, it says the northwest corner of the undeveloped hangar. Is this hangar undeveloped? And does that affect the price? Or
It's land.
It's just land.
land?
So what we're renting them, Councilor Eby, is the land that the hangar actually sits on. It is a developed property. They lease the land from us, and then they build it. We build a hangar on it. There is a hangar setting on this one at this time. It's just we're leasing the land for them to do that. And once they build a hangar on it, at the end of the 30-year lease, land lease, we have the option of the hangar coming to the village or continuing the lease to the people that own the hangar.
Or like we've done, let them sell it.
Land lease, okay.
Okay, when you say coming to us, we
The
purchase
village,
it?
the village can take over ownership at the end of that 30 years, or that's how the agreement is stated, or we can continue leasing it on a one-year basis as per the
Year to
agreement.
year. But it just comes to us at no charge?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to purchase it?
No, not at the end of that 30 years.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Unless you renew it
Unless you renew it, yeah.
or let them sell it,
Sure.
which we've already agreed to do that before.
Yes, sir.
And defeat the purpose of what we're doing out there. So,
But that'll be another council.
yeah,
Ready?
yes?
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Item number 8, discussion and possible action on first renewal agreement by and between the Village of Ruidoso, a municipal corporation of the state of New Mexico, owner of the Sierra Blanca Regional Airport, and Hangar 24 LLC, land lease P15. Same song, same verse.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Mayor, council, it's the same thing. It was overlooked at the time. We're not sure how it was overlooked. We are taking the steps to resolve this in the future, and we have taken steps to take care of this so it does not happen anymore.
Motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the action on first renewal agreement by and between the Village of Ruidoso Municipal Corporation of the State of New Mexico, owner of the Sierra Blanca Regional Airport, and Hangar 24 LLC, land lease P15.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
All right, can I get a motion to move into closed session, please?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters citing 1015-1H2, NMSA 1978. Further discussion subject to the attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation which the Village of Ruidoso is or may become a participant, citing 1015-1H7, NMSA 1978. And finally, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property under water rights by the Village of Ruidoso, citing 1015-1H8, MSA 1978. Any action taken as a result of the closed session will be brought back into open session, and I so move.
Second.
Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
All right, thank you. We'll move into closed session.
Thanks, guys. You'll get a little something extra. Paycheck, yeah.